And here we go. We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Payload down to nominal.
Flighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 45. Oh my God! Oh my God!
Decollage. Look at this! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Flare, correct?
Thanks. We don't need any more of these.
All right, folks, you know the drill. We are live from the Margaritaville, South Padre Island with the rocket behind us. We were a little concerned about the weather, but it is shaping up to be a beautiful day down here in South Texas, standing by for Flight 7 of Starship.
Yeah, we've been on stakeout since 06 this morning, and the weather has been turning better and better and better, Dawson. We're looking for a great flight today.
It really is. You know what it is? If you've been here on our channel, you've been listening in to the stakeout, like Gene mentioned, live at what, 6 o'clock this morning? Waiting to see how things went. I was out in the field this morning, setting up cameras, crawling around on sand dunes. Y'all were over here at the hotel, setting up stuff on the roof, setting up stuff here in our one wonderful suite that we've got set up here so that we can share the Starship launch attempt with you. You know, I was a little iffy on the weather for a little while, but gosh, it's beautiful out there.
Yeah, it really has turned nice. The clouds are dissipating out. We're going to bring you more coverage of the weather with Adam Suka later on in the broadcast. We've got stuff set up on the roof, as Das said, and I just talk about all the work that's being done here in this amazing suite that they've got us in. We're on the 11th floor of the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island with a great view. I know you can't see it now, but there's a rocket behind us.
It's pretty
Trust us.
bright behind us right now. Like it's like, oh, we're there. You can see it behind us, and then the sun is shining in the windows. But one way or the other, we are going to be here for the duration, less than 4 hours before the opening of the window. So if you don't know what you've stumbled upon here, we're NSF. We're not NASA. Do we sound like we work for NASA? No. We don't. We don't have scripts. We are rocket enthusiasts who are here to share this experience with you. We've got our own cameras. We've got a mobile production trailer that's been set up over there. We've got cameras that are in the dune. We've got properties all over Starbase with off-grid solar-powered camera systems, and that's why we're here all the time.
Yeah.
We share Starbase 24/7.
There's a whole NSF crew that goes out in the dunes and sets up all the cameras, not only here on the roof, but we also have the 24/7 cameras here at Starbase Live, also at Space Coast Live and McGregor Live. So when you're on YouTube, just pop over Starbase Live and you'll see what's going on here at Starbase Texas.
It is really bright. Y'all don't come to the stream to see us, really. So
Yeah.
as the sun continues to wheel to the west, we'll get a little bit less bright behind us here. But let's look at the rocket instead. I think up to 5 views of the rocket on the screen at one time. I think we've got something like 25 or 30 cameras out there, our feeds. That are coming in.
We have the easy job. The guys back in the control room have to figure out what camera they're going to go where because there's so many to choose from to bring you the best coverage. And on your screen right now, you can see, there you go. They're switching the cameras over. They can see the rocket, Ship 33 stacked on Booster 14 at Starbase on Launch Tower 1, Pad A.
Yes, Gene, I don't know, but when I was getting up at 5 o'clock this morning and crawling around on a sand dune, I didn't really feel like I had the easy job. But here we are. Today, look at the views on your screen, folks. That right there, we call this location Danger Lot. It's about 1,400 feet. Can we do that in meters?
It's some meters.
It's some meters away from the launch pad. We've got a couple cameras there. We'll get you views. Got a little reflecting pool. There's a little shrubbery in there as well as we count down towards the launch. Still waiting for more information from SpaceX, and we're still actually putting some stuff in the stream for you. We're going to have overlays. We're going to have countdown clocks. We're going to have all the different things that you need in a proper rocket stream. But for now, we're giving you these fantastically clean views of the rocket.
I want to know where everybody's from. I want to know where everybody's from in chat. That's one of my favorite things to do is say, hey, chime in from where you're from. Let us know where you're from, because we have viewers all over the world ready for Flight 7. We were here for Flight 6, which was a ton of fun.
Yep.
And almost as good weather as this. This has turned out to be an amazing day.
Gene, if you ask him, you got to read it.
There you go. Okay,
that's
hand
you.
it over. Let's
Read
see. Okay, it's going by at light speed. I see California, I see Detroit, Tennessee, Canada, Germany, the Netherlands, Poland, Moscow. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that.
Gene didn't know what he stepped in when he asked you to chime in.
I kind of did.
There's a Tuscaloosa, Alabama in there, Gene. Scotland, Trinidad,
Roll
and Tobago.
Tide.
Central Florida. Yeah, you're not from that planet. I know that that's not true.
It's a lot of fun. You know, what you're going to, right now you're looking at the roadblock. So we've got the Cameron County Sheriff out there, and they actually have a soft roadblock they put up just down the, just down. Yeah, we say that every time.
Yeah.
Inside joke. At the when you leave the production site toward the launch site, they put up a soft roadblock there so they can clear the beach, make sure everybody's out. Then they set up another roadblock down the road, and then a third roadblock deeper into Brownsville, Texas.
And you'll see early this morning, there were a lot of cars there in the background. If you're watching the stakeout, you're watching Starbase Live. The workers have started filing away from the village and from the production site. And look at this view. I was going to talk more about the village and the production site, but I'd rather talk about this.
It's my favorite camera. We were out there. I helped set this one up. This is now my favorite camera. And
that's on the
amazing.
Danger Dune.
Yeah, Danger Dune. We've renamed that.
That location is about 900 feet and meters away from the launch pad. And the rocket's going to go over it as it lifts off. And
hopefully when it comes back to catch that booster. But this is such a beautiful shot. We've been talking about this morning, some of the changes they've done with the tiling. And, you know, if you look up there and you say, oh, no, it's missing tiles. Yes, but that's by design. SpaceX is really pushing these ships to their limit. And everything you see on your screen is research and development.
Yeah. So the chopsticks are opened with arms wide open here. Oh, here is a view.
Second roadblock.
Yeah, this is out from River where the second roadblock is. You see Cameron County's sheriffs there and a couple other vehicles in frame, but that is where the hard roadblock is going to be. That's as close as we'll be. And our folks out there at our river property are right underneath this camera right now.
And that's just under 4 miles away.
Just under 4 miles away, yeah.
And as you see all the cars leaving there, they've got to clear out as much of the area as possible to get outside of that exclusion zone, that 4 miles. But they want people farther than that, but we can get this close.
Yep. Now, if you're a member of the public, you might be watching from Isla Blanca Park today on the southern tip of South Padre Island down here in Texas. It's actually right behind us. Yeah. There's a public park there right at the ship channel. Brownsville Ship Channel, and you can drive in there and you can set up for the day. You bring your picnic, you bring your chairs, you do all your stuff, and you can hang out and watch a rocket launch. And you know something? If the rocket launch doesn't go that day, it looks really nice out there right now, but you spend a day at the beach.
That's right.
With your family.
Right.
You can actually see some of the palm trees at Isla Blanca Park there, so much closer than you can get at Kennedy Space Center.
Yeah, it's right there at the edge of the tip of the Port of Brownsville, and you can clearly on your screen you can see the rocket. But if you want an even better view, we are here at the Margaritaville Resort, so we get an elevated angle of that, and it is such a privilege to be here doing this.
All the south-facing rooms above the 5th, 6th floor have balconies, and they look over this. So you're sitting here, you're on the couch in the air conditioning, watching your TV, you have a little drink with a little umbrella in the top or whatever, and you look out your window, and the rocket's right there. So wherever you're watching from, maybe you're on the other side of the planet, maybe you're somewhere down here in South Texas waiting for the launch, we're glad you're here sharing it with us.
And this is EJ's first time at a launch here at Starbase. So we're going to get that firsthand. Last launch was me. I was just eyes wide open. I was drooling. I was a 5-year-old kid having the best time of my life. This launch is EJ's chance to do that. And I can't wait to see him and his reaction when we go up on the roof for this launch here in about 3.5 hours.
Right?
3 hours and 40
I'm going to have to go up there before then because I still see a lot of gear behind the camera here that I need to carry up to the roof.
Yeah, T-minus 3 hours, 43 minutes. And, you know, we're going to be up there bringing it to you live, and you're tracking it again this time, right?
Yeah, we've got I'm going to do some behind-the-scenes content for our channel members. We've got this robotic tracking rig with a big, long lens on it, and I actually drive it with an Xbox controller. It's like playing the gamification of rocket tracking. I'll be up there on the roof looking at my monitors, Xbox controller in hand, more hours on the Xbox controller than I probably should admit, but I'm converting it into a useful skill.
It's pretty amazing to see. It's a thing to see. And keep watching because you'll see behind the scenes footage of he'll be bent over, he'll have his thing, and it's like magic. It is absolute magic.
You got it. Folks, as we go through the show here, we're going to be reading some of your questions. If you've got a question for us, tag us in chat at NASASpaceflight. This isn't like a scripted thing where it goes through the comms team and they approve the questions and that sort of stuff. Hey, keep it on topic, keep it to Starship, but make sure you tag us. There's not a snowball's chance that we'll be able to get to every single one of these questions for you. But if we see some good relevant questions about what we're talking about, the current status, which vent is going, where's Starship going today, what's the plan, we'll try to answer some of those questions for you. And also, we're going to see some super chats, aren't we, Gene?
We are. We're going to see lots of those. So I just want to say thank you. Let's read that right there. Pat, you have a lot of confidence in my eyesight.
I just handed him the tablet.
Bad Adventure Gamer, thank you so much for that super chat. And they just say banana. For scale.
Hey, it's their first super chat on a live stream.
That's awesome.
They can say whatever. Well,
here's another one.
You can't say whatever you want. We have standards. But anyways.
Darmari, thank you for super chat. There you go. 15, good evening from Israel. Thank you very much. Shalom, my friend. Go SpaceX, go NSF, go Starship.
There you go. You are not wrong, Shin Chan. Starship is absolutely massive.
And throughout the day, we're going to be throwing to Adrian Bile, a name everybody knows if you're an NSF fan. Also, Jack Beyer, he's out there. Alex and EJ are going to be answering your questions. We've got Sawyer. We've got the entire team ready to go. To answer all your questions at NASASpaceflight in the chat.
Yep, we'll be introducing some more folks here as we get in just a little bit here. I think we're going to have a special guest friend of the stream on. Mm-hmm. Again, we've got people all over. Gene and I holding it down from the hotel here. EJ, our buddy from Twitch, is here as well. Over at the River property, you're going to hear from Jack Beyer. You've probably heard him last
Jack
night.
Who?
Last night on the New Glenn stream.
Yeah.
He was up at 2 a.m. watching New Glenn go last night.
And that's the dedication. Up watching the entire. I stayed up. I listened to Jack and Adrian scream when it went off, and now we're right back here for Starship, and Jack's a trooper.
There you go, an absolute trooper. If you look at the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see the countdown. 3 hours, 40 minutes, tagging down towards that.
It's going to be an exciting flight. I'm looking forward to them going for that catch attempt. We know on Flight 6, there was some of that communication issue between the booster and the tower.
Oh, yeah.
And they say they've added new redundancies in. So when they make that decision during the boost back burn of the booster, and we're going to go through the entire timeline. Don't think we're going to start right there. But when they make that decision, they have a couple contingencies. This time around, those things that happen on Flight 6, we're not expecting that on Flight 7. Hopefully, we'll see a booster catch today.
Yeah, I think SpaceX knew what was going on when they aborted that catch attempt and made some fixes, made some changes. Yeah. We actually saw them testing what seemed to be some communications or ranging gear on the tower. We do these. We used to call them dailies. Now they're like weekly, bi-weekly updates. We've got folks out at Starbase every day of the year recording what's going on. New ships come through, new tiles come through. There's a nose cone scooting around. They lift something, they do a stack, they do a cryo test or an engine test over at Massey's. We've got folks out here capturing that. And about twice a week, like Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Saturday or so, we put out these summary videos where we literally just talk through what we see. We don't script them. We just look at it and we're like, hey, look at that. There's another nose cone. There's a new design. That one's pointier. Those fins are pointier or whatever. So some of the things you'll hear us talk about are that.
It's whatever they see is what they bring to you. I know Jack's out here 2 or 3 times a day. He's got his big cameras and he's bringing you some amazing photography. So just be sure to be on NSF and all the socials.
Wow. Marion Westbrook. Hang on, we got a helicopter that's landing on the stream. My attention is divided here. Is it the $499.99 super chat or the helicopter? Why not both?
That's a tough choice. So generous. Thank you so much for that. But the helicopter, this is where they're refueling it to go back out. They keep that helicopter flying. I know it looks like a Coast Guard helicopter.
Yeah.
I always make that determination. Oh, it's a Coast Guard. No, that's paid for by SpaceX. They go and they clear the beach area and they make sure there are any boats out there in the exclusion zones.
I think it's like ex-Coast Guard, and it still has that stripe on it that screams Coast Guard at you. But right there next to one of our camera positions is the refueling position. You can see the truck. Mm-hmm. You can see everything there. That helicopter is going to be coming and going, helping clear the range, make sure that it's safe. There's no boats out in the water over the area where Starship is going to be flying, hopefully later today. Let me say really quickly, Marion Westbrook, that was also their first super chat on a live stream, and shows up with $500.
That's amazing.
To help us out.
I want to ask, Dos, where does that super chat go? What does that provide? What does that do?
Well, on the shows here, the super chats, we actually divvy that up with all the folks that make the streams happen. We have a huge team of people, and NSF doesn't actually keep those super chats. We take it and we take all the folks, say 10, 20 people worked on the show, and we divvy that up based on how long they worked on the show, and we pay all that back out. We actually don't keep that. And that goes to the hosts, it goes to the camera operators, it goes to the folks that make the shows happen.
And thank you. So that's why we say thank you so much.
Yeah.
And, we get out here in the field, the guys are climbing all over the dunes, they're setting up cameras, and we're doing this. There's folks on the roof right now, two stories above us, doing the work. So thank you so much for that support. We appreciate it.
It really is. Like, sometimes I sound like a televangelist. What's the right terminology?
I don't know.
How do you say thanks to something like that?
Right.
It's like I can't say anything that sounds honest enough, but it's just we're enthusiasts. We're not a huge company that does this. We just reached critical mass so that we can keep sharing this with people.
Yeah.
So
he says all the time, he says, we're not a major news organization. We're just a bunch of friends, really. We are a bunch of friends. We like rockets. We just like rockets. And that's how it all started. And that's why we're here doing this for you. So thank you so much for all that.
Check out this helicopter right quick. And I'm going to get a quick status update on what we're doing in the stream. Listen into my earpiece. All right. Good deal.
There it goes.
Folks, doing it fast and loose here. The schedule is always slippery, so we are very agile with making these streams here. But like I mentioned just a bit ago, we have a special friend of the channel who's joining us. We're going to kick it over to Mr. Jack Beyer, who's at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, it looks like to me. And I'm going to let Jack introduce our next special guest. But for now, Gene and Das at the Margaritaville going to sign off. Jack, we got you on comms?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hopefully I'm not talking while muted.
You are not talking while muted. I'm not going to do that. I heard people like pulling your leg last night when you're like, what? I can't hear you. You did too much work last night for me to pull that on you today. So how you doing, Jack?
No worries. I'm doing good. I got a whopping 1.5 something of sleep. I got all of my cameras set up this morning.
Meters?
I think it's I can give it to you in furlongs, fathoms, and flagons, but not meters. But yeah, I got all my cameras out, -1 because of a malfunctioning trigger. So I'm a happy guy. Hopefully we get some awesome slow-mo from the 2 rigs that we have out there, and they don't get creamed by with the spot's called Danger Dune for a reason. But
they might
Das
get
and
creamed.
Gene,
it's going to be
thank you for starting the show off. I want to immediately jump to our guest here because this is going to be fun.
All right, we'll leave it with in your capable hands. Go ahead.
All right, none other than the one, the only Joe Barnard. Joe, you were also up late, also streaming New Glenn last night. So thank you so much for taking the time to join us on the stream today for Starship's 7th flight.
Thank you so much for having me.
How are you doing, like, physically and emotionally right now? Are you alive? Are you coherent? Can you feel things anymore?
I have to imagine you and I are about the same metaphysical state right now, Jack, which is there's no sleeping, there's no healthy consumption of food. We are just existing for the rocket launches. So that's about where I'm at. I think that's you too, right?
Yeah, precisely. The adrenaline fuels me, and I did a stupid, tweet or X post or whatever earlier. I was like, it's launch day, and as I was typing that, I was like, wait, it's launch day again. And not only that, it's not just like a Falcon 9 and Starship. It was New Glenn's first launch today, and hopefully we get to see Flight 7 happen here. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I know that you guys talk about these launches getting routine, but it is not gonna get old for me with these huge rockets going day after day. This is a crazy space week, but I could get used to it.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the future we all want to live in, right? And that's why we're all so hyped up, because this is the first little baby steps to humanity truly finally becoming a spacefaring society. So hopefully we get a good launch today. I'm just going to go and, chat has questions. I see the questions coming in the queue. Chat, keep them coming. But also, I'm just going to ask Jack questions because it's Joe Bernard. I get to hang out with Joe, and it's Starship launch day. So, Joe, for those who might be watching and don't actually know like who you are an amazing cinematographer and engineer and rocket builder. I mean, I don't even know how to encapsulate you in less than like 3 paragraphs. But give our viewers a quick rundown of what you do. Y'all, if you aren't subbed to Joe, you should be. I'm mad at you for not.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. I run a channel called bps.space. And I actually go way back. This is maybe a story for another time with Das and EJ, who back in like 2017, we were doing stuff together in Boston. But yeah, I run a channel called bps.space. I make, you could call them model rockets. They're usually a little bit larger than like the typical park flyers. And we fly them. We get some data. Sometimes they work, and then I make videos about it. So that's pretty much it, you know?
It's pretty much it. I mean, you say it like that, and you minimize it a little bit, but yeah, that's Joe in a nutshell. His content's amazing. I'm excited for the Meat Rocket video, Joe. I'm also kind of scared, but we'll see how that goes, I guess, when you release it.
Yeah, it's gonna be great.
All right, so Starship. This is the first flight of a Block 2 ship, and there's a whole bunch different. And Joe, I don't know if you've seen the photos that have been coming out from the team of the heat shield and how many missing tiles there are, like purposefully missing tiles for test purposes. I think right off the bat, I just want to ask, do you think this puppy is going to make it through re-entry like we've seen the previous ships? I mean, it's a new ship. It's a new question all over again.
I'm so glad you asked. That was the thing that I wanted to talk about the most, which is that I'm going to be bold. I'm saying this thing is making it all the way softly to the ground. That's my prediction.
Really?
I think it makes it just fine. I have learned time and again not to bet against SpaceX. And as much as it looks like there are like, you know, a significant number of tiles missing, I don't know. I'm putting my bet on it. Makes it just fine. What about you?
All right. There you have it. You know, now you're making me feel optimistic. Really, truly, the strongest argument here is don't bet against SpaceX. I think time and history has shown again and again and again, don't bet against SpaceX. So with that in mind, I think it's probably going to blow up. No, I'm kidding. I think it's like 50-50. You know, it's hard to pick one or the other. I think there's so many modifications, including the new forward flaps. And I believe SpaceX said once again that they're going to be flying at sort of a high angle of attack in order to stress the control systems of the vehicle. So the stripped down heat shield, the missing in test tiles, the new flaps, it being a completely new ship block. Like there's differences all the way down to the transfer tubes and the header tanks and little nitty gritty details inside the tankage as well. I mean, who knows? You got to figure they're going to take their lessons from Block 1, and 2 wouldn't be worse, but it is new. New is always like a little bit scary, right?
Yeah, and I'm hopeful that we learn a little bit more after the flight about the transpiration cooling. Have you guys talked about that on stream? I assume you have.
Well, we basically just started this launch stream, and so we might be getting a bunch of people who didn't even watch the stakeout, but we should talk about the transpirational cooling tile or tiles. I'm unclear if there's one or multiple, but that is a thing. Joe, please, like, enlighten us.
Sure. Yeah, I've never explained this before, so forgive me if I do a bad job. So the idea is when you have a traditional like heat tile, like we're looking at right now on the ship, you're just keeping the heat away from the ship, and you do it with something that can't melt. But if you want to do a more longer term solution or something that's a little bit more complex, you can use transpiration cooling. And so you use a more conductive material. I'm not sure what they're using, but you could think of copper or steel or aluminum or something like that. And then you flow much colder liquid behind it, liquid or gas, but I assume it's got to be liquid. And by doing that, you can keep the surface of that material that would usually melt at a much lower temperature, you can keep it cool enough so that it won't melt. And you use what we've already got a ton of on the ship, which is really, really cold liquid. SpaceX love their densified propellant, they love their LOX, and we've got plenty of that on there. So I think the idea is if you can flow a little bit of that behind a tile, you could, it's a new way to do some heat shielding on the ship. I will say, from like an engineering perspective, bonkers approach. Absolutely crazy.
It really does sound like, I mean, I am so far removed from being anything close to an engineer, but it sounds like an engineer's nightmare to me.
Yeah.
Which is sort of ironic, because isn't that kind of what Stoke is doing with their second stage's heat shield?
Yeah, I forgot about that. They are doing transpiration cooling, but I think I only read about it a little bit in one of SpaceX's update posts, but it sounded to me like there were at least maybe a couple of single-digit tiles on here where they're going to test some of that transpiration cooling. I don't know how much more info we'll get, but I would love to know, is there a separate supply of liquid oxygen? Where are they pulling from? Where are the tiles? I want to know everything about it. So I'm excited for that.
That's one of the things that we would like all eat up more details on. Like, is it just liquid cooled? Is it like the transpirational cooling, like with little microscopic pores in the metal that's like weeping cryogens, like has been talked about in the past notionally? Hey, look, there goes the helicopter.
I think it's cool.
Joe, if you told me, hey, like 10 years ago, hey man, you're gonna have some cameras on the side of the road in a spaceport in South Texas, and the Coast Guard helicopter is gonna land to refuel in front of it, I would have said, who are you? Get away from me.
I would have said, how did you get into my house?
yeah. Get away from me.
Can I? Okay, so I'm gonna topic shift a little bit. So I was initially, I've realized this thing happens, which has happened a couple of times. Jack, were you on Facebook?
Yeah, somewhat. I mean, I'm on Facebook enough, right?
A long time ago, in a galaxy far away, when Facebook used to change their layout much more often, whenever they would do it, everyone hated it. And it would be this huge deal of like, I can't believe the new layout looks so bad. And then everyone would get used to it and we'd hate the old layout. And that has happened for me with the V2 ship. So we've got the tinier flaps. We've got them swept back a little bit. It's longer. And I know what's coming down the pike. We've all seen that enormously long ship render. Long ship, yeah. I think given time, I've started to like the V2 ship more than the V1, and I think given time, we're all going to get used to the long boy.
Yeah, I mean, Joe, you are truly an expert topic shifter, because this is sort of the highlight of Launch 7, right? It's the first launch of a Block 2 ship, and we were all pretty worried for a pretty long time. I mean, years. Which is crazy to think about how this redesign of the forward flaps, which we knew was coming eventually, was going to look. And now, for the first time, we have a fully stacked vehicle with a Block 2 ship up top with different flaps. And you know what? I agree with you. I think it looks pretty dang nice. I was really worried about those flaps in particular, but I do think it's grown on me. In the same way that, like, you look at an old technology product, like you look at a mini disc player from when you were a kid or something, or an MP3 player of some kind before iPods existed, and you're like, dear God, or like an old cell phone. That sort of happens when you look at Falcon 9, right? I don't know if you have the same reaction, but like you get so used to Block 5, and then you go back and you happen to watch a video of Falcon 9 launch that's not a Block 5 Falcon 9. It's got like the tic-tac-toe engine arrangement. It's all white. It doesn't have legs. You're like, what's going on here?
You know what, Jack? I think the Falcon 9 might be the exception for me. I'm a tic-tac-toe enjoyer. I really liked the square engine layout. Yeah, I thought it was cool. I'm happy. I mean, I don't know. It seems like they've made a lot of good decisions, and Octaweb is one of them. But I always liked the square engine layout. It's got a special place in my heart.
That's fair. I don't dislike it. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, I do think as we go on in time, we will see ship and booster get ever longer. Like this is probably right up your alley. It's definitely not up mine because I don't do maths good. You can quote me on that one. Put that on my epitaph. Jack Byer, 1988 to 2027. Quoth, I don't do maths good. That would be great. No, the fineness ratio. Can we talk about that a little bit? Because I do think Starship and Booster are both going to stretch over time in the same way that we saw Falcon 9 stretch over time. So, like, what is the fineness ratio? How does that dictate how much they can stretch it? And will we eventually see, like, a ship version that's as big as a booster, and then a booster that's, I don't even know? Like, how far can they go with this?
So I have no idea of the actual limit, but the idea, so fineness ratio, when we're talking about that, it's a ratio of length over diameter, and that's as far as we'll go into the math. I've heard some of the viewers on the stream don't do maths good. That's just what I've heard. But
That's hearsay and lies.
That's hearsay. It's length over diameter, so it's how wide it is versus how long it is. That's what Jack's talking about with the fineness ratio. And I think SpaceX wants to get it longer and longer. If you think real quick about how drag works, the rocket is always pointing into the airstream for the most part. And so if you go longer, you get more propellant and you don't increase your drag, which is really nice. And then you can also use all of the existing hardware. Starship is 9 meters, right, Jack?
That's correct.
Yeah, so 9 meters in diameter, and so you get to reuse the existing pad and infrastructure, and if you stretch it, that's kind of what they're going for, at least from what I can tell. Are they refueling the helicopter again?
It might be a different helicopter. I actually didn't catch the tail on the last one. This looks like November 328 Papa Kilo. It's the second one, says Kevin in our ears. I don't know if chat can actually hear that.
Okay. Well, anyway... Yeah, the fineness ratio is the length to diameter, and the real limiting factor, I think at least, is what I like to call the noodle factor. And so it's how much your rocket acts like a piece of wet linguine. And so as it gets longer and longer, there's stretching and bending that happens. I think you can sometimes see it from the onboard cameras. This thing, wibbles and wobbles around. You can certainly see it on Falcon 9 when it comes back through the atmosphere on reentry. It's vibrating and it's bending. And so the longer you get, the more it's going to bend like that. And I think that's probably the limiting factor for them. I don't have insider info. I don't know what's limiting it. Maybe the launch tower can only be so tall, but I agree with you. I think they're going to stretch it until it stops working.
We'll see how that goes. It's probably going to look ridiculous, but I don't know. Who knows what the future holds?
Yeah.
So just quickly as we enjoy the helicopter refueling here, second one, I'm still just like my brain is in New Glenn land. Like I'm still flummoxed that happened. And you streamed New Glenn last night. Your reaction to it, which was amazing, by the way.
Allegedly,
I haven't seen the whole thing, but I've seen some clips here and there at least of the first attempt, and I eagerly need to consume the rest of that. But somebody in chat is asking. Let's see, Burnt Banana is asking, will Joe stream his reaction to this launch? Loved his New Glenn stream earlier.
I don't really know. I don't want to overdo it. For anyone who didn't see it, first of all, you're not missing a whole lot. You don't need to go looking for it. I would encourage you to not. But I bought a soundboard with a bunch of meme sounds and just really made a mess of it last night. It's on the Joe Barnard channel. But I don't think I'll stream the Starship flight. There's only so much you can do before it gets old, and sometimes something is magical once, and you don't want to overdo it. So
yeah, that's fair. Totally fair.
Yeah, I'll let you. I won't try to draw viewership away from anybody.
Oh man. So another thing with Block 2 ship is, of course, different catch hardware on there. Have you seen the little nubbins that they've installed on this vehicle for testing purposes?
Yeah, I have. Can you actually? I have a question about that. There are little pins that are supposed to rotate out, right? Or is it just fixed hardware?
Fixed hardware, as far as we know. It looks like it's just fixed on there. Although I do want to note the pins on this ship, Ship 33, are non-structural. They're just there for re-entry testing. So how an actual structural one might differ than the ones that are installed on this, I'm not sure, but yeah, they're fixed.
Yeah, I love that they're flying that. I mean, we're I'm like singing the praises of SpaceX, but it's hard not to. They're just doing the iterative design. I mean, I think it's as they approach trying to catch the ship, I bet the goal is just like fly as much of that live hardware as you can, and whether these are structural or not, they'll get some good data on if it creates a hotspot on reentry or anything like that.
That's kind of where I was going with that. One of the questions, on top of everybody's mind is the ship going to make it through reentry? Another question, at least on my mind, is how do the pins do? I mean, I'm sure that's a big question on SpaceX's mind too. That's why they're doing the test. But Joe, I know nothing about plasma or heating or anything like that. And you deal with solid rocket motors, so I'm going to assume you know more than I do. Like, what do you think? Any thoughts on if those pins will make it through? I mean, they're surrounded in tiles.
I bet the pins do fine. Maybe I'm underestimating how hard the challenge is. I bet the pins do fine. I think a lot more of how hard it is on reentry is the profile they select. So when you're coming back into the atmosphere, you can sort of choose whether you want to do a constant slope or what we saw them do last time, or at least what it looked like is they slow down at the top of the atmosphere, and then they just tilt and drop. But there's a bunch of ways to come back into the atmosphere, and I bet they are changing it most of the time to test reentries from the moon, from higher velocities. If you're coming back from a further away place, you got to scrub off a lot more velocity, and those are going to be much harder reentries. So I have total faith that they can come back from Earth orbit most of the time at this point. I think they've demonstrated things survive pretty well on Starship, which is amazing. But I bet that part of them testing new heat tiles, new insulation methods, the transpiration cooling is them trying to gear up for higher velocity reentries, or just harder reentries. I'm out of words, Jack.
like higher heating regimes. I get it.
Yeah.
One thing I do want to talk about that you just sort of brushed on is the reentry profile that at least appeared to be used last time, where they slow down mostly in the upper atmosphere and then sort of just like drop like a stone. Do you think that could be sort of the profile that they end up using for a ship catch here in Starbase? Because they're going to be overflying land at a late phase in flight, but if you fly a profile where most of the reentry you're way up high, and if something goes wrong, you just keep going up until if they. I don't know. I'm just wondering how a ship is going to come in and how they're going to deal with the problem of flying over land.
I thought about that the other day, and I don't have a good answer for you. Flying over land is really tricky, and if if your ship breaks up, you put a bunch of debris everywhere. If you miss the target, I guess it's not so bad to go into the ocean. We throw rockets into the ocean all the time, whether we mean to or not. Shout out New Glenn, sorry. But sorry. Listen, it's a really, really cool launch. But
I'm just mad I didn't see it. I would really love to have seen whatever was coming in hot. I hope there is too. I hope it comes to light someday. Anyways, please continue. I digress.
Yeah, I have no idea what they'll do when they try to catch the ship. I assume it's happening this year. I kind of assume it's happening on the next flight. Did Elon or SpaceX say anything about when they intend to try a catch?
If not one, then the other, or both. They do want to try for a catch on Flight 8, which is another part of the reason why this flight is so important. It's the first launch of a Block 2 ship, but it's the final launch that will hopefully, with a successful reentry of the ship into the Indian Ocean, enable a ship catch on the next flight.
Yeah.
Oh man, which is going to be just insane. The booster coming back alone is bonkers. Joe, you got to get out here and see it, man. It's nuts.
Yeah, every time they fly, I think to myself, I just got to do it. And then that thing happens that happens to everyone, which is just like, once the date comes, I've got so many things on my calendar already that I'm like, well, I can't do it now. But yeah, I would love to go down for one of these flights. I also remember, I don't know if you felt this way. It's different because you guys are down there all the time, but I thought to myself, well, I'll wait until they've got 5 or 6 flights under their belt because that's when it'll become routine. Except they've hit the mark of their intended launch time basically every flight, which is wild to me. For something this complicated to say we're going to do it at 10 a.m. Or 6 a.m., whatever
on
time we're going to do it. Yeah, on 4:20, and then they hit it. It's really impressive to me. And so I
mean,
had all this concern.
It goes back to what you were saying. Don't bet against SpaceX.
Yeah, I had this concern that like I would fly down there for one of these early third or fourth flights, and then I'd be waiting around for a week and a half while they try to launch it and they keep scrubbing. Except none of that happens. They just seem to get it on the launch pad, do a wet dress rehearsal, and then they're like, all right, we're going Tuesday, and they go Tuesday. Crazy.
It is crazy, especially, not only for a new rocket, but also for such an unprecedented behemoth of a rocket, and also with crazy full flow stage combustion engines that no one has ever done before. Like just ridiculous achievement on top of ridiculous achievement, and hopefully we see another one of those here today.
I got a question for you, sort of related to that. Speaking of full flow stage combustion, one of the top 10 engine cycles. I heard and maybe saw some talk that there is a reused engine on this. Is that true?
Yeah, there's some speculation that it is engine number 314, the Pi Raptor, that has the image of a pie on it. Every now and then, SpaceX will put out a meme Raptor. Like, I believe Tyler, one of our photographers, got a shot of a Raptor on the ship. I think it was 316. It had Stone Cold Steve Austin on it. But yeah, there is a reused Raptor, as far as we know. One reused Raptor on booster 14 from booster 12, and it is probably 314. I think Elon responded to somebody on X. Somebody was saying, like, please make it be 314, and he was like, good observation, or something like that. So it's not, it's not ironclad, but if I was going to bet you $100 right now what Raptor it was, I would guess 314.
Nice. Okay, I'm gonna do one more topic shift, not to commandeer the show here.
Joe, I have no brain, so the fact that you were sort of driving the car right now, I'm just like waving my hand out the window, doing that thing where your hand's in aerofoil. You're like, woo! Like, please, topic shift away.
Am I hogging our shared brain cell?
You might be. Please, what do you got?
So I heard a rumor that they've got. Okay, this is not so much a rumor. I heard that they have some Starlink dummies on this. Is that true?
That's correct. There's 10 of them. We've been calling them dumblinks. You don't have to, but I'm going to continue to do that. But yeah, they are dummy satellites. They are just masked simulators. Originally, we were sort of hoping, like, maybe they'll put a camera on one and get a sick shot of the ship, like, from a third-party perspective or something like that. But having seen them load the dumblinks into the payload bay, they look just like, dumb weights that are in the appropriate shape to be handled by the payload dispenser, the PEZ dispenser, as people call it. Who knows? Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe they stuffed a GoPro somewhere. But yeah, there are 10 Starlinks on it, which is sort of the other marquee item of this launch. It's like we've got booster catch again, hopefully. We've got debut of Block 2 ship, and we've got first legitimate payload deploy. I mean, I don't think the banana really counts.
Banana's great. I forgot about that. Did we figure out what was going on? Chiquita was posting a ton of stuff leading up to this flight for a little bit. Did we figure out what that was?
I have no idea. I wish I did. Who knows? Maybe like T-minus 30, a truck will drive down Highway 4 with like a bunch of people in banana suits in the back or something. Who knows? Yeah. We can only hope.
Well, to back up, I've never hoped that you're wrong more, Jack. I hope that there's a camera on one of those because I'm such a big fan of the third person in space shot, and it's so hard to get right because you're beaming telemetry down. You've got to point it in the right direction. There's all sorts of crazy space dynamics, and these things are going to burn up on reentry. So it's not like we can reuse them or do anything like that. But I really, really hope there's some type of camera to get a third person shot of the ship in space. That's the holy grail of shots.
It really is. That's the exact terminology I was going to use as well. It is absolutely a holy grail type shot. So hopefully we see that someday, if not today. But either way, Flight 7 is going to be beautiful. There's not a cloud in the sky. There's like a little wisp over there. I'm not counting that as a cloud. There's like a little puff over there. It's not in the way. I'm not going to count it as a cloud in the sky. The fact of the matter is, yesterday morning, I was out here at sunrise desperately figuring out if I was going to put cameras out even. Because it was like you were in a cloud. It was just rain, mist, gray. You couldn't even see the top of the rocket, which is challenging for framing when you use the tower as sort of a guide of when the sound will hit the camera, where the rocket needs to be, etc. When you can't see the dang rocket, it's like not even hard mode. You're playing on like deity hardness.
Yeah, you're playing on like imaginary mode.
Yeah, basically. Oh, man.
I follow
But,
I follow you guys and a bunch of other spaceflight photographers, and the people who were down there sounded like they were just miserable. It sounded like it was not fun to set up those cameras. So I'm really glad, whether it was for ship reasons, booster reasons, or honestly just weather reasons.
It was
I'm really
weather.
glad they scrubbed. Yeah.
It was weather per one of their posts on X. So thank goodness that happened. I know basically every single photographer. I mean, we all remember SN11, and if
That's
you're
what I was going to say.
if you're a new viewer, you might not remember SN11. But quick refresher: it was the launch that nobody could see because it was in fog.
And not to be, listen, I wish SpaceX all the success in the world, but anytime a rocket explodes and I don't get to see it, it is a little disappointing. And SN7 exploded so hard on the landing burn startup that it created a ton of shrapnel. And I am sad all of the time that I remember that I could not see that explosion.
Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way. There was a Minuteman launch out of Vandy, I want to say in the last 2-ish years. And I don't know if they were testing something or just something just went awry, but it basically, from what I was told, it popped out of the silo and then started pinwheeling. And range safety did not go off for much longer than it should have taken for range safety to go off, let's say. I always go to Minuteman launches when I can. That's one of the reasons why I love Vandy, because it's spooky. But yeah, to have missed that physically hurt me. Like, probably took a good 6 years off my life.
I heard about that one, and I heard about there was a second stage failure on one of them
There was.
too. This is we're way off topic now, but yeah.
No worries. Let's do some viewer questions. You know, it wouldn't be a NSF Starship stream if we didn't go off the rails just a little bit. John Ulrich is asking, when will BPS make it to orbit? I mean, you're trying for a space shot, which, by the way, following along with that progress is amazing. But space shot's one thing. Orbit shot is like, my God.
Yeah, I don't know if orbit is in the cards for a single person, but if things keep growing, like I've done, the project has had this like steady growth over the last few years of just being able to do more things or get a sponsorship from a company to send a machine out. If things keep growing, maybe we could do. Jack, are you familiar with I think it's the S511? It's a Japanese rocket. It's a sounding rocket. Scott Manley made a great video on it. But
I'm not familiar. I'll have to watch Scott's video. I bet it's amazing.
It's the smallest orbital rocket. It's like 2 feet in diameter. It's almost, I think it's all solid. It's mostly passively stable. And they launch it from Japan. They launch at an angle so that they can pick up speed right from the get-go. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think orbit would be really cool. The problem is, I think equal parts that orbit is just so much more energy. So it's a much larger vehicle.
Right.
I think regulation-wise, it's got to be crazy. Filing the paperwork for what I'm doing is doable by one person. You file a Class 3 waiver. I'm not going to get into all the paperwork here. But and then once you go above 150 kilometers, which you kind of need to for orbit, once you go above 150, you, instead of filing with the FAA, you file with the AST, which is the Office of Commercial Space Transportation. And 10 acronyms later, you're buried in paperwork. So orbit's quite hard. We're going to focus on just getting above the Kármán line first. And then if that works, then I'll have caught the garbage truck. You know that analogy? Like you're the dog who catches the garbage truck.
Yeah.
And now you don't know what
You're
to
like,
do.
now what do I do? Right.
That'll be a nice problem to have, not knowing what to do once we do the space shot.
Well, we all look forward to seeing your progress with the space shot. Again, I've been watching along, like in particular the liner casting. It's almost like hypnotic. Some of those lathe videos.
Yeah, that stuff is really fun. I love that. I love the spin casting.
So as we look forward to Flight 7 today, and we look forward to the future of Starship, what what thing that Starship could potentially enable, are you looking forward to personally? Like, what about Starship gets you the most excited?
Can I? Okay, I'm going to answer this, but it's the most curious. I am so interested in this idea of the point-to-point transport that I think Gwyn has talked about a lot too. I mean, SpaceX talks about it, but the idea is you use a super heavy end ship and you put people on the ship or cargo on the ship,
Yep.
and you can send it anywhere in about 30 minutes. Kind of like, Jack, I know you've seen that silo door that says it's the Papa John's logo and it's your ICBM free in 30 minutes or the next one's on us.
Yep.
But yeah,
Classic.
and that's kind of why I'm curious about it. Is I don't know how that works.
I think it was the Domino's logo. But
you're right. Yeah. I'm
point to
excited
point
for the-
is amazing, and
Yeah,
I
the
think you
point-to-point
just made a
transport.
big friend out of Chris Bergen, who also is a champion of point to point. Sorry, I just kept talking over you. I just wanted you to know
No,
that
dude,
Chris
you're
loves
good.
you now.
I'm so curious about how that's gonna work. Whether whether they use the same super heavy every time, whether it's a floating platform because of how loud it is on landing.
Right.
I kind of am like just wondering about the logistics. I've learned not to doubt SpaceX. Not that they can't be wrong, but that every time I make a public opinion of like they're never gonna do this, I end up looking like a goof in 2 years. So I'm curious about it. That's what I'm most excited about. What about you?
I mean, selfishly, I'm most excited about, like, this is just me personally. I'm most excited about just the cost of launch going through the floor, because I want to go into space. And the only way that that's going to happen is if launch gets, startlingly, amazingly cheap, like airliner cheap, right? So I'm really hoping that Starship can deliver on full and rapid reusability, because that's the only way it's going to happen, right? But whether or not that will come to pass, we'll see. But that's definitely, I think, top of my list, just because, again, I selfishly want to go to space.
Yeah, 100%. I'll add one more on there, which is all of the moon stuff between Artemis and the landers that we sent up earlier this week, and everything going on with the moon. I love the moon, big moon fan, and seeing the HLS stuff come to life will be really, really cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of ridiculous for me to choose like an economic thing when this vehicle is going to be enabling landing humans on the moon. Like, how is that not my immediate first answer? Well, I'm a selfish jerk and I want to go to space is the answer. But also, Artemis is going to be amazing. Even just Starlink. Like, once there is a constellation of thousands of Starlink V3s up there, the world will be a more connected place. Also, I'm sure the DoD will be very happy chappy.
A more connected place.
yeah, right. Oh, good deal.
All right,
let's.
we're at T-minus
Yeah.
3 hours, Jack. What are your predictions for this flight? Do you think anything goes wrong? Do you think there are any surprises? Do they catch the booster? Have they fixed the tower issue?
Oh wow! You want like a full? What do I think is going to go down? I think it's going to be a nominal ascent, lift off right on time at the top of the window. I think the tower and the booster will talk happily. The booster will come back and land effortlessly, seemingly. Keyword there, seemingly. And this ship, that is sort of is my question. Like, will the Starlinks jam, or will they be able to deploy them? How is are they going to be able to again accomplish the in-space relight of the Raptor engine? And of course, how is reentry going to go? I do think they'll make it most of the way through reentry at the very least. I think it's pretty likely they'll make it all the way through, but I'm also that's going to be sort of the nail biter moment for me of this launch is entry of the ship, especially the late phase there.
You have little faith, Jack. I think they're making it all the way through. I think if they rolled this thing out with no tiles, I would still say they're making it through. I've learned not to say no.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's a lesson well learned. I legitimately can't fault you for that.
But I agree. I think the booster gets caught. I think as implausible as that sentence still is, I think it gets caught and it works. I think the Starlinks come out. I think they've tried the payload bay door thing a couple of times, and I have to imagine they've dialed it in a lot more. I know that I think they've had some trouble on it in past flights, right?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah. But I think most of the bugs are ironed out there. I'm hopeful we get more in space views. We've had some great ones before, but I think they've had some type of connectivity issue with the onboard cameras, which I feel so ungrateful for even saying. I mean, we got with no shade thrown at any other rockets. We had a stream last night where there weren't too many onboard views, and I had to remember most rockets are not, super connected to the internet with gigabit speeds.
Yeah, it's crazy that Starship has sort of set that standard.
Yeah.
And it's not even just Starship either. It's also Falcon 9, like having the Falcon 9 have solid video all the way back to the drone ship on the times that they're able to pull that off. I so appreciate SpaceX's attention to sharing the story. I mean, there's a reason why people get so excited for Starship and Falcon 9 and things that SpaceX does in particular, and it's because SpaceX is really good at messaging.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You don't have to know.
Part of that
you
is
have to be. What did you say, Jack? You're self-proclaimed. You're not good at the maths.
I don't do maths good.
I don't do maths good. You can do maths bad and still appreciate a beautiful image of a ship in space.
It's
You
true.
don't need to know
It's
if the numbers
absolutely
mean
true.
orbit or not. You can see it.
Well, hopefully we see this thing lift off in like 2 hours and 56 minutes and 30 seconds or so. But who's counting? Joe, I think that's the point at which we are going to part ways. Thank you so much for jumping on the stream here. It's been a time between New Glenn and this, so thanks for taking the time to join us.
Thanks a ton, Jack. I hope you get the longest, best sleep tonight.
I may or may not. There's so much adrenaline after a launch. It's like I'll probably sleep tomorrow. Well, it's a tomorrow Jack problem. But either way, Joe, you're welcome back anytime. Y'all out there, make sure you follow Joe on the socials and check out his YouTube, subscribe, and like all of his videos. Like your task is to go through his YouTube and click like on every single video, and then type in the comments NSF. I don't know. Don't actually do that. Joe, thanks again.
Do it. That's your homework. Thank you guys for having me.
All right. Well, I am going to hand off back to you guys in the studio, and I'm going to do camera things. So I might pop back, but until then, I'm going to go bye-bye. Enjoy.
That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. It was a great interview. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Joe. And Dos, you look a lot taller.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a growth spurt. Now, hello, everybody. I am EJ. I'm subbing in for Das here while he goes and does Das things off the stream.
Yeah, and we are 2 hours, 54 minutes away from the opening of the window at 4 p.m. Central here at Starbase, Texas. And as you can see behind us, it's very bright. We can see the rocket. Trust me, it's just over our shoulders back there. What have you guys been doing up on the roof?
Well, we've been setting up tracking cameras. We've been setting up regular cameras. We've been setting up a lot of networking equipment, and there's a lot of wires involved.
And that's where we're going to be when they hit that final T0 and that rocket launches. Doss is up there right now setting all of his tracking cameras up, so he's going to have that for you, hopefully, when they launch the rocket later this afternoon. Weather has been iffy over the last couple of, we've been here for like 3 or 4 days.
Yep.
And it's been cold, it's been rainy, it's been overcast. And then that's why the launch was slipping. They check in the weather. We had our own Adam Suker checking the weather. And all of a sudden, the wind started to die down. And they knew today was going to be the day, so they slipped from yesterday where it was raining.
It was raining.
And now the sky is blue. It's a beautiful day for a rocket launch, and we should start seeing in the next couple of hours the tank farm building up and things like that. And we're gonna bring in both Adrian and Alex, and we're gonna answer some of your questions. So be sure to get those in at NASASpaceflight. And I'm gonna go to Adrian right now because we want to thank a bunch of people. While during that interview, we've had a lot of people come in with support. Adrian, I know you've been watching that.
Hello, everybody. welcome to. I'm glad I will join for another Starship flight here. And yes, thanks everybody for sending so much support, and also thanks again for Joe for joining us for this interview. That was amazing. I want to quickly thank some people here, starting with Sarah Connolly with £50 saying loving BTS topic shifts. BPS topic shifts, wonderful indeed. Jawa, very regular of the channel here, with coming in with 20 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for that. Jawa also coming in with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much for that support. Then we have Elizabeth Höppner coming in with a $100 super chat. Thank you for that support as well. As always, we have so many support. We have also so many very, very good questions here that we are talking about. A lot of people are wondering at this point where we are in the countdown, Gene, and what the exact situation is of the ship and if we are still on track. So if you don't mind, I might just throw to the next person here in the room. Alex, where are we in the countdown, and is it still looking good?
Well, I gotta, get my glasses on, of course, because this is getting serious. We're getting into the final 3 hours of the count. And so right now we are waiting for that big spool up of the tank farm. We've been hearing every now and then, you might be hearing that in the background, those vents going off. That tank farm is still spooling up, of course. One of the next big things will be that Pope vent, that vertical vent that looks like when they choose a new pope and everything, and it's like this white fume coming out of that. That's one of the big signs that the pressurization system of the tank farm is spooling up. It's going on. And of course, that transfer line, so you can see there's like this horizontal black line right above the red ticker. That one is the one that is going to be transferring liquid oxygen from the ground tanks all the way out to the subcoolers. And so that one needs to get frosty as that liquid oxygen is transferred from the ground tanks, the storage tanks, out to the subcoolers. Those subcoolers will chill down that liquid oxygen below its boiling point, and then we're going to get into the chill down of the lines that go out to the pad. So it's sort of like a two-step kind of process. First, the tank farm needs to be spooled up and chilled down, and then all of that, all of those transfer lines that go out to the launch tower and the launch mount will have to be chilled down as well. We're going to see that OLM vent, that tower vent. We're going to go through all of that here live, of course, on NSF, and definitely, going to follow up until launch and even beyond that. Like, I cannot wait. 2 hours and 50 minutes to that opening of the window. So far, it's looking like it might still be at the opening of the window. Just about an hour ago, we got that update from SpaceX that they were still targeting that opening of the window. So hopefully everything is on track for that 4 p.m. Central liftoff.
And last time during the coast phase, Adrian, Alex, you and I, the three of us sat and we just oohed and awed. We forgot we were on the stream, and we just was three friends watching a rocket launch. It was the best time. And now we get to bring Adrian, what's your name again? EJ. I'm just kidding. EJ in on the fun. We're going to have a ton of fun today.
Should be fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Gina, this is actually my first time down here.
I know.
So I am getting ready to see some magic here today. Hopefully we see a catch. Hopefully.
Yeah. Let me ask you, because last time was my first time to drive out here at Starbase, and you can come, you can watch it down at Isla Blanca. You can watch it from a couple locations, the Rocket Ranch, the Outpost, also here at the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. But I know the first time you drive out there, talk people through that experience, because I was driving, you were in the front seat, and I just kind of kept my mouth shut. Talk them through that.
Well, I've been, like you, dude, we've been watching NSF for a long time. Before we got to be here, we were tank watchers, right? Mm-hmm. And we've probably explained, I personally over my Twitch stream probably explained how big this stuff is many, many times. We know how tall the stack is. Block 2, with the Block 2 ship, it's even taller. Know how big the tower is. And so I got a good idea of how, big this stuff is. And then we get there and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's,
you're like, look it up. Yeah.
That's a little bigger. Like, I can tell somebody that tower is 52 stories tall, or you can go stand next to it. You go stand next to it, you see it it's right there in your face. I actually didn't have anything to say. It's just the pictures don't do it justice.
You're right.
Just don't do it justice.
It's this big on your screen, but it is enormous. Alex pointed out to me yesterday it was 404 feet from, I think, bottom of the rocket to the nose cone, because they added that 1.8 meters, so it made it even taller, and it's even going to get bigger from here. And when you see it, you just stand there, your mouth agape, little tear coming down, because it's real. You see it on YouTube. It's one thing, but you see it in real life. It is something so different. Adrian, I know we have a bunch more questions that we're talking about things, but we do want to get to those questions. Toss a good one to EJ.
Feed me, Adrian.
Absolutely. I will do that. Before I do that, I will quickly mention, if you have any questions, tag either as an @NASASpaceflight in chat, or if you're on a member Discord, just mention me in party chat and I will pick some questions. Or you can also message me on X and I will also pick some questions from there. Just pointing that out. Wherever you have questions, just send them my way. I will have to bring this in here because this is a question a lot of people asking here, EJ. Will they go for a catch today? What's your feeling? What's your vibe today?
What say you?
If you guys asked me this question 24 hours ago, I would have said you're out of your mind. You're out of your mind. No way. There's no way. But the weather has kind of subsided. You know, I don't want to jinx anything just yet. And I'm not saying the S word, but we do have clear skies. The blue skies rolled in about an hour and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
Cloud fronts moving to the south, as we learned from Adam, and I think they'll go for it, Adrian. I think they'll go for it. You know, and hopefully we have a good interface between that tower and that booster and see some action today. It should be good.
And since we're talking about the weather, we do have some overlays and we've got, some motion graphics and the one and only Ryan Caton. Ryan, are you ready to tell us all about the weather today?
From 12 hours ago, but as you can see, our good old friend Florida still covered in clouds from New Glenn, but we're not worried about Florida right now. We're worried about Brownsville, which is all the way down here at the southern tip of Texas, and you can see there's lots of clouds in the Gulf of Mexico. There's some wispy clouds in the north of Texas here, but there's this nice clean band running from Louisiana all the way down the Gulf Coast of Texas, and look at that, there's clear skies over Brownsville right now. You can see some little wispy clouds moving into the Gulf of Mexico here over the last couple of hours. This is like the last couple of hours time-lapsed up to the present moment, the most recent image. So we're at the most recent image now, and you can see it's getting clearer and clearer and clearer here in Brownsville. So fingers crossed that sticks around for the launch, because I'm not seeing anything just off the bat here coming in now. But this bit of cloud here might be a little bit nervous, but it seems to be staying south of the border for now. So fingers crossed it stays clear in Brownsville.
Thank you, Ryan. And it looks good. We're right down at the tip in Texas, and there's no clouds. And that's why it's so bright behind us, and we can see a nice clear rocket, as you can see on your screen down there. Ryan Caton, thank you so much. He's going to be popping in with weather and flights and boats and all kinds of fun stuff. So we'll talk to you a little bit later, Ryan. One of the things Adrian mentioned was the memberships when he's thanking people, and we say things like, HadRad and Red Team and things like that. The memberships really do help out NSF, and there's some amazing exclusive behind the scenes things you can get when you become a member of NSF. And I want to actually bring Adrian back in and ask him about those exclusive things for our Capcom members and Launch Director members. What are some of the things that we can get when we join NSF and become a member, Adrian?
Well, one of the main things is, of course, the Access 3 membership Discord, which is an amazing place to discuss spaceflight. And also, I think, I have it open actually here, there's some behind-the-scenes production, multi-view going on for all members, if you're an NSF member, if you want to get all the camera angles and also some behind-the-scenes angles. That's probably your way to go. Also, that is also available in the Discord to my launch here. So, if you like that, that's one of the very cool perks here. What we're also heading here is
who's that?
Questions. Questions about who?
We
have some. Oh, there. Sorry, I was not even looking, but yeah, that's some behind the scenes. We see there I think the build up of the camera is just like a floor above you.
Yeah, two floors up. That's Doss and Jason. They've set up everything, and you carried most of it up there. I did not. They're setting up the tracking cameras. They're setting up all of the stuff, even the behind the scenes. And if they can hear us, they'll probably turn around and wave. There it is. The wave at the camera is that they heard us talking about the It's a really cool view because in the distance, if you squint, you can imagine a rocket right there. And it's a fantastic view. So stay tuned. We're going to bring you that at launch from the rooftops up there. Now, there's a lot of things you can do as well, just to say thanks to, like hit the thumbs up, and it's absolutely free. And all of that stuff helps us. And one of the other things is check out all of our social medias. We're on TikTok, we're on Facebook, we're on Instagram, we're on X, we're on obviously YouTube. There's so many ways to interact and be part of the community, because that's really what it's about. It's a community of rocket nerds that love rockets, and that's my favorite shot right there. Ship 33 ready to go with 2 hours 43 minutes. Adrian.
I have a great question here, because we are on the day of New Glenn and Starship, right? It's the both of them flying potentially today. And one great question we have here is, which do you think launches first? Blue Moon MK1 or Starship HLS uncrewed demo? I will give a quick insight that both of these missions are right now planned for this year.
Who's that to? Me? You?
Go.
I can have a try at that if you want to.
Alex, I think I'll take this one. If you have anything to add,
Go,
I'll say
go.
it right to you.
Because I want your insight.
All right. What do I think is going to happen first? Okay. I mean, maybe I'm a little biased because I'm standing, a little ways away from it, but I think Starship HLS is going to go. I think that because SpaceX's program is a hardware-rich program, not to say that Blue's isn't. If Blue wants to show us, I'm in. I would love to see it. That'd be amazing. Please let us see what you're building. It would be awesome. But we can clearly see from all these cameras that SpaceX is cranking out rocket after rocket after rocket after rocket engine. That's in space programs, that's called a hardware-rich program. When you have a hardware-rich program, you can iterate and you can produce faster. So I think that we're probably likely to see that one before we see the SLD lander. But Alex, what do you think?
I think we're going to see the Blue Moon Mark 1 first. And the reason for that is because they don't need refueling. So for Starship HLS, for the Human Landing System and crew demonstration, they do need that refueling. And while I do believe they're going to be doing the propellant transfer demonstration this year, I think they have a bit of more maturing before they can actually go and say, let's put 15 tankers up there and refuel the Starship demonstration, that demonstration Human Landing System vehicle. And whereas the Blue Moon Mark 1, I think it's going to be down to the manufacturing of that vehicle. Of course, we know that at least they already started last year with that manufacturing. They even did a structural test article, or like a mock-up kind of thing, even earlier in 2023. So they have been already busy with that, and it's down to that manufacturing. They can launch it on just one single launch of New Glenn because it's a smaller version of their full-on lander later down the line. I do think, though, that, of course, Starship HLS in the future will be landing first than the final result of the Blue Moon lander, the one with crew on board and everything, because even Blue Origin is targeted 2029 for that that crew demonstration for to carry that Blue Moon with humans on board. And yeah, it's definitely gonna be that way. I'm thinking, yeah.
I mean, Alex, that's a very interesting way to look at it. I kind of agree with you there. I mean, they might be able to have it first, but I mean, I don't mean to be very candid here, but they need more launch vehicles to do that. We did see the second one, but we did see the second New Glenn on the cast last night, which Jack did an amazing job. Great job. But I mean, how many boosters are in the pipe here at Starbase? Now, once again, Blue isn't showing their whole hand, so you might be right. Who knows?
Yeah, what you're looking at right now on the screen is the Cameron County Sheriff with the lights on at the second roadblock. This is a hard roadblock. It's farther away. It's about 4 miles, just under 4 miles away from the launch site. And you see there's the graphic. You've got the launch pad on the right, and then you have a standard closure point, which is what in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, you see a Cameron County Sheriff there, some of the cones for the construction. And then that middle X is in the middle of the screen in the center, and that is the hard point. Then you have a roadblock way back in Brownsville. That means only SpaceX employees or Boca Chica Village. But because they're going to be loading this thing with methane and the other propellant, liquid oxygen, then they have to have a pretty good exclusion zone, and they keep people out of there. Adrian, any more questions? I'm really some of the chat questions look really, really fun.
Oh, I have plenty. With the fact that I have just opened basically my Discord to just send me questions anywhere they want, I can tell you, maybe I regret that in a bit, but we will see. One question here from Yannick I really like is, what do you think about reusing B14 if it's successfully caught? So, of course, we have seen what they did with B12, with just so far taking one engine, and B12 is still around. So I'm starting here. Let's start here with EJ and then go to Gene, and then we can see what is to add there. What do you think? If they caught Booster 14, will it be the last flight, or will there be more and more?
Call me a little bit decisive in this one, Adrian, but I don't think we're going to see many Block 1 Super Heavies get reused. Now, I would be more than happy to be proven wrong by SpaceX, and I probably will be, but I don't think we're going to see those things reused. The hardware on board, maybe. Absolutely. I mean, we've already seen SpaceX has already said that they potentially reuse some engines. Now, which ones we're not exactly sure. I mean, I'm kind of hoping it's the Pi engine. That would be cool. But I think parts and small components would be the first stuff to test for reuse for introduction for a Block 2 booster that we'll eventually see hopefully on Pad B a little bit later in the year.
I am going to paraphrase Ryan Weber from this morning's Stakeout, who said, if they want to keep the cadence up, they're going to have to start reusing boosters, whether it's 14, 15, they're just going to have to. They're not really going to have a choice. If they catch it, they're going to have to refurbish it. Their goal is to 25 launches of Starship this year. Mm-hmm. We're halfway through January. And I think what Ryan said this morning on the Stakeout, and if you were watching, you heard him, he was like, they have to start reusing these boosters. While they're building a Block 2 booster, they're going to have to reuse Block 1s. Alex? Perfect time. He's taking a drink of tea, so I'll ask him what he thinks.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I do think we're gonna have to see some of that reuse going on, right? As you have mentioned, it is true that right now we have only seen a few Block 1 boosters. They need to get that going for Block 2 as well, and so we probably will see some of those reuses. Also, because Block 1, so maybe with Block 2 this will change, but at least with Block 1s, those boosters take a while to be built, and also because it's not just the stacking, putting together all the barrel sections and whatnot. You have all of the raceways and attaching all of the fiddle bits at the bottom of the rocket, right? Because you have all of those manifolds. There are 33 engines, right? So you need to put all of that pipe work and everything for that as well on the engine section. It takes a while to get ready one of these boosters. I'm definitely sure that's going to be a lot simplified for Block 2, but in the meantime, they're still building Block 1 boosters. So it takes a while to get them ready. And so while they'll building these later boosters and everything, if they can reuse these earlier ones, that lets them, fly more often. And I think we're going to probably see maybe later in the year as well with the ship, not just the catch in maybe Flight 8, but maybe later down the line, we may even see a reuse of the ship. Because remember, the whole deal why Falcon 9 can fly so often, it's because of that booster and those fairings being reused. Otherwise, if you need to make a booster from scratch every single time you fly, there's no way you're going to be launching at a high cadence. And they want 25 flights in 2025. So 25 in 25, that's a lot of launches. Whether they actually get to that, it's probably not going to be 25, but I bet there's going to be a lot of launches nonetheless.
I just want to clarify something here. I want to be absolutely sure. Is Ryan Weber being the optimistic one here, and I'm actually being the pessimistic one here?
I'm running off.
What is going on here? Wait a minute.
Yeah. This must have been like some weird dimension we stepped in. Like we just flipped something. Yeah.
I'm the eternal optimist, and I believe if anybody can do it, SpaceX can do it. So we'll see. But Ryan was absolutely right this morning, and he shocked us all of us when he said that. We're like, that makes a lot of sense, Ryan Weber. Adrian, give me one more question. Not me specifically. Not me. Nonetheless, of the three people.
No, you can send it over here, man. I'll take care of it.
Send it to EJ.
Okay, absolutely. I mean, I just like this question because it's a bit of also personal for all of us. What is your favorite part of a Starship launch campaign? Like, what's your favorite moment of such a launch campaign? What's your highlight?
I mean, the catch is the low hanging fruit, Adrian. Right? Like that's the low hanging fruit. But I'll tell
It's
you,
not that low hanging.
right?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the catch. But I mean, let me report back to you after I see it in person. And speaking of that, I've been down here the whole week. I don't have a return trip home because we weren't sure when this thing was going to go. We don't even sure if it's going to go today. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, right? So I won't say any S words or anything. But being down here and working with like Jack and everything, and all the rest of the NSF crew was actually one of my favorite parts. I mean, it's something you're personally involved in instead of just sitting there watching it, right? Helping to set up the cameras, and when you're setting up a camera, you're tightening down a mount, you just see Starship just hanging out over there, and you're just like, oh, that thing. Oh yeah, that the most powerful rocket ever made and the tallest rocket ever stacked. Oh, okay. That's just kind of have these surreal moments during our kind of quote unquote NSF launch campaign here, and you see just the booster hanging and the ship hanging out back there, and that those are the parts I've genuinely enjoyed the most.
Yeah, mine is right after launch. You see the 33 Raptor engines going up, and to me, it just becomes a star in the daytime. I can't even imagine what it looks like at night, but all of the boosters, this bright spot that goes up in the sky, and then you get stage separation. I think that moment right before stage separation, then of course the flip and the boost back burn. If I had to answer that question, that'd be my favorite moment. Rocket launches are cool, but stage separations and adding a star to the sky, I don't think anything could beat that. Alex?
I think in my case, apart from the catch, because it's probably what everybody's favorite part of the Starship launch is, I guess it's not technically the launch, right? It's the return. We need to, this is funny because I don't know if you have noticed, for Falcon, they call it the launch director, but for Starship, they call it the flight director, right? And I've always say that it's probably because it's launch and landing. So instead of, being the launch and landing director, you just say flight director. But anyways, quite quick side note there. I'd say that the Starship belly flop and landing, that's so cool, right? Like it's a new way of landing a vehicle from orbit. It's a wild way as well. Like we have not seen any other vehicle doing such a flip and landing burn and everything, and it's so cool that it worked. I mean, at least once suborbitally, with the SM-15 hop and everything, and then 3 times coming from space. That is so cool, and I just cannot wait until that's commonplace and we see that not just here on Earth but also on Mars. Like we're gonna get there, right? It's gonna happen one way or another. Maybe it's not even this version of Starship. It's probably gonna be like version 4.5 or something like that. I don't know, but I think that will not get old, and it's my favorite part of the flight.
Yeah, Adrian, real quick, what's your favorite part? Then give us a progress update.
The day after. I think because we are always very involved. Everything is happening at the same time. You never have a moment to recap all the amazing pictures everybody takes and all the amazing recordings we have. And I think the day after, when you really have time to sit down and watch the launch again, watch it again, watch all of these pictures. I don't know. I love that moment. In a weird way, that it's the day after.
Nice. I would agree with you. There's some cameras that we can show live, but there's also cameras we have to dig out of the sand and get their memory cards out, and then we get amazing shots from where they were. You have a progress update for us, right?
I think Alex has.
Oh, Alex.
Yeah, I do. So we have that Pope vent now running, and also if you take a look at the line, the one that I talked about that was right above the ticker, the horizontal pipe there, it's getting frosty, which means cold things are already flowing through. It still needs to get progressively more cold and whatnot, but you can start seeing those joints in between the sections. Those flanges are getting white. That it's from the frost. It's getting cold. There's cold fluid, cryogenic fluid flowing through that. That is liquid oxygen that is going through from the ground tanks, the storage tanks, out to the subcoolers. So we are already well into that spool up of the tank farm. And there you can see on the right hand side, right underneath where the rocket is, you can see some of those systems. That's where the Pope vent is. Right next to it is also the methane subcoolers. To the left hand side of the right hand side view, that is the liquid oxygen subcoolers. That line that you see on the left-hand side view is going all the way from the ground tanks to the right-hand side of the right-hand view. I'm going through different views, but you know what I mean, right? It's going all the way out to the left of that to the ground tanks, to the subcoolers. In those subcoolers, there's going to be a lot of liquid nitrogen being loaded as well. So we're going to see a lot of activity as well from the liquid nitrogen tanks, the ground tanks. That liquid nitrogen is used to subcool those propellants. So both methane and oxygen are not loaded at their boiling point, which is very cold. They are even colder when they are loaded onto Starship. However, that load will not be for a while. We'll still are a bit away from that, but we're getting there.
Yeah, that's a good sign. And when it really cranks up, that's when you know things are starting to move. And that is a really good sign. Both Adrian and I fist bumped when we saw the boat vent take off. It's really good. I noticed that we're in the same shirts.
Oh yeah.
Did you get a memo? I didn't get a memo.
I got the memo.
You got a memo? I didn't get it. I just chose this one naturally.
Get that memo?
Where'd you get yours?
Got mine at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
That's weird. I got mine at shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Right.
Guys, we're playing with the merch. Go out to shop.nasaspaceflight.com. You can pre-order your Flight 7 patches. You'll find some shirts on there eventually that look something like this, right, Adrian? And a lot of great stuff. We have a lot of fun with it. You look good.
I see someone in chat asking about a sticker of the soon-to-be new NASA administrator. I'm actually, you cannot see right now because we're not on screen, but I'm actually wearing one of the Christmas sweaters that has the Jared Isaacman, peeking out of the Crew Dragon. So yeah, you could probably, I don't know if it's still in the shop, but Adrian, work on that.
I want to quickly confirm that we have no stickers planned of real people and their faces in the store. I just want to quickly get that out. We'll not put people's faces on stickers.
Yeah. Let's see. That's a great shot. I like that. You're going to get so many great camera angles today of this rocket and potentially its launch, but we're going to see it get frosty. Alex, when they start moving the propellant, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit, 2 minutes, 26 minutes to their opening of the window. This shot is from Outpost. And by the way, you can go out there and check it out. I think Jack's out there. You can go and watch with a bunch of people that want to watch rockets launch. And it's just a fun time out there at Outpost at the Rocket Ranch. It's a lot of fun. But I wanted to talk about, this thing's going to start getting white. We're going to start to see frost at the bottom there of the booster. And how much propellant do they actually put in the full stack, Alex?
So the booster can hold about 3,600 tons of propellant. And the ship now, with the new Block 2, it can hold 1,500 tons. So in total, that is 5,100 tons of propellant, or about 11.2 million pounds of propellant for those that use the Imperial units. And so that is a lot of mass of propellant being loaded onto both vehicles. It is a lot. And of course, the mind-blowing thing here is that they load all of that in pretty much 45 minutes, right? Like, wow. All of those are loaded in 45 minutes, which is just 10 minutes longer than the time it takes for them to load a Falcon 9. And the amount of propellant, that tonnage, right, that they load on Starship and Super Heavy, that is 10 times more than on Falcon 9. And yet it only takes 10 minutes more than on Falcon 9. It's crazy. That tank farm, I always say this, but even 10% of this tank farm will be a big tank farm, even for, like Falcon 9 kind of size rocket. This is a huge tank farm, lots of pumps, lots of subcoolers. In fact, we recently, like last month, we had a flyover of KSC of the Kennedy Space Center, and we took a shot of one of the subcoolers for Falcon 9's liquid oxygen tank farm, and there's only one. Here they have 8, just in comparison. So, because on Falcon 9 they also subcool the liquid oxygen, so they use a very similar piece of hardware, but they only have 1. Here for Starship they have 8 of those, and so yeah, that can give you an idea of how much more of the size of not just the rocket but also the ground systems compared to the most launch rocket currently, which is the Falcon 9.
Yeah. And the shot on your screen right now is taken from what's called the Danger Lot. It's kind of a hallowed spot at Starbase. But EJ, I wanted to talk to you. A lot of people are used to seeing like solid rocket boosters at the bottom of these big rockets. And, you know, on your screen, you can kind of see some things at the bottom. What are those?
All those, well, I can assure you those things down at the bottom of the rock, you're talking about the white tanks, right?
The tanks at the bottom of the rocket, they're kind of attached to the bottom.
The
What are those?
chines.
Yeah, what do those do?
Okay, well, those aren't solid rocket boosters. Those are called chines. At least that's the running name that we've heard from SpaceX. The chines are basically holding in composite overwrap pressure vessels, or COPVs for short. These COPVs are used for a couple of different things. The first and foremost, the big use of them is that they're holding gaseous cryogenic nitrogen, right? And that nitrogen is used for engine restart, for restarting Raptor engines that need to be relit throughout Super Heavy's flight regime. There are other COPVs in there that are carrying CO2, and that CO2 is used for the fire suppression system for when the booster gets caught. If you guys cast your mind back, if you did see the Flight 5 catch with us, when that thing came down, it was smoking. There was smoke and fire coming out of all angles. And, you know, we know that we want the flaming end down, even during landing. That's when you want it there. So those, the other COPVs are there to basically provide CO2 to snuff out any fires, any residual fire that you might get in the system when the booster lands. And they're inside of aerodynamic covers because as much as we want it to be Starhopper, you can't just bolt stuff to the side of an orbital class booster, especially the biggest one ever made.
Yeah.
Right, and hope that it's going to be fine. It needs some aerodynamic cover.
And they also give it, they when it's coming down at an angle, it kind of gives it that cross range a little bit. It doesn't generate lift, but it helps them from falling slower. I mean, it makes them fall slower. They know where that rocket's going. And it does give it a little bit more mass or, if you will, space against the air.
Yeah, it's what it's going to do is it's going to provide a little bit of residual body lift.
Yeah,
right. There's not
That's
wings.
what I said.
Yeah, exactly. He was right. They're gonna add a little bit more body lift here, and that does give it a little more cross range capability. Like you said, it pushes it a little bit further down. It can squeeze a little bit of extra performance, but it's always added mass. They are stainless steel covers, but everything in engineering is a trade off. But in this case, they're trading that. They're trading the aerodynamic drag there for a little bit more mass, and a little bit more mass, you need a little bit more thrust. But I don't think thrust is at a premium with this booster.
They don't need any help in the thrust department.
I really think they got that on lockdown.
So the clouds aren't the only thing in the air, and the rocket won't be the only thing in the air when they go up. We have aircraft in the air. We're going to go over to Ryan Caton, who's going to give us an update on the aircraft. It looks like that's Australia behind you, Ryan.
Yeah, you might be, and the boys and girls at home might also be wondering, Ryan, why on earth have you brought up a map of Australia? That's on the exact opposite side of the world to Starbase. But don't click away. I have a very good reason. If we cast our minds back to, I think it was December, we found a letter from NASA to the FAA asking if they could fly a Gulfstream 5 with its lights turned off at night for the purposes of imaging the re-entry of Starship's 7th flight. Well, I'm happy to report, if we look right here, this little pink plane here, that is a Gulfstream 5, call sign NASA 5. It took off from Perth in Australia a few minutes ago. It's currently climbing up to its cruising altitude, and we believe it's going to be going this way, because if you imagine in your head, the re-entry path from Starship is going to be coming from South Africa, Madagascar, all the way over here on the other side of the Indian Ocean. It's then going to be curving up this way and ending up somewhere here-ish, northwest of Australia, and this plane is going to be going up to meet Starship and image it during re-entry in the darker conditions there. And if they keep their word with their letter to the FAA, they're going to have their lights off. This is going to be completely dark, pitch black in the nighttime conditions. So maybe if they've got some live streaming technology, we'll see some of that stuff. That's unconfirmed. I don't know. I would just love to see it. But fingers crossed we do get something from that plane, because this is going to be very cool to see. I believe this will be the first time we've seen a Starship re-entry from a third-person perspective.
Absolutely agree. NASA, when you're done, just send it over. I would love to see that. We all want to see that footage from that plane. Adrian, I want to jump to you. I want to say thank you to some folks. Let's thank these generous members.
Absolutely. It's going absolutely crazy here. So we do our best to thank as many people as we can here. Starting with a $20 super chat from Daniel B, our very own Daniel B, saying, "Love working with the NSF team, even Jack at times." Joff here with a super chat saying, "You are awesome." No, you are awesome. We have Dougie here coming with just a thank you, NSF. Thank you so much for watching. Supreme Duck with a super chat saying, "Do you think steel is coming back, as in the outer layer being steel?" Oh, let's actually take that moment to answer this question. So they are testing some experimental tileways here, EJ, in contrast to the TPS. So what exactly is this "do you think steel is coming back" question referring to, and what's your opinion on it?
Well, as far as I can tell, Adrian, they're using those tiles for testing thermal loads on different parts of the vehicle. Now, as whether they're going to be a long-term solution, I'm not 100% sure. But SpaceX also has said in their updates that they're looking to use some type of transpiration cooling as well. I'm not sure if the metallic tiles have anything to do with that. But, if I was going to put a metallic tile next to the tiles that they're using, which are unifibrous tiles, I don't know. It really depends on where the ship, where it is on the ship. I mean, if you cast your mind back to the space shuttle, there it is.
There it is.
There it is. Cast your mind back to the space shuttle. Space shuttle has 4 different types of thermal protection systems on it. You have light tiles, you have darker tiles, you have Nomex fire blankets, and I think there's just straight painted portions. I'm blanking on the 4th one. I know that all the shuttle people have just revoked my shuttle card. I'm sorry about that. But the point is that you have different types of thermal protection system for different areas on the ship. We've even seen this with different versions of Starship. We've seen them glue tiles in certain spots and then use a press-on adhesive, like a mechanical adhesion mechanism as opposed to a glue mechanism. So, maybe the metallic tiles are for certain hot areas. Maybe they're going to coat the whole thing in metal tiles. I'm not sure. Whether they're going to come back, it really depends on where it is on the ship.
What about the ones they've removed? Are we going to have potential cameras in there showing hot spots and burn through, et cetera, et cetera? You think that?
Yeah, it's possible, and I think it's all part of the testing regime that they want to put this ship through. This is a first Block 2 ship. They want to put this thing through the ringer. So I think this is all. I mean, obviously, it's all induced. Whether it makes it, I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be hard to say. I mean, we did see. You cast your mind back to Ship 29. We saw that thing take a beating during landing, and it absolutely tanked it.
Yeah.
Quite actually, it tanked it. Holes in the wings, parts flying off. The thing just still landed in a precise location. It was a little bit of ways away from their targeted landing area because part of the wing came off, but still was able to do a relatively precise landing in the landing zone, in the targeted landing zone. It's pretty impressive. I think it'll come back. Now, we'll see. Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, I think, the fact that they are testing kind of means SpaceX doesn't know yet, right? Because if they had a for sure certain answer on what is the best solution for everything, why would they test? That's not what SpaceX would do. So, there's a non-zero chance that in 12 months from now we see a Starship that has significantly less or even no black TPS anymore, and they found a different solution. I wouldn't count that out. Absolutely possible. I'm very excited for potentially transpirational or like active cooling coming back. I think that's a very, very neat technology. Absolutely game for whatever they test.
Yeah. And as we watch the Pope vent on the screen get colder and colder, you saw that earlier. We had a super generous super chat from Space Pope who says, and I want to read this for you. Thank you for that. That is a massive super chat. Bless this test and bless you. Be curious, be kind, and space be with you. In the name of the Flame Trench.
Uh-oh.
There you go. The Pope vent and the Holy Space Ghost. Love it. Thank you so much, Space Pope, for that massively generous super chat. That is awesome. Is that not like you can see all the like pipes and stuff starting to cool down?
Yeah.
And this is what Alex was talking about. I was just about to come to you, Alex. This is what you were talking about with it cooling down and chilling the pipes. And why do they have to do that?
Yeah, so just real quick, this that we are watching here, those pipes going horizontally and everything, that's the subcoolers, those liquid oxygen subcoolers that I just mentioned. 8 of them are there, and this is just part of the whole process, right? We're seeing that venting because they are coming alive. One of the things that they do is they load these. So the way that they subcool this, it's they load liquid nitrogen that they through vaporizers and whatnot, they cool it down, and they sort of fill it up. Those subcoolers are like tanks that are filled up with liquid nitrogen, but then inside there's this looping these loops where you flow that liquid oxygen through. And so, or in the case of the liquid methane, because it's on the other side, then you also have the liquid methane as well looping through, and it's sort of like a heat exchanger kind of thing. And so the liquid oxygen gets colder because the liquid nitrogen is cold when it's loaded onto the subcoolers, and in turns that heats up the liquid nitrogen, right? It exchanges heat there, and what that means is that the nitrogen boils off, and that's why we see that venting from those subcoolers. That's why we see that condensation coming off, and there's gonna be a lot more. Just be aware, there's gonna be a ton more of that as we go through. At the end of the countdown, right before engine ignition, what you will likely see is this sort of mist fog very close to the ground that forms, and it's always amazing to see that. If you see any shots of these launches, especially when they were in the morning where it's more humid and everything, it was gorgeous. And when that booster returns, watch out for that sonic boom completely blasting away some of that fog, that low level clouds that form out of that. You can see there that venting already starting and sort of forming in very, very close to the ground as well. But that's just the start. As I was saying, look out for that as we go through the countdown. It's going to get even more cool. No pun intended.
And this is a good indication on your screen of where the wind is blowing, and it's blowing southeasterly, so that's going out toward the Gulf of Mexico, and that area there just gets full of that vapor as we get more chilled and we start to fill the booster, and then we start to fill the ship, and that whole area just turns into, and you can see from previous launch footage, it just gets really, really full. Adrian, I'm going to come back to you real quick. You guys have been so amazing out there, and so many people are coming in, and we're trying to get through all your questions. We're not going to. I mean, many great questions. And we're going to say thank you to literally everybody who's watching right now, but keep the questions coming in. And if you're just joining us and you were like, what's this YouTube thing and this rocket thing? Welcome to NSF. I'm Gene. This is EJ. You're going to hear lots of different voices. You're going to hear Adrian and Alex and Doss up on the roof. Lots of people in the background. We've got Ryan Caton on board this morning. If it's morning for you, it's still morning it's just afternoon for us here at Starbase, Texas. And we're rocket nerds. So welcome aboard. You're looking at the screen. You're looking at ship 33 standing on top, booster 14 at Starbase, Texas, which is just outside of Brownsville, Texas, where SpaceX does all their research and development testing for the Starship program. This is where they launch as of right now. But going forward, they're going to be launching hopefully from multiple locations, and we're coming up on 2 hours, just about 10 minutes. Adrian?
Yes.
Again, we talk about all the great questions. Let's keep going through some of the member questions.
Absolutely. I have one more question here that I think we should totally address at this point. We have talked a bit about more inside questions, but one question we also got here is, does this ship have any payload of some sort, EJ? Is there a payload today?
I mean, yeah, there's a payload. Is it a banana? I mean, maybe. Might be. We don't know that for sure. But what we do know is that we have what seems to be Starlink V3 satellites, but they look just to be kind of a mass simulator or an analog of those satellites. There's 10 of them on board, and SpaceX is actually going to deploy these things. They're going to deploy it, testing their payload bay door and payload deployment mechanism, hopefully. If we get, if they get that far, I don't think we'll be able to see that here from South Padre, but you guys will be able to see it. If they get that far, they're going to deploy those satellites and kind of test their whole payload deployment and dispenser system. Now, I know what people are saying. Well, if they're duds, why are they deploying them? Isn't that going to go? No, isn't that going to create space junk? Starship never gets to full orbit on this flight. I mean, hopefully we see a Starship get to orbit in the future. I believe that probably, depending on how good this flight is going to be very soon. But these satellites are deployed on what's called a suborbital burn up with the vehicle.
There we go. And another question I really think is very good here, and I'm asking this to Alex here. How does Starship hold the pressure in the tanks during the flight?
That is a great question. So, the Starship vehicle, both main tanks have valves on them. They can just close them. It's like some kind of openings, right? That they can close and open at will. And they have these pressure systems pneumatic systems that control those. And so what you do is, if you want to increase the pressure, you just close the valves, right? You don't let that boil off escape, and that raises the pressure on the tank. If you want to release the pressure, you open the vents. Now, one of the neat things that they have on Starship is that the vents work both as a vent of the tank and also as a thruster. So since they need to constantly keep up the tank pressures and everything, because that's one of the things that you usually have to do with rockets, right? Because there's constant boil off and whatnot. You have to vent every now and then. Therefore, that means you can use that to also move around your vehicle. And so the booster, for example, has these sort of big thrusters, the cowbell vents that we call them, because they have this sort of cowbell shape, right? It also has a few thrusters as well on the methane tank. The ship also has multiple thrusters, and they are all vents. Essentially, you're just opening a valve, letting that pressure be released. Because again, that's part of the whole process when you're flying in one of these rockets, that you have to vent every now and then. We see that with Falcon 9. We saw that yesterday or I guess this morning with New Glenn as well. Every single time you launch one of these rockets that has these cryogenic propellants, those are boiling off. You need to constantly keep up that pressure. And so if you want the pressure to rise, you close the vents. If you want that pressure to be released, you open the vents. Doesn't need to be all of the vents at once. You can maybe just open one, and that pushes you in one direction. You open two, and that maybe gets you a roll or something like that, right? Like, that's a very neat thing that they have done on Starship, avoiding having to have a separate system for that attitude control. Although, if I'm gonna be honest, probably that will change for the long duration kind of versions of the ship, because I don't think you can really deal with that for a long period of time. But for short missions to low Earth orbit, that's probably a neat thing to have.
That's awesome. Great question, by the way. You sent that in. We keep sending the questions in because Alex will answer all of them in excruciating detail.
I'm here for it, Gene.
Me too. Me too.
As we get closer to the T0, I'll probably make my words a bit shorter, because of course things are gonna get more active and whatnot. But I'll try to always be thorough with my answers.
Absolutely, be thorough and don't shorten them by one word. We love it, and the community loves it. And you have a reputation for making long answers. That's perfectly fine. This morning during the stakeout, the chat was going on like, that's a great conversation. I don't remember what we were talking about. I think it was paint. We were talking about thermal paint or something. We were like, that's a great nerd conversation. We had a great time with it. 2 hours, just 6 minutes from the opening of the window. Now let's talk about that window. Normally, SpaceX targets right at the beginning of the window. They have a certain launch window for various reasons. Sometimes it's 3 hours, sometimes it's 1 hour, sometimes it's instantaneous. Today at 1600 or 4 p.m. here local time in Starbase, Texas, is when they're going to target that. We have 2 hours before that. Now, they could move into that window for one reason or the other. We don't know why. They don't talk to us. They do their own work. But we have timelines, and we kind of know when things are supposed to happen. And that's why EJ is here, and that's why Adrian is here, that's why Alex is here, to kind of keep everything and inform us of when things happen and why they happen, and be honest, how they happen. And all of that is made possible by the shirts we're wearing and the stickers on the front of my computer and your pre-order of the Flight 7 patch. Everything you see today, brought to you by NSF, and all of the great coverage that you do is really supported by you guys. Some people are like, "Oh, you guys do that too much." And to be honest, I don't know if we do or if we don't. The fact of the matter is, I love the merch, and it helps us bring you the coverage that we do. I mean, none of this stuff is free. All of the equipment that you see around is somebody's got to pay for it. We put a lot of our own money and time in, don't we, EJ?
Yep.
Because this is what we love to do, and we love it when you help us out. Look at that beautiful patch on the screen. You can pre-order that now at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. man, we got some awesome shirts.
Mhm.
There's a ton of stuff out there. Go and check it out. Makes great gifts, and it's a lot of fun to show your space nerd. Let your space love fly in the community. Yeah, who looks better? There you go, chat. My computer's go ahead, H-Man.
Since we talked about the window before, may I chime in with a question about Windows, EJ?
Yep.
So Doug is wondering actually Ricardo is wondering, what defines a launch window? Why sometimes the launch window for rockets is 30 minutes? Why is it today an hour? What makes a window a window?
Oh boy. All right. It's a $1 million question, Adrian, isn't it? So that can either be a very short answer or a very long answer. I'll give you the short answer first. Okay. The short answer is orbital mechanics. Stuff needs to be where you need it to go. In space, you don't launch necessarily when something is near you. You launch when you try to launch it so it's in a position that it's going to get near something when it's the closest position. Like, for instance, let's say we're going to Mars. Mars has to be in what's called the transfer window. The transfer window is an opportune time where it costs the least amount of velocity change to get from Earth to Mars. So this would be a transmartian injection burn. Right? You don't necessarily launch when Earth and Mars are closest to each other, right? You launch so the vehicle gets to Mars when Earth and Mars are going to be closest to each other, and vice versa for when you're trying to come home. Now, that doesn't just happen in the day because we want it to happen in the day. Sometimes that happens at night. Another good example, in the case of a Martian transfer window, that comes every 26 months. In the case of bringing it kind of back more down to Earth here, or low Earth orbit, I should say, if we're going to the ISS, for instance, the ISS is 51.6 degrees inclined, which means it's in a very tilted orbit relative to the equator. And because it's in such a tilted orbit, your launch site is only kind of crossed the track of the ISS, so to speak. I was about to say once in a blue moon, but it's really once every 24 hours it could be 12 depending on if you launch on ascending and descending node. Like I said, this can get to be a really long answer depending on how much detail you want to get in. But the long story short is orbital mechanics, and you gotta launch when you're close. You gotta launch when you're close to it, or at least, for the orbital mechanics nerds, you gotta launch when you're in the right plane. If you don't launch into the right inclination while trying to get to the ISS, you're not getting to the ISS. It's that simple because, like I said, these transfer times are out of an opportune delta V window. So if the ISS is flying over your head, right, and you wait 2 to 3 hours, you're probably not going to get there. You probably need a rocket 3 or 4 times the size to catch up to that thing. We need, and it's not Star Wars. We're not living in Star Wars or Star Trek just yet. I don't know about you. I'd like some dilithium crystals, Gene, but
yeah, I'm in my pocket.
Oh, really? Oh, let's go. Gotta overload the reactor. Let's do this. No, as much as we want that, we're not there yet. And, with projects like Starship, Adrian, you kind of can't help but think that we might be there someday, right?
I can't help but point out that was the short answer, everybody.
Yep, that was the short. He's not wrong.
Absolutely. I think one of the coolest thing about seeing things like Starship or New Glenfly is it enables imagination. You're starting to wonder of what if we get a factory in Leo that will produce goods? What if there's just commute to space? There's so many cool implications of all of this exciting future, and that's what we're here for. I want to quickly thank some people. I'm falling badly behind, and it's so much generous support, starting with Glenn Maxim Overtop becoming a launch director, highest tier of support. Thank you so much for that. Michael Coviello with a super chat saying, thank you, NSF. Great to see Joe Barnard on the segment too. Absolutely. Thanks again to Joe for being on. That was amazing. Ironclad with 20 Red Team memberships gifted. Thank you so much for that. Matovel with the 20 pounds. Cheers to this being the last ship to ever land in the ocean. I'm game for that. We'll see for it. Yeah, I would be game. Let's in the future reuse everything. Mike Alpha Tango Sierra with the 50 Red Team memberships. That's a lot. And it's not stopping there. Mika Original also with the 50 Red Team memberships gifted. the nerdy one with 10 red team memberships gifted, Mr. One Wolfie with 10 red team memberships gifted, Bob Fillmore with it's so much. I will fall behind here. Thank you all for the support. We do our best to thank as many people as we can, but we also want to address questions. We also want to give you status updates from time to time. So that's why we always try to find the right balance here. And I'm sure we are probably due for some sort of status update in the near future.
In fact, right now, as we pass 2 hours to the no earlier than time of 4 p.m. here at Starbase, Texas, and on your screen, you can see the venting at the bottom of the screen. You can see the rocket. The sun is just now kind of passing over. So our view is going to get a whole lot better here from Margaritaville on South Padre Island. And you're going to actually see we see as the Pope vent, the tank farm spooling up. And I'm going to actually toss to Alex because things are going to start happening here in the next, say, hour and a half, 2 hours. And we're going to be watching out for those. Alex, can you give us kind of that status update, that rundown of what's going to happen in the next couple of hours?
Yeah, so in just 30 minutes or so, there are a few things that we should be on the lookout for. So the first one that I've been, because I got my own cheat sheet here for what we should be on the lookout for the next 30 minutes or so. The first thing is that tank farm, as you can see there, it's spooling up, but it's nowhere near what you will see on the future, right? We need to see more activity. Of course, that activity is growing, and that's good. The other thing that we might see in the next 30 minutes or so is the roadblock at LBJ, at that Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, at the end of the village. That will be cleared because, we're going to get very close to that propellant load being started. And guess what? That roadblock is right where the blast danger area is. And so they need to evacuate that roadblock. We're going to see those cops going away and clearing the area, just like we saw on previous flights. And another thing, around that time as well, in the next 30 minutes or so, if everything is still on track for the opening of the window, we should see that OLM vent and tower vents coming up. And one of the things that you might see every now and then, there's not a established exact time for when this happens, but you might see it every now and then. You see those structures on the side of the booster, right? You were mentioning before, you were explaining these before. These are the aerodynamic chines on the booster. The two that are sort of to the right on that view, the ones that are closest to the tower, those two hold big cylindrical metallic tanks that hold carbon dioxide for the fire suppression system on the booster. And those get very, very frosty. That carbon dioxide is loaded. We think it's probably loaded liquid into those tanks. So it's very, very cold. And so they vent. Those chines will vent. And so if you see that venting, that is normal. They are not loading propellant, but they are loading already cold stuff on those tanks, that liquid CO2, that liquid carbon dioxide. So those are the things that we should be on the lookout at least for the next 30 minutes or so, hopefully, if everything is on track for the opening of the window.
Awesome. Thank you for running that down. And again, we're looking forward to all of that at 1 hour and 55 minutes away from the opening of that launch window. And SpaceX loves to target right at the beginning of that window. And, the weather plays a massive role in, as we saw yesterday, whether they can actually launch or fuel or what have you. And, yesterday we saw rain on our camera lenses. It was cold out there in the dunes. The wind was just crazy. You and I tried to join Raptor Side a couple of days ago, and it was just like we were in the middle of a tornado.
Nope.
It was crazy.
Wasn't working.
But today looks completely different. And even from this morning, when we woke up to do stakeout this morning, it was overcast and the sun would come up. We're like, okay, it's going to burn off. It's going to burn off. And sure enough, it has burned off. So it looks really good. And we're getting stuff in the back channel about the weather, the clouds. And right now, everything looks good. Now, of course, we don't know that. We're not sitting in the control room at SpaceX.
I mean, I'd like to be.
Yeah, so would I.
Yes.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Text me, Elon. We'll set that up. Let's see. Right now, weather balloon is in the air right now, getting data to verify the winds. Now, when we talk about the winds, a lot of people think we're talking about winds on the ground, right? You can watch the the vapors come out as we get boil off, and those vents are venting, because that's what vents do. They vent.
You do.
And we can see the direction of the winds on the ground. But they're also measuring winds, what's called winds aloft. And they want winds aloft. They want to make sure that those are within the flight tolerances of the vehicle at certain altitudes, because this is a gigantic flying building, if you will.
Yep.
And you'd think it would just plow through a lot of those winds. Well, every flying vehicle has a tolerance from a side-to-side and wind shear perspective. And I want to give you a second just to kind of explain what wind shear is, specifically with a vehicle this size. EJ.
Well, I'm not a weatherman, first and foremost. That'd be kind of cool, but that's not my kind of quote unquote area of expertise. I mean, one can make the argument that nothing is, but that's okay. So we're talking about wind shear. It's not just, is the wind blowing here? Is the wind blowing up there? That's not all we're talking about here. It's we really got to talk about like vertical wind shear. That's a real big thing that perturbs rockets. That's a real big deal, and that's the one that'll get you. No, it's not just the wind blowing down here. It's not just the wind blowing up there. It's the difference and how fast the difference happens. The winds in the upper level, in the upper atmosphere, can be blowing in an entirely different direction, hundreds of miles an hour different. Different direction, hundreds of mile an hour velocity change. Going from fair winds to not fair winds extremely fast, that's like hitting a brick wall. And that's really not good for the vehicle. That's really something that really gets taken into account when rockets go to launch. That's called vertical wind shear. And we've seen it take out rockets before. And we don't want to see that. We do not want to see any of that happen today. That's for sure. But yeah, that's a big one. The vertical wind shear. It's, obviously you don't want gale force winds down here, or gale force winds up there, but you also don't want a big difference in winds from up here to down there either.
And that also plays a big part in the potential catch.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's, we were saying before that they don't have a launch director. They have a flight director. So there's a flight director that's also in charge of launch and also in charge of landing, right? So liftoff conditions and landing conditions are absolutely taken into account. And, Starship isn't the first rocket to do it just because it's catching. Every time Falcon 9 goes to land, or every time, Blue will be landing in the future, you have to take into account those landing conditions. And Gene, personally, I really like that we're in an era where that is a thing. The landing conditions. You did have it with the space shuttle. The space shuttle could wave off and have a couple of extra days on orbit if needed to have flexibility if the landing site wasn't good. But then we didn't have a space shuttle. And now we have Falcon 9. Now in the future, we'll have New Glenn doing landings, and we'll have Starships doing catches. This is great. We're getting this hardware back. We're reusing it. It's fantastic.
And all the other launch providers going forward. And we're gonna bring you all of that launch coverage and all the information and the in-depth discussions. And one of the in-depth discussions that I want to have is with Ryan Caton, who's been watching the weather along with Adam Suker from NSF. Ryan, I'm looking at your screen. Let's bring that up because you've got some weather updates for us as well.
Yep, clouds remain pretty clear of Starbase at the moment. You can see there behind the pad there's some clouds over Mexico, but as we take a look here we can see lots of clouds in the Gulf, some wispy clouds coming across the north of Texas now. Those clouds are those thicker clouds are remaining in Mexico, and we've got this nice clear band here which includes Brownsville, Texas down there. Of course, Starship is going to be launching over the Gulf, so from any onboard cameras we get from SpaceX we're going to be looking at clouds pretty much, but at least for our tracking cameras for the launch from Brownsville it should be pretty clear. So let's take a look at one of the hazard zones very quickly. Let's start with the launch NOTMAR, the notice to mariners filed by the US Coast Guard. You can see here it's very thick here as we leave Boca Chica, because in the event that the booster has to divert into the Gulf of Mexico you want to make sure there's no boats around, but from this point onward it's just going to be the ship. So we don't need to worry about the booster anymore, so it thins down and then continues all the way down here as I leave the map just north of Cuba, south of the Bahamas. So boats in this whole area here, be advised, Starship's coming soon. And to talk about the re-entry, we have some NOTAMs followed by Australia, Mauritius and Madagascar here, and you can see there South Africa down here in the corner. So the Starship is going to be coming this way through, starting re-entry just after Madagascar here, and then it's going to be splashing splashing down somewhere within the Australian NOTAM. I believe it's somewhere around here-ish is where we believe it's going to be splashing down. So they probably don't need to use all of this Mauritius NOTAM and all of this Madagascar NOTAM, but for safety, let's just have planes all the way out of the way and make sure in the event anything happens, of course, we'll have those Starlinks deploying as well. There aren't any wayward planes and wayward vehicles in the area, as we might have seen with New Glenn 1 earlier today.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that. And I love the name Mauritius NOTAM. I'll put that on a t-shirt. That's thank you very much, Ryan Caton, with the green screen and all of the updates. Adrian, let's go back to you and thanks some folks.
Yeah, I have to quickly address this. Crafty Geek with not one, but two $500 tips.
Oh, wow.
I mean, there are no words. There are no words. I will read out what Crafty Geek is asking here, and I will do my best to get an answer to this. Pitching in towards camera, lens, and gear rentals. Anyone got a good estimate on how many lenses you all have trained on one part or another of today's flight, including remotes we won't get to see from until they are retrieved after the road's back open? This is a hard question, how many cameras we have around. I think the last time we've answered a similar question was like about 40, somewhere in there. I will look at the back channel at some point and we'll probably get some sort of estimate, but this is a huge amount of support. And thank you so much, Crafty Geek, for this. We will put it to the best of use. I can promise you that.
Absolutely. That's so generous. Thank you so much for that. And you're making it possible for us to do what we do here at Starbase and all over the world, really. I mean, NSF is everywhere. I mean, you saw the New Glenn launch this morning from Florida, and NSF was on the ground with our cameras there to cover it for you. So thank you so much for that. 1 hour and 47 minutes before the opening of that flight window. And again, we're expecting them to target launch right at that point. Alex just gave a rundown, we'll just call it the clean sweep of everything that's happening in the next couple of hours. And we're gonna make some more puns today, right? No. As we go through. Yeah, Sawyer likes puns, but that was an easy one. I teed myself.
I saw what you did there. Just saying.
Yep. Okay, we're at that point in the stream.
We really are. So, Alex, you said it takes how much? What is it? 45 something, 20 seconds, 45 minutes, 20 seconds to load, right? What is it?
Yeah, so the whole propellant timeline begins at T-minus 45 minutes and 54 seconds. That's when the ship liquid oxygen load begins. And it wraps up at T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds with the booster propellant load being completed. So overall, it's even under 45 minutes, roughly 44, I guess, 44, 43 minutes in duration from the first drops of propellant being loaded on any of the tanks of the main and header tanks of the vehicles to the last drop being loaded at that T-minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
So we should be seeing that in about an hour, basically an hour from now. And there's a lot of indicators between now and then that things are moving in that direction. And we are at this point, from a weather perspective, from a propellant perspective, from a vehicle perspective. And again, we don't have the insight on this, but we just kind of know what happens, when it's supposed to happen, and when. That we are looking very, very good today for the opening of that window at 4:00 p.m. here in Starbase at Central Time, if anybody was wondering. One of the things that gets me about these rockets is how much propellant. And I asked Alex earlier, 3,500 pounds or tons of propellant here and 5,500 tons for the whole thing. And
no big deal.
It was the number of trucks that got me.
Oh yeah.
When we were sitting out there at Starbase and we were working on the cameras, the trucks were just nonstop. And I know they're building a second tower 2, obviously. And EJ, I'm going to come to you for this question. Okay. Are they building out their own commodities refinery? How are they going to stop the number of trucks coming down when we have multiple ships on multiple pads doing multiple launches a day?
Well, they're definitely going to need to do something to increase the infrastructure. I do believe that they have plans on this in the future, but I'm actually probably going to default to Alex. I know you would know this, buddy.
The amount of trucks?
No, we're talking about whether SpaceX has plans for on-site propellant development. I'm pretty sure they do, but I'm a little fuzzy on the details.
Yeah, so one of the things that they're trying to get at Starbase is that air separation unit. That air separation unit, they will take the air, and so for those that might work on the industry for that, you may hear the word Air Liquid. That company out there at the Cape, for example, provides these services where you take the air, and now the main two components of the air are essentially one of the things that they use, two of the things that they use at the tank farm. One of them is liquid nitrogen that makes up about 78% of the air that we breathe, and that is used for like all of that venting that you see there going on right now. That is nitrogen for now. There might be a few clouds of oxygen here and there. We'll see with that OLM vent and the tower vent. But those vents that you see there, that's nitrogen. And that is being used, as we talked about before, to chill down the propellants and everything. It is used for during that tank farm and everything. And so you have a lot of that liquid nitrogen. And then the second most common material or component of the air is oxygen. About 20% of the air is oxygen. And so with that air separation unit, you can get liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen out of it, of course, after many steps of distillation and whatnot. But you can get nitrogen and oxygen, and even in certain air separation units, you can also get argon, because it's the third most common gas, at least in dry air. And so you can get not just the argon, for example. So you use the liquid nitrogen for the tank farm, the liquid oxygen for the rocket to be able to burn with that methane, and the argon you can use it for welding, and also now for Starlink, it's also fuel. So you could, in theory, use that for Starlink as well. Those satellites use argon Hall effect thrusters, and so they can use that as well for that. As for the methane, for now, that will need to be trucked in. But trust me, that is such a huge relief for the teams there, because they will not need to truck all of the many, many trucks of liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen that they need to truck in. And I mean, that's at least 2/3 of all of the commodities, right? Already dealt with an air separation unit there at the launch site. They're trying to do the same at Kennedy Space Center. Another one at Launch Complex 39A. They're building a Starship launch pad there as well. And so they wanted to also do that there too. And so one of the things that we might see in the future, though, they also are talking about making methane in the future, but that's way later down the line. We have not seen any paperwork for that. Just stay tuned, because that's going to happen at some point, though.
And that's going to save the drive down Highway 4. It's going to save Highway 4 itself, which we believe is made out of cobblestones.
Yep.
It takes a toll on vehicles that go down there because of the heavy trucks going back and forth. And they still have to roll these vehicles to Massey's for testing. So they need that smooth, wide road. And that is really going to save Highway 4. We have a timeline of events as we get closer to the T0, or if you will, the opening of the window. And Adrian, I want you to talk us through this, please. Talk us through this timeline as we go forward. It's on the screen.
I don't think we have the timeline of flight. So I'm not sure. I will just talk about the countdown timeline here first, and then go to flight. Right now, the next step we are looking for is the 1 hour and 15-minute mark. That is a very important step where the SpaceX flight director will actually verify go for propellant load. It's basically kind of last check-in of, hey, are we good? Are we good to fuel this? Okay, cool. Once that has happened, we will see something that is probably one of the most impressive aspects of this program, and that is the fact that this over 5,000-ton fuel rocket can be fueled in 45 minutes and 54 seconds before liftoff, which is, if you compare to any other rocket, absolutely crazy. They will start ship liquid oxygen load at 45, ship fuel load at 43, booster fuel load at 41, and booster LOX load at 35 minutes before T0. And then we are looking at the... Oh, go ahead.
I'll take it from T0. So thank you for that rundown. You're going to see all of that on your screen that Adrian just described. And then when we go to T0, there will be a gigantic controlled explosion underneath that rocket. And we're going to see it right out the window here. And you're going to see it on your screens. If this is your first time watching a Starship test flight, this is test flight 7. And what will happen is you have a water deluge system, the water steel cooled plate underneath what you see on the screen there. Is that venting from that's the other side of the OLM. Okay. And the water will then shoot out from underneath it. And that's really the indicator that they're going to light all 33 engines. You don't want to be there when that happens, do you, EJ?
I would not want to stand near this thing when it goes off. No.
When the water starts pumping, they pump, and probably Alex knows exactly how many gallons through there per second. I don't know. You can just chime in with that. It's a lot. There's a lot of water that comes out of there.
Not a gallon boy.
Yeah. It what it does is it first of all, it suppresses a lot of the sound. A lot of people say, why do you use the water? And it suppresses a lot of the sound and the energy because not only is there heat, yes, and the water helps with the heat, but there's pressure. And when we watch the slow-mo shots back later on after this potential launch, you'll see those pressure waves coming out underneath there. And that can cause a lot of damage. So that water suppresses that somewhat, but it also basically turns to steam because of the heat of the 33 Raptor engines.
Yeah, it's taking away the heat energy out of the gases. You take the heat energy away, the water absorbs it, and it turns into steam. It's like we're in 7th grade again here. It's great. Yeah, when that goes off, that sound suppression system is there. I mean, obviously, as the name implies, it's there. It's there to absorb all that sound. It's there to manage the thermals underneath the pad, and it's also there to make sure that anything that gets put under the pad that's intended to be put under the pad stays there. Because, well, we learned from Flight 1 what happens when that's not there. Let me put it that way. I'm pretty sure Mary has a van that can tell us, exactly what happens, when that deluge system and the sound suppressor is not there. It's definitely needed, but for Pad B, they're rolling out with a little bit of a different system.
They are
trying and better manage it, Gene.
Yeah, so you can see on the right hand side that big plume just kind of goes everywhere on liftoff, and then of course those engines are burning for at least 5 to 8 seconds. We bring the timeline back up, but it burns for I think 8 seconds, 5 seconds, and then the thrust to weight ratio passes that 1-to-1 mark, and Starship just lifts off, and then they start to gimbal and they pitch down range. But all of that dust and steam and everything goes everywhere. There are hold down clamps currently holding that vehicle in place. And when we say hold down clamps, Ryan Weber this morning on Stickit had a really, really good explanation of it. They're not really holding the rocket in place and then they open up and then go. They'll open those up, and just the weight of the rocket on the stands holds it in place. And then once they ramp those engines up, they have 33 healthy engines. That thing's just going to fly. It's really interesting. And we did have a graphic of the liftoff. It is going to pitch away from the tower, as we expect, and then it goes up to a stage separation. And it's powered under all 33 Raptor engines. And we might actually hear some of the call-outs about the stage 2 chill down, and they super cool those engines before they ignite those after stage separation. And then the upper stage, the Starship, will ignite while still attached to the first stage booster in what we call hot staging. And you'll see that, hopefully, depending upon the tracks, you'll see that. That's what the vents are, just underneath the ship, just at the top of the booster. And that pushes all those gases. And then we have 2 vehicles. And this is always the part that always gets me about the mission control, because it's one thing to fly one rocket remotely. And as soon as it separates, now you're flying 2 rockets remotely. And you have to have redundancies for everything. There's an official post from SpaceX. It looks like they're now targeting 4:37 Central Time for the liftoff of Starship. And that is strangely near the time the ISS is passing overhead. We talked about that this morning. Go ahead, Adrian.
I think it was more closer to 4:20, if I recall correctly. So this might be just a tad too late, if I'm not fully mistaken, because the ISS passes the horizon relatively fast. It's not the slowest of all objects. I think 4:37 might be just a bit too late for a potential capture.
We were hoping that they were going to get right. They were going to get to see it as they were coming up. The ship launches. We'll see. If they've got video, they'll put it out. We'll see it. If not, we're going to get to see a rocket launch. After stage separation, that gigantic booster turns around, does a boost back burn. And this Alex, I'm going to bring you into this conversation. This, during the boost back burn, is where they make that catch decision. How long is that boost back burn when they have to make that? There's a great graphic of it. They go through max Q and up to MECO, which is most engines cut off, because it's not main engine cut off. They still have 3. Then the hot we talked about. And Alex, I'm going to let you take the boost back burn from here.
Yeah, that boost back burn will last about 45 seconds or so. It'll bring the booster back at least close to shore. Of course, if they make that call for the booster offshore divert, then it'll be landing in the ocean, of course. Right after that boost back burn is completed, the hot staging ring will separate, and then the booster will reorient itself to get through that entry. It will not perform an entry burn. Falcon 9 and New Glenn do an entry burn, but Super Heavy does not, because it's slow enough and close enough that it doesn't need that re-entry burn. It does get hot though, so look out for that when that happens. Hopefully in about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so, because that's a bit into the flight. And so it'll go through the atmosphere. It'll slow down. That atmosphere will slow down the booster, of course. No need for the entry burn. You can see there T plus 6 minutes and 26 seconds. The booster will be transonic. It'll relight its 13 inner engines just a few seconds later, very, very close to the ground. Hopefully, if it's going for a catch, that'll be very, very close to the launch site. So we're going to have great views from here on our remote cameras at the pad and also at the highway. And so we're going to get those 13 engines first. They'll burn roughly for 5 seconds or so. Then they'll down select to 3 innermost engines for that Super Heavy catch attempt. Hopefully just a bit under 7 minutes after liftoff. So, man, I'm running through all of this timeline, and I just cannot, I cannot get booster 12 out of my head, right? Like, I'm picturing already that catch again that happened on Flight 5. And if we see that again today, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it is. We're all looking forward to that. And then after the booster catch, remember that ship keeps going, and it's going to go into SECO, which is second engine cutoff. And those are the 6 Raptor engines on the ship. 3 of them are sea level Raptor engines, and 3 of them are vacuum optimized Raptor engines. And I'm going to go to EJ real quick to talk about what's the difference between, very shortly, 20 minutes or so, with the difference between a sea level Raptor and a Merlin. A vacuum optimized Raptor engine.
That would be even more than a 20-minute conversation.
Yeah, no
I'll tell you that. So, okay. On Starship, you have 2 different types of Raptor engines. You have 3 center engines that are they're designed for in-atmospheric flight, and then you have 3 vacuum optimized engines. Now, you're looking at these things compared to each other. The big difference is that the vacuum engine has a much bigger nozzle. That's the difference. You look at it at face value. Now, it's a little more complicated than that, but that's the gist of it. You could tell one apart from the other because the size of this nozzle. The Vactor, I like calling them Vactors.
The Vactor.
I like calling them Vactors. I don't know if that's a thing here. Anyway, so
TM.
You heard it here first. Now, the vacuum Raptors, the nozzle is 2 to 3 meters tall. It's quite large. While you have a regular kind of in atmosphere Raptor, that nozzle is probably like a meter, maybe a little bit more. I mean, it's a distinguishable difference. Now, okay, so why does a Raptor that works down here, why does it have a smaller nozzle? Well, that's because of the atmospheric pressure. Where that motor is designed to operate, you have atmospheric pressure, and the atmosphere actually kind of keeps the gases accelerating in one direction out of the engine. Now, let's be real. It's a little bit more complicated than that. They did move the launch back a little bit, but I don't think we have all that much time. Right. So let's just say the atmosphere keeps those gases going in a nice column of gas. Now, when you're up in the vacuum, there's no atmosphere. Don't try to breathe up there. That wouldn't end well. There's none of that up there. So you need a bigger nozzle to make sure that the gases are going in one direction, because if you're using your sea level Raptor up there it's not like it's not going to work. It's just not going to be very efficient, because the gases are just going to want to go out in all directions. There's nothing keeping them going in that direction. So they generally have a bigger nozzle. With that bigger nozzle, you can afford to accelerate more gas in one direction. Now, a lot of it still ends up going up sideways. Like, we've watched many of Falcon 9 launches here on NSF streams, and we've seen the jellyfish phenomenon. You could see the difference between, you know, what the first stage plume does and what the second stage plume does when it's backlit, and it's beautiful, by the way. But you really have to, with upper stage engines, the nozzle has to be a lot bigger to make sure that those gases keep going in that direction. And now, like, once again, Gene, I could talk your ear off about this.
You kind of are.
You know, I could go. I mean, how much time do you have? But I'll leave it at that. It gets a little. I mean, it's almost like it's rocket science.
It's almost like it's rocket science. You're going to see that in 2 hours and 6 minutes and 22 seconds. We hope. We'll see. And again, we have official from SpaceX. They're now targeting 4:37 Central Time here in Starbase, Texas. We talked about the difference in the sea level Raptors and the vacuum Raptors, the ship is going to continue, and it goes into what we call a coast phase. And we're going to be back downstairs. The guys are still be up on the roof, and we're going to see that. We're going to see them open the payload doors. Hopefully, we get some video from SpaceX, and then they're going to deploy their Starlink satellite test satellites. There's dummy links or whatever we want to call them, but they're inert satellites, and they're on a free return trajectory. So those are going to come back in, and they're going to enter the Earth's atmosphere. But it's on the same path as the ship. So immediately following that, we expect them to do an on-orbit relight to get the ship away from those, and then it's going to come down and it's going to go into what we call the belly flop maneuver. And Alex, let's talk a little bit about the belly flop maneuver, and that's why the wings and the heat shield is there, that the black side of the ship, for those who don't know, those are all heat shield tiles that are pinned or glued in place. And Starship does something, it goes into what's called a belly flop maneuver, kind of what I'm used to in the parachute side of the world, where we can control our flight with our arms and our legs. Starship does the same thing with its front and rear fins. And I'm going to go to Alex. Why do they go into that belly flop maneuver when they come through the peak heating of the atmosphere?
Yeah, that is a great question. So you can see there the Starship vehicle, right? They have a heat shield on one side, and then the leeward side is on the other side, of course. And one of the things that you should think about is how does a capsule enter, right? It has a main heat shield, and then it re-enters, and it kind of uses that heat shield to be able to re-enter. Very similarly, the Starship vehicle, it enters sideways. So instead of having the heat shield on the bottom, it's on the side, but it still enters very much like a capsule in that sense. It does have a bit of more lift than a capsule, and so what it does, it stays up there in the atmosphere for a while. But it's not like we saw, for example, with the space shuttle with the big delta wings, where you can just glide down like a brick, but glide down to the Earth, right? With those wings. Instead, the Starship vehicle, those flaps are just to modify the drag. Essentially, they produce lift only, like the body of the Starship produces lift only in very high hypersonic regimes. Once it slows down, it's just pure drag. So what happens is that you're burning off that horizontal velocity. Going into orbit means you need a lot of horizontal velocity. So when you're coming back from orbit, you need to scrub that off, right? So you have a lot more horizontal velocity than you have vertical velocity. And in the case of the shuttle, you could use those wings to trade off some of that, by the use of the lift, trade off some of the horizontal velocity by vertical velocity and keep being in the atmosphere for a while. And then as you come back down to the runway, sort of have that nice gliding to the runway. Starship does not have that capability. So what does it do? Well, it keeps bleeding off that horizontal velocity. And there's a point where that velocity in the horizontal component is near zero. So what does it do? It just drops like a skydiver, and that's where it does that belly flop maneuver. It just falls back down horizontally because of how the dynamics of coming back from orbit work and what is the design of this ship, right? And so that is why you see that belly flop, that sort of skydiving maneuver through the air. And then at the last moment, of course, because it has the engines on the bottom, it needs to reorient itself. And so it lights up the engines, it turns into vertical orientation, and then uses those to be able to soft land on this mission on the ocean, but hopefully maybe in the next one on the chopsticks. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. And it's slowing down as it comes into the thicker parts of the atmosphere. We're going to see the plasma build up underneath and what they call peak heating. And they're doing a lot of testing of this heat shield. In the last, at Flight 6, we saw them strip some of the heat shield off the side. because every kilogram saved is a kilogram, is a mass to orbit, is more payload. And we did see, EJ, some heating, or as we say, tempering of that stainless steel on the side when the vehicle was coming in. This time they've done it, but they've also added some non-structural tests on the outside. And Alex was talking about potentially catch, and that's that catch hardware. Talk us through, they bolt those on and all that. We thought they were going to deploy or what have you. No, they just bolted them right on.
Well, I think Ship 31 showed that you can put something there and it's going to survive. I mean, they put bare metal there and it seemed to be okay. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that the pins, if they just took a pair of super heavy pins, put it right on there and sent it, that those are going to come back in one piece. So they did seem to put kind of a shell, a non-structural kind of I don't want to call it a placeholder, but just like probably not fully fleshed out yet. They did put that there, and it does have some thermal protection system on it. But I think something to really take into account is what they learned with Ship 31, the iterative design that's going on here. They figured out that could be because of stainless steel. It could be because their tiles are really awesome, or something learned new about the reentry regime. But we didn't see any kind of hint at any type of catch pins on any other starships, and then all of a sudden you see something that looks kind of like a super heavy pin with a thermal protection system on it. It shows the iterative design there. Do I think it'll survive? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. With this type of Starship reentry profile, you have the bottom of the vehicle that's kind of exposed more to what's called your windward velocity. So that kind of plain English reentry speak, that means it's the hot side, the side that gets really, really hot. But it's not just that. It's not just the side getting hot. Plasma is actually accumulating over there because of air compression, and the resulting air compression produces ionization, right? And what happens when that air ionizes is that it becomes plasma, and it leaves kind of a plasma wake, or what's called a shock, a bow shock. And in that particular part of Starship, the bow shock's actually kind of far away. And I know what people say, oh, so what? It's far away. It's still plasma. Well, that actually matters a lot. I mean, if your shock is, 10 centimeters away from wherever your thermal protection system is, it's going to get a lot hotter than it would if it was 4 or 5 meters away. And in that particular spot, it's 4 or 5 meters away at least. I mean, now, keep in mind, if we really want to nerd out about reentry here, the shock angle changes with velocity. All right. The faster you go, the closer it's going to be. As you slow down, it gets further away. So it does kind of depend. Reentry is a very dynamic environment. But I mean, to answer your question, I think they'll survive. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, even the little nubs on there that land on they're just exposed metal. That's what I'm worried about. They're going to get real warm coming down. We are just past 2 hours, and again, they extended. They're into the launch window now. 4:37 p.m. is the T0 target time for Starship Flight 7, which means we've adjusted our clock in the upper left-hand corner. So we just passed T-minus 2 hours, and we're going to go to Adrian because this is when we want to say thanks to everybody in chat and everybody who's supporting us.
I'm trying with the everybody part here, Gene, but I'm telling you, I'm failing miserably. It's really like I'm not doing well. Trevor Flynn becoming a flight engineer here. Thank you so much for that. Dean Burhardt with the $20 super chat saying, for the EJSA YouTube membership fund. And then we have Bob Raymond with the $20 super chat saying, Happy New Year's, everybody. Thanks for the fantastic coverage. Thank you so much, and Happy New Year's to you. And we have Tim Simmons with the $100 super chat, just saying, thank you, NSF. Thank you so much for being with us. Zoran also with two $40 tips at tips.nasaspace.com, saying thanks for everything you do, and remember, everyone, super chat is cool, but tips is cooler. Thank you so much for that as well. Again, we have multiple platforms if you want to support us that way. And now I'm actually going to a question here. EJ, I hope you're ready for a question. Peter here is wondering. Great coverage, guys.
Go to Alex. This one, go to Alex.
Sorry. Alex, go throwing this to you. Great coverage. Why is it necessary for the quick disconnect arms to move away at the last possible second? Why not get them out there with, say, 5 to 10 seconds to go?
Yeah, that is also a great question. So one of the reasons why they do that, even though they can reconnect automatically, like it's not like other rockets like Falcon 9 and things like that, where once you disconnect, you have to manually reconnect. These can connect automatically and remotely. The issue is that you just don't want to rely on that. You really want to disconnect these until the last second. You don't want to be, up to the mercy of some Raptor engine. Now it doesn't properly light or whatever, and then they command shutdown or something like that. Now you have to go and reconnect and everything. You really want to be till the last second. Another reason why I just mentioned the Raptors, just remembered, the Raptors are also connected to quick disconnects, and they need those to be able to light up the Raptors. So both the booster main quick disconnect and also the quick disconnects on the Raptor engines, which there are 20 of them for the 20 outer engines, those need to be connected at engine ignition because they provide a lot of the fluids that are needed for that engine ignition. Things like gaseous oxygen and gaseous methane for the torch igniters, things like nitrogen for the spin up and purging and things like that. And so you have a lot of these things that need to be active pretty much till the last second, right, of the countdown. And again, even though you could in theory disconnect and then reconnect remotely, you don't want to have to make use of that. You want to stay attached to the vehicle until the last second. Also, again, like things like power systems, telemetry, all of that runs a lot better through actual physical cables and wires and everything than having to rely on radio communications and things like that, as they usually do. And so if you can keep that to the last second, then that's always great.
There we go. Thank you so much for that answer, Alex. Go ahead, Gene.
No, I was just going to say it was a great answer for that question that was meant for EJ.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's okay. Technology dies, batteries. It's a thing we do. Tonight's sunset is going to be right around 6 p.m. Central Time. That is well after we launch, but it's going to be absolutely cool, especially with a booster, hopefully hanging off the chopsticks there from a successful booster catch. Yeah, Adrian, go ahead.
Yeah, and I want to quickly address something here because people are wondering, hey, with this push now, are we in jellyfish territory? And sadly, I'm with you already mentioning the sunset time. No, we are sadly not in jellyfish territory. That would require the sun to be basically just below the horizon, so it illuminates the ship and booster in the air, while there's no light anymore on the ground. We are not really in that territory. However, as you mentioned, Gene, we are in for some potential really amazing views still.
I mean, we've been having really amazing views all day long, like the one that's on the screen. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I'm checking out here the times for sunset and everything. One thing though, maybe there's some effect if you are sort of like to the east of Florida, and if you are, for example, in the Bahamas and things like that, like in the Caribbean, looking either north or south, depending on which side of the trajectory you are, right? Because so for example, at Cape Canaveral, because I'm looking here at the data, the sunset there is at 5:49 p.m. Eastern, which means it'll be 4:49 p.m. Central. That is currently 12 minutes after liftoff. Of course, that means that by the time the ship passes through, that sort of gap in between Cuba and Florida, it'll still be daylight. But if it were to delay maybe a few more minutes, you might start getting that jellyfish effect. And if you are in the Caribbean, a little bit more to the east, then definitely you're going to get a bit of that jellyfish effect. But out of Starbase, unfortunately, no. But this is one of the things that we usually tell about when we have a Falcon 9 launch or any other launch from the Cape Northeast. Sometimes in Florida, it's the still daylight, but things in places like North Carolina or things like even up to New York, for example, you might see, because it might already be nighttime, you might see that sort of jellyfish effect downrange. And so there's a non-zero chance if you are there in that east coast of Florida, to the south as well of Florida, and in the Caribbean, that you might see some of that jellyfish effect with the Starship second stage. So just try it, because it's one of those things that I always say, right? It doesn't hurt trying, and you might be in for quite a show.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
You're welcome.
Oh, there you go.
You're
See, you
welcome.
can see there that path. Thanks to Ryan for showing that out. And so it goes in between Florida and Cuba. And so if you are in the Bahamas and sort of in the Caribbean area, that's more or less where the ship shuts down. So there's a short window for that jellyfish effect to happen, but it will still be igniting. And so there's potentially a chance that it will still be visible. So get out there and watch that, hopefully in 2 hours from now.
Yeah. Get out there and just see. And if not, you're hanging out watching the stars, which can't be bad. And you're hanging out watching the great views brought to you by NSF and all the cameras we have out there. We had a question earlier, Adrian, about, 40 cameras? How many cameras are out there? And we have cameras up on the roof here at the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. And again, the south side of the building has amazing views of the launch site, both towers, and that beautiful rocket that's sitting on that OLM right now. And EJ, you were up on the roof earlier. In fact, there it is. You were up on the roof earlier with Doss and Jason. You were setting up all the equipment up there. Tell us, what are they doing up there right now? What do you think they're doing up there right now?
Well, Doss is probably stressing out about how a cable that he might not have misplaced or something. No. He's doing a good job up there. They're setting up tracking cameras, and they're setting up all actually more than the 40 plus cameras that we have. There you go.
There's a thumbs up from Doss.
He's looking. I told you. He's looking around. He's like, Kevin. oh no.
Look at all. He's got his joystick and he's ready to go. And there's the big tracking camera up there to his left.
Yep.
And you can see they're sitting there. They've got their headphones on or their hoodies on. I guess it's for the wind. It's not cold. Is it cold, Doss? Give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down if it's cold. It's don't look. They're having a good time. Those are some of the behind the scenes shots. It is a beautiful, gorgeous day. I'm lip reading. Look at all the sun, says Doss. We're going to have a great time up here. We're ready to go. I have really long arms. I'm going to turn around and get back to work. That's what he said.
He's looking for that cable, man. I told you.
We should be. The sun is hot. We should be seeing. You can see on the leftmost picture of Ship 33 Booster 14 up on the stand some of the venting that's rolling across. And here in 20 minutes, let's say 20 minutes, we should start seeing some of the other venting that happens with these rockets. And Alex went through some of those before. Then there's one that we're really looking for. There's actually two that we're looking for. But I want to talk a little bit about why they cool those down, because they do run liquid nitrogen through there to cool those lines down. EJ, what happens if you don't?
Well, the propellants that they're using is liquid methane and liquid oxygen. If anybody's familiar with those, they're really, 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 really cold. Yes, that amount of reallys, that was technical, okay? They're really, really cold. And as Doss just said, they're sitting in the sun. Or just motioned to us, I guess. They're sitting up there. There's the lines for the propellant that to get to the pad are sitting. They're sitting in the sun all day. And if you don't run that nitrogen through there and cool down that pipe, you're gonna get your propellants evaporating inside of the lines. I mean, they already want to boil, and this just makes that worse. And particularly with liquid oxygen, you can get what's called what's called a geysering effect. There are anti-geysering effects built into pads to prevent this exact problem. But you can get geysering, which is basically what happens there is you flow liquid oxygen too much of it evaporates, it pressurizes the line, the gas gets pressurized, and then it forces the liquid oxygen somewhere you probably don't want. So cooling down these lines is essential. From a performance standpoint, and also from let's not blow it up standpoint.
Yeah.
So that was technical as well.
Not blow it up standpoint. A lot of people are asking about the hot stage ring and why it's jettisoned after the stage separation. It's jettisoned. They didn't. I'm going to bring Alex in on this question. You know what? Let's bring Adrian on this question. Let's bring Adrian. We don't hear enough of our friend Adrian. They added the hot stage ring after Flight 1, but they didn't actually intend to use it, did they? This was kind of a contingency. They were like, hey, we had some separation issues. Let's figure out another way to do it. But now they're going to integrate that into Block 2, right?
Yeah, it came up as a potential solution to send up to settle propellant sloshing, and also as a secondary, it increases efficiency because every single second you don't fire your engine is a second you don't fight gravity. Yeah, I mean, down the line, we will probably see some sort of integration in that. Right now, it's more of a kind of band-aid fix in that version. They're in a situation where they're like, okay, let's just put it on there, and it kind of works. But yes, as far as we know, future booster versions will have that ring at the top integrated, and no longer be some sort of add-on.
Yeah, and this is not something SpaceX came up with. They've had hot stage rings for a long time in rocketry, right? Yeah, EJ.
The hot staging goes all the way back to the R7 Semyorka ICBM.
I was going to say that.
Yeah,
I was actually going to say that. Yeah,
and then all of its derivatives. So Vostok, Vostok, and Soyuz, the one that everybody knows. Soyuz is famously still in use. Hot staging has been used since the dawn of the space program.
On your screen right now, you're looking at the closest roadblock to the launch site, and that car did a U-turn. We don't know what's going on, but it's one of the Cameron County sheriffs that blocked that road. And again, we mentioned there are multiple roadblocks as we get closer to fueling the rocket. Yeah, there's another one coming back. Are they still?
Yeah, that's the one with a fuel for the helicopter. So there was one that went down the road. I'm not sure where it went, and then the other one went up the road, away from the roadblock. This is one of the things that I mentioned before that might happen, which is the clearing of that roadblock. I think that was the pad that the car that was going sort of down the road, and now it's going back up the road. So that's good news. We're getting that clearing of the roadblock, not fully clear yet, but that roadblock needs to be emptied out by the time we are going into the propellant load sequence, because there's going to be 5,100 tons of propellant loaded on these vehicles, on both the Super Heavy and the Starship upper stage. And so that creates about a 1.5 mile blast danger area, so to speak. And that roadblock is right in that blast danger area. So they need to get out of there.
Yep. And we're expecting to see more venting. You can see the Pope vent there on the left. You can see the propellant farm. Those are the boil-off vents there. As they're chilling lines and they're getting ready. We expect that to here in about 15 minutes, just under 15 minutes. And we'll see. We're not going anywhere. But we have a lot of cameras out there. And the guys were out in the dunes, 2 days ago, last night, this morning, setting up all the cameras. And we've got some really new shots, some new camera angles, and some new technology out there. We were having a meeting the other day, just a little behind the scenes for you guys. About where those cameras were going to be pointing at what part of the launch phase. That was a really fun. There goes the. Are you repositioning there, Cameron County, or are you clearing out? He blocked the road and then he pulled out. We'll see what happens there any minute. But the new camera angles and how they're going to interact with the cameras interact with the vehicle. It's going to be really cool if we can actually get those shots. The cameras are there, the assets are deployed. And we're ready to get those things for you. There goes one of the other vehicles. That's one of the support vehicles for the helicopter. So don't think anything weird's going on. They did have some vehicles down there right in front of the camera that we had earlier. And these vehicles have to clear out. And then the Cameron County Sheriff will clear out once they've got the entire pad clear. And we start that propellant load into the booster.
I think that might be the case right now. Look at that. I think we have the sheriff departing the closer roadblock and moving back to the second roadblock, which is basically the final steps they are performing before they start the chill down.
Come on, let's go.
Yeah, that is really, really good news. So let's get an update from the roof of the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island from the one and only Doss. We saw your back, Doss, on the behind-the-scenes camera. Now we get to see your pretty face.
Gene, I'm here. I'm up here on the roof. It is a beautiful day. It's breezy. It's warm. The sun is like keeping you warm, but the breeze is nice and cool. Shaking the cameras a little bit, but I'm really hoping that this breeze is within limits for Starship to go. Oh, hey, you can see me now. What's up, y'all? How's it going?
Yeah, and hopefully you can see us. Yeah, we've got a couple weather updates from Ryan. And Adam Suker's in our back channel telling us all about the weather, and it seems like the winds are where we want them to be. Now, we probably had that 37-minute delay because of the winds, which is a thing that needs to happen. That's okay. We want the vehicle to launch safe, and they know the tolerances. We really don't. But we can kind of guesstimate what those tolerances are. Tell us about some of the equipment you guys have up on the roof. We see this big, giant cannon behind you. What is that?
Say hello to my little friend. This is a tracking we've been working on for quite some time, and I sort of gamified rocket tracking. We've got a big lens over there, and I play it with an Xbox controller. So there's one camera. There's a big main camera right here. You can see the one with the big lens. That's a telephoto camera. Up on top, there's actually like a bore-sided spotting camera. I've got built into the lid of a Pelican case here, multiple monitors. So one of those spotting cameras is on a small monitor. The big telephoto camera is on this big monitor. The control interface is on the laptop right here. And then my Xbox controller is plugged into it. And what I can do with this, I don't know. Yeah, y'all aren't seeing this view right now. It's a little shaky because of the wind. But what I can do is just like we were playing Xbox, we can actually, let's increase the rate there. As I push the stick up, the mount goes up. And I pull the stick down, and the mount goes down. And I got left and right. It's all on one stick. Of course, today we're set up so we can look all the way downrange. I can turn 90 degrees and look all the way out there to the ocean. Oh, I should probably actually point this.
We have your camera
there
shot.
You go. It's in the
left.
left
so,
now.
Yeah, so if you were seeing the clouds race by, that was not an accident. That was Dawson's tracking camera. Look at that.
So we've got all the controls there. What we do on the controller, I've got my pan and yaw right here, pan and yaw, pan and tilt, whichever, azimuth and elevation, whatever flavor you want. And you track the rocket, you start to press it up, right? The rocket starts to go up, and you press up. Hey, let's actually point back at the rocket real quick. Oh, I should look at this, not y'all.
If you're looking at top center, you can actually see the sights. That it's almost like the gun cam.
Yeah. Oh, you do?
Yeah, we can see it. Yeah.
Here, look. Let me point that up so y'all can actually see. There you go. You can see my little sight pip on the end of the main lens. That's the spotting cam in the top middle right above my head there. So let's put that back at the rocket, and I'll walk you through what we do. It's bright out here, y'all.
Yeah. Very
down
cool.
Till we can see the rocket. That's all still sky. Oh, hey, there's an aerostat. Let's look at the aerostat.
Let's look at the aerostat.
Yeah, let's.
Is it me or is he
camera?
Sound like a
I just put
with your toy? I love the way you sound. I would be out there too. Look at that shot of the aerostat. That's awesome.
So you can see the difference between the two. My spotting camera is the one right above me, right here in the center frame. And I look at that when I'm trying to acquire a target. And I've got a little red crosshair that y'all can't see on my field monitor here, right? And so I put the target right there in my red crosshair. And if I put that correct, right, like that, then my telephoto camera, which you see in the other side there, how's my, skills of a weather prompter, there we go. I know that telephoto camera with the super zoom is going to be on the target. You'd never find the target if you were just trying to look through that long lens. But because we have the combination bore-sided telephoto camera and the spotting camera, I can acquire a target and track it. And I do it all on the Xbox controller. I know I keep saying that, but I think it's too cool. Let me go over to the rocket. There we go. Because there's another thing. There we go. There's the rocket. Oh, my rate's too high. So the rocket speeds up, right? Like when you first start going, you just got to move a little bit. So on my triggers, I've got it programmed so I can change my sensitivity by pulling the triggers. And I start off the launch at really low sensitivity where I have to move the stick a lot to get it to move a little, right? And then as the rocket goes faster and faster, I pull the right trigger. It's right for faster and left for slower. It's like speed up, slow down, like I was driving something in Wildlands or something, whatever. And what I do is, as the rocket goes faster, I pull right on the trigger. That increases the rates, and I don't have to move the stick anymore. I just fine-tune how fast the head is moving with my analog controllers. And if you're an Xbox fan, you know that these are analog, so I pull it a little bit, and it increases the rate slowly. I pull it a lot, it increases the rate fast. But I was on my back porch for days tracking flights out of the Charlotte airport. I tracked like something over 150 flights. I recorded 50 of them as I was learning to get a feel for how these controls work. We used it on the last launch. My track here from the roof was using the big robotic mount on the last launch. We've made some additions and improvements this time, so hopefully the wind dies down a little bit, the sun goes behind the Sapphire building here, and we have a fantastic track today. Back to you.
I think it's amazing.
Let
And just so you know, like a lot of this stuff is bespoke equipment. This is not like off the shelf stuff,
Yeah,
right?
he made that.
He made that.
He
That's
made it.
that's what's crazy to me, Dawes, is that you make this stuff because of your passion for rocketry and watching rocket launches.
Yeah, I got to be fair, Gene. We've integrated a lot, right?
Yeah.
So the robotic head is a off-the-shelf robotic studio head. It was broken. I found it online. I repaired it and got it working again so we could afford it, right? Normally we couldn't afford this thing because it's way too expensive, but people sold it for cheaper because it was broken. We got it working. The camera, of course, I didn't build the camera from scratch. I bought that. But some of the little adjustments, like if you see the little mounting plate on my top camera, I built that on my CNC so that I could dial those two cameras in so they're exactly aligned with each other. There's little screws to finally adjust the pan and the tilt to get them exactly aligned. And then the lens was so long, there was a little bit of slop in the camera body. So the bottom shiny part there, you can see I machined that on the CNC as well to just add a bunch of rigidity to that whole camera system. The adapter down on the bottom, we got it mounted on a tripod plate. Normally this is supposed to be like in a TV studio, so we made an adapter that adapts from the normal studio head down to a regular tripod. And then everything else, like my case here with all my tracking monitors, that's all built in the garage. I got DIN rails, I got little 3D printed knobs and spacers and stuff like that. This is too much fun. And the coolest thing is I get to build stuff like this. I even got little screen protectors. I 3D printed, measured out and 3D printed little screen protectors. So my Pelican case, I just close the lid and I'm good to go. But the coolest thing is I have so much fun building this stuff. Sometimes I share it with members, like we have little behind the scenes members views and they see my CNC going or my 3D printer going or whatever. But I get to have so much fun building it and then I get to use it to share this stuff with y'all.
Yeah, and it's awesome. And I like how he mentioned EJ, he mentioned it was on the internet and it was broken. We got it and fixed it. And that basically describes all the hosts and commentators for NSF. We found us broken on the internet. I'm just
No, that's a good point. He's not wrong, Cap.
not wrong.
He's
Absolutely
not wrong.
So
Nope.
1 hour, 34 minutes to the new T0 time of 4:37 p.m. Here local in Starbase. And earlier when we were watching the behind scenes cam with Doss, in fact, there it was just for a split second. But now we're back to the beautiful rocket. We're awaiting that vent on the OLM to start going off, and that's going to kick us into kind of a 90-minute window, as we talked about, and how long it takes to load propellant and so on. But there are several milestones that we're expecting. We've seen the roadblock clear. We saw the helicopter clear. And things like that. So we've got just under 5 minutes until we start to start to see that happening at the OLM. And in the meantime, I want to toss back to Adrian, because as we talk about things and we talk about these cameras and all the things that are we integrate together, a lot of people are going by. They're saying thank you, and they're asking questions, and we want to make sure that we address that, say thank you, and see if we can get to more of their questions. Adrian.
Let me quickly address, though, here William Hart coming in with a $100 super chat saying, wow, that camera automation deserves recognition. So, just in direct answer to that, Das, that is the direct direction to that here. Thank you so much for that. Very, very generous support.
Adrian, you know what we say? We turn super to trips to Home Depot and McMaster car orders.
Yep, absolutely. Home Depot certainly is part of this infrastructure. So there you go. There's some wondering about that. There's probably a quick question here for Alex. If the T0 is referring to ignition or to liftoff, and why it's not exactly to ignition or exactly liftoff. So Alex, what is T0 on this flight?
I will say T0 for Starship is launch commit. So engine ignition is a T-3 seconds, is a a staggered engine ignition. So I'm gonna go through that in detail here now that we still are an hour and a half away from that. So at T minus 3 seconds, they ignite the 13 inner engines on the booster. You know, they have 33 engines, 13 inner, 20 outer engines, and so those 13. I'm just thinking that top right camera is being hijacked now by Chris because I think we're seeing horses. So
That's a
that's Jack camera.
Jack, yeah.
Okay. So
Those are nice
those
horses.
engines.
Yes.
We're off the
I'm
rails.
sorry. I just lost my flow. Anyways, so those 13 engines start igniting at T minus 3 seconds. Then about a second later, they ignite 15 of the outer 20 engines on the booster, and then 800 milliseconds, so 0.8 seconds after that, then the remaining engines ignite. It's just 5 engines that remain there ignite, and so then that you get with that you get those 33 engines up and running. Now, what happens is that these engines do not ignite at full thrust. So when they start up, they are sort of like a reduced throttle setting kind of thing. We think it's probably around 50%, just like they do during the static fire tests. And so at T0, what happens is that now the computers, after those engines have ignited, and in milliseconds, they realize which ones are good and which ones are not good. They go through a lot of logical processes and everything, right? They say, okay, the engines are good, the rocket is good, let's go. So at T0 is that launch commit. And at T0, those engines start ramping up. In fact, SpaceX recently posted a video of Flight 6 when it lifted off from the engine section of Super Heavy. And you can see that ramp up in power as the engines sort of throttle up after engine ignition. And 2 seconds after that launch commit, the full stack starts moving up because the thrust is greater than the weight. And so it just keeps going up into the air and it just goes down range. So it's a very complicated process, of course, all automated. Needs to be, all of those computers go through all of those checks in the very last milliseconds of the count. But T0 for Starship is launch commit. It's when it decides to say, okay, I'm gonna go there, and I'm just gonna, ramp up the power on these Raptors and get away from the pad and start my flight.
I like how he's just said it goes up and it goes to space. He just says that.
It's not wrong.
What you're seeing on the screen now is what's called the jiggles, and this is underneath the booster. And you're looking at 33 Raptor engines and the gimbaling that they can do. And there are 13 on the inside ring. So we have the 3 in the middle, and then a ring of 10, and that's what they look like when they ignite.
Oh man!
And but that's from static fire. That's not from launch.
Yeah.
Because this is the one that they did at what's it called during Christmas.
Mm-hmm. They were dancing Raptors like bells, jingle bells. Yeah.
Let's just say that. Let's not remind SpaceX the whole jingle bell thing, though.
So we've got the venting, and we're expecting any minute now for the OLM vent to start. And we're anticipating that coming up anytime. And on your screen, you can see the full stack in the upper left. You can see Doss's camera in the middle there, and this is not the tracking end. This is his sighting camera that's at the top, because you can see down at the bottom of that the little gun sight pictures. And then in the upper right hand corner, you see the ship quick disconnect, and that's where the fuel is going to flow up the tower and then into the ship when we get to that point of the countdown. I think Doss he's up there doing his thing at the table, getting ready for everything. And what's going to happen is during the countdown, you're going to go, and then you guys are going to talk, and then I'll meet you up there. And we get to stand on the top of the beautiful Margaritaville Resort here on South Padre Island for an amazing look at this rocket. And there are folks out at Rocket Ranch where it's a great viewing location. We have cameras at River, and then cameras all over the place surrounding the launch pad. And the guys in the control room, they're going to switch those cameras as they see fit, because that's their talent, right? They're flipping switches and mashing buttons, and I don't know what they do. To me,
Doing a
it's
lot of
just
magic, man.
To me, it's magic what they do in the background to make all of these views happen for you live. Are we seeing anything from the OLM at this point at 1 hour and 27 minutes from that new T0 time? From this angle, I can't really tell, but they still have activity at the fuel site, the propellant commodity storage site, and we're looking forward to a couple milestones, and I'm not seeing them yet, and I don't know what that means, EJ.
Yeah, we might be seeing a delay soon, but it could be just. I mean, the timelines are nominal. They kind of a little bit in flux here because SpaceX likes to fly a lot, so just because we don't see it now doesn't mean it's not happening.
Yeah, and as Doss said up on the top of the roof, he was hoping the winds would die down. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of a push. And again, we have a 1 hour window, so we've got time after that proposed T0 at 4:37. We've got another 40 minutes. They can keep going up until the end of that window.
That's right.
We don't want them to. We want them to press the button, like the candles people say in chat, like this candle. And get this thing up and then bring that booster back and we can see the catch. And then we go into our coast phase, which is a lot of fun to answer your questions. And speaking of questions, let's keep the questions going, Adrian. First of all, let's say thanks to I'm watching over here on the left side, the super chats going by and the pad rep memberships and all of the other memberships that are going by. So let's say thanks to some of those folks, and then we'll get into another member question.
Absolutely. We have Rathrith with a $20 super chat saying, awesome camera info. I agree. Then we have BBS Space with a super chat saying, the BTS camera details are so cool. Would love more behind the scenes videos on NSF. Good luck today. Again, thanks for being with us earlier today. Totally. And again, we love to show these behind the scenes because that's the only way to really show you what all is really happening here. And I think EJ said it also very well earlier, that there's so much going on behind the scenes that you're not seeing when you're just watching these streams.
Right.
And let me get more into question here, since we are approaching a bit of more of the business end of the countdown. Question here, which I'm throwing here to EJ. Can Starship abort post-ignition like Falcon 9?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it can, but I'm not recalling off the top of my head if that's ever happened. I think every time they've tried to send the full stack, it's gone. I mean, barring their brief hold period at T-minus 40, I'm pretty sure it can, but I don't. Alex, have we ever seen that happen?
We have not seen it, but as I just explained, right, that T0 moment is their commit moment, right? If anything happens before that they think, the computers think, oops, things are not going the right way, we'll just shut down the engines, right? And so that is one of the things that they can have themselves as an option there, even before engine ignition as well. Like maybe the deluge ignites, right? Or activates, I guess. It's just that ignition is just in my brain. Exactly. And so even the deluge might activate, but then T-minus 3 seconds comes and goes and there's no engine ignition because the computers just stop the count even before that. That can be a thing. However, if that were to happen, Falcon 9, when it has that kind of thing, it could in theory recycle if the window is long enough and things like that. For Starship, however, it can't, because those water deluge tanks are just one single use, so to speak. Like, they will need to refill them again. They only have for one use. So if the deluge system activates and then they abort, it's done for the day. They are not able to recycle.
Because they've got to refill that before they go to the next launch, because they just spilled 40 billion gallons of, as Elon says, drinkable water all over the ground.
Don't start that again.
Yeah, I know. Adrian, I'm seeing things in the back channel talking about an accelerated OLM and tower chill down that they did during the wet dress rehearsal. Did we see that during the wet dress rehearsal? Like, we have these times pretty close, but they talk about an accelerated chill down and prop load. I don't remember seeing that during the wet dress rehearsal. Remind me.
They they have different flows that lead to the same destination, and they are always experimenting with different flows. You cannot really take for granted what you have seen on the last flight. The changes are getting a bit more stable these days versus when we had complete countdown changes between every single flight. But yes, there's very much a potential for them to adjust something, chill down faster, and still load in time here. And we are just waiting for that OLM and tower event to spool up at some point and conduct the chill down.
Yeah. And again, I say this a lot, and people that are joining, oh, what's this rocket thing? Everything you see on your screen is research and development. They want to push these vehicles, push stage 0, as they call the tower and the propellant farm, to not its breaking point, but as close as they can get, because that becomes the most efficient way to launch a rocket. So every time they launch, they want to find a faster way to bring it up and a faster way to bring it back and a faster way to bring it down, right, EJ?
Yep.
And when they're loading, they want to find a faster way to load, because the goal is rapid reusability. It's not just reusability, it's rapid reusability. And what they want to make these systems so reliable that they can run them at that high efficiency rate, and then over and over and do it over and over again. And that's really the secret of what you're watching here during this R&D, these test flights. And again, this is Test Flight 7. You're watching NSF. My name is Gene. This is EJ.
Hello.
We got a lot of people in the field out there. We have all of the regular voices and the faces that you see on NSF. And we started broadcasting this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning with what we call the stakeout, where we're watching what's going on, getting ready for this big flight. And we are expecting at any moment now the begin of the chill down of the OLM, what's called the Orbital Launch Mount. That's what you see on the main screen, which just changed to the Ship Quick Disconnect.
So I have a very exciting update. It's very, very thin, very, very weak right now, but there's a tower vent. And you can see there those stairs, on the tower.
Yep.
In the middle there, you can see a vent coming out of the tower. It's getting stronger and stronger. It will not get super, super strong right now. So the behavior of this vent is it starts slowly growing up in power, and then it stops. Like it just dies down again, and then it comes back. And when it comes back again, it's going to create this plume of venting out of the tower. But this is a great sign, because it means the lines going up to the quick disconnect arm are being chilled down. In particular, this is a gaseous oxygen vent.
Can we also go to the orbital launch mount
vent as well, right?
Yep, there it is.
Yeah,
chill down for the booster lines has begun as well. We have both areas venting.
And that's what we've been waiting for. This really gives us the ability that we know that they're chilling the lines, and they're going to start. We're doing dances on the camera, because this is where they're going to start loading these vehicles for flight. We are 1 hour 19 minutes, just under 1 hour 20 minutes to a T0 time, to what they're looking for is their T0 time. And I want to take a minute and talk about how, I know I do this a lot, but I keep going back to the store and what that does for us. What you're looking at is Flight 7. Right now, for pre-order, you can get the Flight 7 patch, which we have on our shirts here in the studio, and they'll probably flash one up on the screen. Each one of these test flights, NSF has been putting out these patches, and I don't have them all. Do you have them all?
I can't say that I do, but I do have some of them.
I have some of them too. I have 2, 5, 6, and I just pre-ordered 7, and so can you. You can pre-order at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Every one of those helps us. And remember, guys, this is a pre-order. They have not started shipping. I guarantee you they've not started shipping. This is a pre-order. So if anybody says, I got mine, trust me, they haven't. This is a pre-order, and we appreciate you guys going out there. And the question is, when they start doing 50 launches a year, is Adrian going to have the time to do 50 patches? Well, I say yes. No, I'm kidding, Adrian. You're not. We're going to see. We're still going to do the patches. Out on the store, there's a lot more. You can get the shirts like we're wearing today, and just to support that. And that goes to help the camera, the camera guys, the robotics guys, the photographers we have. There's artwork out there. I have one of those steel plates. I brought it. I wanted DYs to sign the picture from Flight 6. They got stuck in Florida at the New Glen. So, I know they're yeah, go ahead, Dawson.
Hey, has anybody explained the late breaking change that I forced onto the patch team that's visible on the patch?
Oh no, no! This is new information. Go ahead.
I literally stopped the patch because the first design we got back, it was just like generic coastline in the background, like little islands and stuff. And so we went into Google Earth and we took about the area. I mean, the scale isn't quite right, but that is the Gulf Coast. Viewed just from above. I see Adrian smiling. Viewed just from above the launch pad. In the curve of the coast there is actual curve of the South Texas coast behind the rocket. I was like, we can't have any generic coast behind it. Put the South Texas coast there. So I literally stopped the final approval of the patch so we could put in that cool little detail. We love our patches.
That's awesome. I like the shiny effect. I don't know what you would call that, but it's then cut by the payload bay. And the payload bay on this flight is going to be something kind of special because they've got those dummy Starlink satellites in there that they're going to put out during the coast phase. But Doss, good job. I like this patch design. I don't know everybody else does. And I'm going to cut to Adrian because the last time Adrian and I talked, what were we at? 50%, Adrian, of those? Now we're down to what?
I didn't have the time to. They're flying away fast. I didn't have the time to actually pull up current numbers here, but I can tell you we are flying through them fast right now, and yeah, it's almost as fast as SpaceX is right now chilling these ground lines to the OLM. Probably it's about the same pace.
Yeah.
But that was my transition of the day.
Yeah.
Nice, and thank you.
There's that of the blinking light on the tower. And one of the things that EJ and I talked about when we first got here was how big Starship really is.
Yep.
And how you don't really get a sense of scale when you're watching it on the screen. But we found a way to show you a sense of scale. But and they're going to bring that up, when you're driving out there, you see it in the distance. And you can see it in the distance in some of the shots from the Margaritaville Resort. And when you're driving out there, you can really see it. But I know Ryan has been working on some really, really cool perspective shots of like these buildings and statues and everything. And I'm trying to tee up the guys in the back room to pull up that overlay so we can see what that looks like from a size perspective. But I kind of want to go back to you, EJ, while they're doing that.
Yep.
Run us through that emotional roller coaster again as you drove out there for the first time the other day.
Well, I'll tell you, Gene, I've been watching Starbase for a long time. I was watching Starbase live before I was here commentating. And, I've been telling people for years how big these vehicles are. And I rarely get speechless. I usually let out some kind of grunt or something. If you've watched past streams of me, I had no words. In fact, when we were putting cameras out there, when I was helping Jack and Dan and all the back end people at NSF get all these cameras put in, I found myself just looking at it. It's like, I stared at the trap ray. Oh no!
Right.
Oh no!
Yeah, you just kind of stand there and you're like, is there anything for me to do? And you automatically just turn toward the gigantic rocket off in the distance.
No words.
Yeah. So lots of different camera angles, and you can see in the lower right-hand corner what I was talking about with this scale of the rocket. The Statue of Liberty there on the left, 93 meters approximately, 96 meters for Big Ben. And on the right is the vehicle assembly building at the KSC. At 160 meters, approximately 160 meters. And right smack in the middle of your screen is Starship 33 on top of Booster 14 at approximately 141 meters, which gives you a size. This really is a flying skyscraper.
It's a monster.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really amazing. I love the overlays too. And there, I think we've got one of other ships. Yeah, here we go. Falcon 9, the space shuttle. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah,
That's
baby.
the word of the day. There's New Glenn at approximately 98 meters. It flew earlier this morning, and all of them on an approximate size of the OLM. So it is rocket to rocket. SLS, Vulcan, and then 43 meters over there for LVM-3. And right in the middle, again, the rocket size, approximately 123 meters tall. And it's going to get bigger, right?
Yeah. Yeah, they plan on extending it even more. It's going to be crazy. Eventually, with Pad B, they're going to move to a flame trench. Yeah, he said it. They're going to move to. He said it. They're going to move to a flame trench design, and so the OLM is going to be a lot lower, and that affords them to make a much longer vehicle. So
Yeah.
those pads that are at the bottom, you said they're compared rocket to rocket, right? That's not going to be there for future versions of Starship.
Yeah, it's really it's fun to put the rockets, and this is all Ryan Caton's work. So be sure to follow him on Twitter. What is it? D Dolphin Pod Dolphin D something.
D-Pod
I don't know
Dolphin
what
Productions,
it is.
man.
But you know it. Everybody watches NSF knows that. Lots of venting going on, and this is a really, really good sign. I just love to see Adrian's reactions. I wish we had a BTS Adrian cam. He's laughing at all my silly dad jokes. 1 hour, 12 minutes to the approximate T0. So the timeline from here, when we talk about, because those vents on the towers are really, really going. Alex, we're going to start to see once those lines are chilled down, and we're waiting for a go for prop load a call out, are we not? We're waiting for that from SpaceX, and we're not going to hear that. We're going to see that on the ship. And what does that frost line actually tell us? And that's the beginning of the load. But in the timeline, that frost is really important, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping that we get some kind of update beforehand from SpaceX and social media on X, essentially, because usually we get some kind of update from them even before the start of propellant load. But yeah, one of the things that we're going to see is that ship liquid oxygen load beginning at T-minus 45 minutes and 54 seconds. So hopefully in about 20 minutes from now or so. Bit under 20 minutes. And so one of the things that we should also see is as we get close to that point, we're going to see the methane subcoolers getting very, very active. Other behaviors that we're going to see are the OLM vent will become even more active. That you can see it's already going, but it'll become a lot more active. That tower vent will disappear at some point, or at least die down a lot, right? Become very, very weak. And then it'll come back. And when it comes back, that's when they're getting ready for that liquid oxygen load on the Starship, on the ship. And so there's multiple different behaviors, I guess, of the tank farm, of the launch systems and everything. And so as we go along the next 30 minutes or so until, both stages start that propellant load, we're going to be calling those out. You can see there that Pope vent, the vertical vent there to the left of that is where the ship and booster methane subcoolers are located. And so the one for the ship, there are 4 of those. The one for the ship is the one on the right-hand side. So we're going to see that one first, venting a lot, and that's going to be for the ship fuel load, which should begin at T-minus 43 minutes. There's a few changes of behavior as well as we go through the countdown. I'm going to be calling those out as we go through. This is one when I start saying, ooh, things are happening, right? As Chris usually says. But definitely lots of action that we're going to see. That frost will also be our indicator of the propellant levels. So definitely looking forward to that.
And what you're seeing on the screen, it might, that previous shot, it might have looked like two, but you were actually seeing the vent on the right, which is that Pope vent, and then the vent on the left, which was the OLM vent. But in that last shot, they kind of combined, and it looked like it was just spewing vapor everywhere. And that's a really cool shot because it gives you an indication of where the wind is coming from, where the wind is going. So the wind is blowing from right to left, and from this camera, which we know exactly where this is, Danger Cam, Danger Dune. This is not Danger Lot. So if you're thinking it's Danger Lot, we've now named it Danger Dune out toward the water of the Gulf Coast. But it does show you that path going to the left. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to kind of chime in here, Gene, for a second. Guys, just take a step back and look at how close this camera actually is. This camera is not far away. It's 900 feet. According to DAS, we are 900 feet away from the pad. We're going to see either nothing or a lot of action with this camera here.
Yeah. And this is the wind we're talking about. As it dies down, the velocity of that vapor is going to slow down too. But SpaceX is apparently saying, hey, we are within tolerance for winds on the ground and within tolerance for winds aloft, both for a launch uphill and the boost back burn and the potential recovery of booster 14 on the chopsticks. Now, the chopsticks closed yesterday, and we assume it was for the winds, but that weather yesterday was really, really a problem. Today, obviously not. I mean, we can turn around and look out the window here at Margaritaville, and it's absolutely beautiful. You can see it on your screen. The sun up there in the upper left-hand corner lighting up this amazingly tall, gigantic, biggest rocket in the world. Again, way to go, SpaceX. And the most powerful when it launches. The second tower over there, how cool is it going to be? One day, they're going to have a rocket ready to go here and a rocket ready to go there, or potentially launch from here, catch the booster, catch the Starship from there. What predict the future for me, EJ? When do we see that second tower coming into operation?
I'm thinking summer this year.
Really?
Summer this year.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
I thought I was the optimist.
No. See,
My goodness,
I have
that's
to make
really...
up for it. I was pessimistic on the last answer. No, I really think there really is a push to get that thing done. I think there's a push to get it done because, you said one of the operations that they wanted to do was they wanted to launch with one, catch with another. And I know as much as people like, oh no, don't use one for catch. Oh, no, catch towers. No, we don't do catch towers. I think that's what they really want to do.
Well,
I mean, that's going to afford you the least amount of risk, right? You don't want to land a ship on top of a booster and potentially damage both of them.
As they're updating the ship and the booster, right, with Block 2, Ship 33 on your screen there is a Block 2 ship, and then Booster 14 still a Block 1 booster. As they upgrade those, they're also upgrading the tower, the mechanism, the communication. They're building a flame trench. I said it this time. You don't know what we're talking about.
All right.
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. It's the word of the day. Join the flame trench. It's on Fridays. He's this guy over here, EJ. He's one of the main guys on there. I've done it a couple times. It's a heck of a lot of fun on NSF. And so as they update the stage 0, as we say, they're going to be updating this one. They got to get the other one into operation before then. We talked about it a little bit on Stakeout today. Before they start, I don't want to say tearing it down, but upgrading Tower 1 and Pad A. And we think they're going to do, if Tower 2 and Pad B with the flame trench, ding, ding, works really well going forward for those test flights, then they're going to just shift all that work over to the first tower. What do you think?
You think they're going to just straight get to Tower B ready, or Tower 2 and Pad B ready to go, and then upgrade the other one? That's what you said?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a viable pathway.
Away goes the original OLM mount.
Yeah.
And they put the new mount in because they're building a new mount over at the production site.
Yeah.
Which kind of looks like it slots in, but I don't know if it's going to be movable. We'll see. Stay with NSF to see, because we're all going to learn at the same time. But away goes the water-cooled plate underneath, and the water gelage system is going to change. The new one has a steel plate on top instead of the upside-down shower head, as Elon likes to call it. So I think they have to get that one to keep the cadence of testing. They have to get the second tower and pad operational. They might still use this one for a while, but eventually they're going to have to do this. Look what happened at 39A.
Yeah, that's a good point. See, that's the thing. I keep going back to it. Yeah, you're talking about maintaining the cadence, but SpaceX is 5 figures into the labor force here. I think it's like 10 to 14,000 people somewhere. And I know it's a wide range. It's somewhere in there. Honestly, I'm getting them confused with labor counts from other gigantic new space aerospace contractors, which is not a bad problem to have. Like, let me say that straight up. They have the personnel to be able to do both of these things. I think if the time comes, it's not like you can work on Tower 2 and Pad B when Tower A is launching something, right? If you can catch with one, you can catch with the other. They might be pushing to get that tower finished first, so they could do catching operations. The catching operation isn't going to mess up the
Breaking news. SpaceX confirms the Starship team is go for propellant load.
All right.
Here we go.
That's what we want. That's what we like. 1 hour and 4 minutes, and they are go for propellant load. We should start seeing a frost line on the booster, and then eventually up on the ship as we go forward. So with that news, that was a minor status update. Alex, I'm going to come to you. Give us the status as we get close to, and just a couple minutes away from the T1 hour mark. Where we are at prop load. What does that mean in the big picture?
Not yet. We go for that propellant load, but we are not under propellant load just yet. The ground systems are still being prepared for that. The start of propellant load will begin with a liquid oxygen load on the ship on that upper stage at T minus 45 minutes and 54 seconds. And so, we're going to get very close to that. Like that's essentially less than 20 minutes from now, right? We're going to get a lot of things going on here in very short order, as you usually say, right? We're gonna see those subcoolers, those methane subcoolers, getting lots of vents, getting very, very active. I'm starting to see that tower vent dying down. That is totally what we expect, what we are hoping for, because then when it comes back, it's going to get a lot more active, a lot more powerful and everything. And so we really need all of that. And one of the things that I'm looking forward personally is once that propellant load starts, we're going to get that frost a few minutes later. We're going to get all of that condensation, all of that build up, right? And as we're building up to that, let's build up the hype, right?
Yeah, let's get
And so
excited. Come on.
let's get excited. I'm really excited. I'm really pumped up for this flight because we're gonna see a lot of exciting stuff here. It's gonna be the first time we're gonna be seeing this massive, bigger Starship Block 2 version of the ship, and I just cannot wait. Like, one of the things that I'm really looking forward to is seeing that in flight with the new flaps, the extended tanks, everything. And so, guys, I'm just so excited. We're just 1 hour away, and a bit of a change, right? Like the 1 hour, 1 minute, and like this is getting off. This is already going into propellant load in less than 20 minutes from now. It's gonna be so exciting.
And this is, by the way, we've been up for hours and hours and hours. This is the hour we want. This is the hour
We've
we
been
wait
waiting
for.
for.
This is where you're going to see all of our energy kick up and all of our, we're going to go nuts in the next hour. Adrian's going to start screaming in the background. Jack's going to start screaming in the background. It's just a lot of fun.
What?
And
We screaming?
calm down, Alex.
No, that never happens.
We get to run up on the roof, watch this live. This is really, when we get to that 1 hour mark, this is where we go crazy. And it is a lot of fun. We're still going to talk about stuff. We're still going to ramp it up, but I want to see what's going on in chat. Chat, are you guys ready for this? We're coming up on T-minus 1 hour, and I want to see what you have to say and how excited you are, because at T0, excitement's guaranteed.
Right.
Let's kick it up a notch. Let's go.
See, you guys ready to go?
I had to bite my tongue. I wanted to scream. I don't know about you guys, but we were all playing the drums. We had arms up. We were fist bumping. I can't get enough of that. I'm like, Kevin, play it like 5 more times. I want to see that over and over and over. In chat, let me know. Have you seen all of them? Were you there during the Starhopper days? Are you an old school tank watcher? We are.
Yep.
Oh, gosh. It just blows my mind. 57 minutes, 30 seconds to a potential T0, and we should start seeing things real fast. Alex went down the rundown for us, but this is the moment we live for. This is really where we are like, let's go.
I'm ready, man.
I'm so
Let's
ready.
do this.
You don't know this for those of you watching, but during those videos, we're all in the background just holding on. We all want to just start screaming and cheering because a lot of us were there.
Yep.
I was there for Flight 6, and while watching NSF, I was there for all of them. I'm sitting in my office, I'm fist pumping and watching the Booster 12 catch. I mean, and you were there with us. And it's absolutely phenomenal. Great video. Great job, guys. That was a ton of fun. What do you guys think in chat?
Well, I saw them going crazy. That chat was going so fast I couldn't read it.
Yes. Do we have Jack in the field? Are we able to talk to him? Because I know we're going to talk to him in just a second. But let's go to Adrian real quick. And I just want to, Adrian, are you doing okay over there? I saw you screaming and playing the air drums.
Yeah, I feel like with New Glenn a few hours ago and now Starship, I'm a bit of a like it's a roller coaster. It's basically like launch, then settle down, and then countdown, and then now we are back into launch operation. It's a lot, and we also had to moon mission. There's a lot happening in the last few hours, and honestly, I'm here for it. This is absolutely exciting. We are about to see some steel getting frosty.
Steel getting frosty is a good way to put it. Alex, I know we've all been up, but this is our moment. This is what we're waiting for.
Yeah. 10 minutes away from that start of propellant load. The tower vent is completely gone, but don't fret. In just a few minutes, it'll come back, and I promise you, it's going to be epic. I love it when it comes back because it comes back a lot more powerful. It looks like the tower grows like a cape behind it, right? It's like this long plume on the side of the tower, and it just gets so beautiful. And once that tower vent then goes out again, that's going to be the start of liquid oxygen load on the ship. And so that's going to be that first event on this whole propellant load sequence at 45 minutes and 54 seconds to go for the launch. So just less than 10 minutes away from that.
So the guys, we're here in the studio. EJ and I are in the studio, and we have DOS up on the roof and folks out in the field. So let's bring Jack in. Jack, what's the mood? Where are you, first of all, because we know you go all over the place. And what's the mood out there?
I'm at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, so thanks again to Rocket Ranch.
We're going to try to get Jack.
Us.
He's
you
out in the
should
field.
have my
I think
live
he's out at
feed.
Outpost because that's normally his hangout.
Yep.
And when we get him back, we'll ask him what's going on because there's probably a giant bunch of people out there getting ready for a lot of exuberance or. All right, let's go to Jack.
Can you hear me? Let me know. There might be a little bit of a delay. Hopefully, I'm not coming through a robotic.
Good to go.
All right, well, I'm just going to go for it. I'm here at the Rocket Ranch Outpost, so thanks again to them for hosting us and our cameras. It is a beautiful day, and we are under an hour to go. So the mood is exuberant. Everybody here is very excited, and we are hoping to see a booster catch today. That would be exceptional. And hopefully Ship 33 can make it through re-entry unscathed, even with all of its missing tiles. But we got a lot of cameras in place. We got Danger Dune, as you can see, in place. What a beautiful spot. There's also a 4K slow-mo rig at 600 millimeters right on the chopsticks for those of you who that makes sense to. Hopefully it works. Yeah, it's going to be a good day. If today goes right for me photographically, it's going to be a really good day. But if today goes right for SpaceX, more importantly, it's going to be an even better day because we're going to get one step closer to boots on the moon and eventually Mars.
Absolutely. Boots on the moon and eventually Mars. Thank you, Jack. Out at the Outpost. You're going to see a lot of his pictures and his cameras out there. And there's probably 100 people out there watching the launch today. We'll see that. Now, we do know up on the roof.
Really quick, if I may, I just want to once again thank Rocket Ranch for having us. If you want a super up close spot to watch a launch from, check out Rocket Ranch. Their outpost location is second to none.
Absolutely. Good folks, and glad to be partners with them. What you're seeing now, that tower vent's really going.
Yep.
We're still a couple minutes away, right, Alex?
Yeah, just as foretold, that tower vent is back and it's stronger than ever. And you can see there, like, look at that. It's so amazing how active it becomes. And once it goes out, that's going to be our sort of indication that they are starting to load liquid oxygen onto the ship, onto that upper stage. Now, for the OLM vent, it's still growing up. That will also go through until it is time to load liquid oxygen on the booster. That will actually be the last of the main tanks to start loading. That's at T-minus 35 minutes and 28 seconds, at least per the SpaceX timeline. So we're still a bit further away from that last tank to start loading, but liquid oxygen load on the ship should begin in just 6 minutes from now.
Awesome. And let's check back in with Adrian, because we got some hype in chat. We got some folks joining. We want to say thank you.
Absolutely, and once again, we are back to me failing miserably to keep up here. We have Sean here with a super chat saying, massive thanks for everything NSF does to bring this coverage to the world. 1,000 apologies for being, thank you so much. And we also have we have Brianna here with a $20 super chat saying, asking about jellyfish. Sadly, not in Boca, but if you're somewhere in the Bahamas area, there is a chance for a jellyfish from the ground there. We have so many people joining the Capcom membership and the launch director. We have Astrospan here becoming a launch director. We have Christopher Taboni with Super Chat. He's saying Glenn launching this morning now it needs friendship with 7. I agree. I mean, honestly, there are some days that definitely are slightly above this, but I feel like a new Glenn launch on the same day as a Starship launch would certainly make somewhere of the top 5 of the greatest space days of all time.
Yeah, 2 super heavies are just amazing. And if you're able to watch on YouTube, amazing. This is where we do most of our coverage, but we also have our socials, and we want you to get out there and join those if you can. We're all over X. In fact, most of the guys on NSF are all over X. We're also on Facebook. That's where I usually hang out. And then also Instagram and all the other ones as well. And I know you're over on Twitch, right?
Yep, that's right. We're also streaming this over on the Twitch channel. Hey, Twitch chat.
Hi, everybody. Okay, do we have a question? Alex, I'm sorry, Adrian, did you want to give a question to EJ or Alex from one of the new questions that are coming from members?
Before I that, I will already prepare somebody else here in the background that we're getting more and more planes in the air questions. So maybe if there's someone in the background preparing some updates on the planes here. And then we are Alex. There's a question here from Rankley about today's launch window, and could SpaceX get an extension for today's launch window if they need it?
I'm actually not sure. We've not had that kind of problem before, but I'm mostly sure they probably will not try unless they are really, really sure, right? I think they will probably just, go another day. But of course, that's not what we're hoping for today. Quite the opposite. We're really looking forward to that flight in less than 49 minutes at 4:37 p.m. Central Time. And so we are really getting very, very close to that start of the propellant load sequence.
And here's what's going to happen here in about 12 minutes. We're going to run up to the roof. I guess you're going to go up first. You'll get on comms. We'll talk. But I know Doss is up there. I saw him put his jacket on with the sun moving behind the building. Apparently, it's cooler in the shade. Doss, you want to confirm that?
Gene, if y'all are coming up to the roof, definitely bring as many layers as you have access to. As soon as the sun went behind the next condo over, it got chilly up here. I feel like I'm standing in the middle of those cryo plumes there. Not really, because I can breathe. But it is cold up here. Come up and bring some jackets. We do have the comm set up here. If you bring a headset, we can have 2 headsets up here, and we will see if this thing goes. It is just such a nice day out here. God, I'd spend more time in Brownsville if it was like this all the time.
Have some hot cocoa ready when we get up there. That'd be nice, EJ. We'll go up there and just kind of sit down and launch chairs. None of that's going to happen. We're going to stand up. We're dancing. We got a rocket launch to go. Adrian, do you have another question real quick?
I have plenty of questions here.
I bet you did.
We have one question here about why this is pushing into the window. EJ, do we know why exactly they're pushing into the window?
I don't think we've heard anything, to be honest with you. If I had to put my finger on something, it's probably they're just waiting for the most ideal weather, but we haven't heard anything official, I don't think.
Yeah, I would say wind. Yeah.
And second question here, Alex, why is there no lightning protection towers around this pad? Like in other pads?
Yeah, that's a great question there. One of the reasons we believe is because there are not as many, and I'm just seeing that tower vent dying off, which should mean liquid oxygen load has begun on the ship. Also, the methane. I'm sorry for cutting through this answer, but I really needed to get to this update because I was just seeing it on here live as we are right now. That liquid oxygen load should have begun now on the ship, that tower vent disappearing. And also, if we go back to the other view, I saw also the methane subcoolers getting quite active. So the methane load on the ship should begin in about 3 minutes from now as well. So that's one of the other steps here on the countdown as well as we tick down to that liftoff time in 46 minutes. But as for these... hang on, I just completely forgot the question. I was in the middle of answering it, and then I just concentrated on the
where lightning protection system.
Yeah, okay, the lightning. Okay, yeah. So here at Starbase, it's not as sort of stormy, I guess, and you don't see as many lightnings as you see, for example, at Florida. So that's something that you see at Florida pads. But if you look at Vandenberg, it's very rare, and they still have lightning, right? But the chances are a lot lower, and that's why they don't have those systems. So Starbase, we think it's pretty much the same in that case. They do have that tower at the top of the tower. I guess it's like little tower, but we think that is a weather tower. Some kind of it also has a few antennas and things like that for some of the communications and everything. But it is not a sort of lightning tower or anything like it. It doesn't seem like it acts like that. And to be fair, so far, ever since this tower went up, we have not seen any lightning hitting the tower. So it's been quite a few years already, and there's been none. Guess what? In the meantime, we've seen lots and lots of lightning hitting, all of the launch pads at the Cape.
And we're going to see some frost lines here in just a little bit. And for those of you just joining us, hey, we are 44 minutes approximately away from T0. And as you can see on the ship quick disconnect, I almost made up a word there. You can start to see some of the lines there. See, that is that condensation building up. So we know those lines have been chilled down, and that's a really, really good sign. And we're all excited. This is the last hour right before, and we know how long approximately it takes, but they all want to go faster because this is a test flight. They are pushing the ship to the limit. We talked about the TPS tiles. We talked about the ones they removed on 6. I'm always interested in this view because the tiles on the back side, or as they call it, the leeward side of those flaps. Alex, I'm just going to throw a question to you. Do you know why those are there? They're testing something, but we don't know what.
Yeah, they're probably testing some more of those tiles. One of the things that we think might happen there is that they may have alternative ways of putting the tiles on the flaps. It could also be that maybe they think in the future the flaps might need some of those heat shield tiles on the leeward side. We really don't know, of course, but what you can bet is those are test tiles, right? If it were something that they may need completely, that they really want to have a lot of them, then you will see a lot of them, right? You will see a whole bunch of them on the leeward side and not just a few here and there. And one of the things that we're starting to see already, so that quick disconnect umbilical, that umbilical to the ship It's frosty, but watch out for that liquid oxygen tank. You know where that connects to the ship, right? Right above it, you can see those ribs. That's the connection of the aft dome of the liquid oxygen tank, the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank. It's getting loaded with liquid oxygen, right? And so what that means is as the fluid level keeps going up and up, there's going to be a point where that liquid oxygen will touch the outer wall of the ship. And so we're going to start seeing that frost. I'm starting to see some condensation already and getting, that discoloration there. So we're getting very, very close. And I think we're already past the time in the timeline where methane load should have begun on the ship. And we are very close as well from that for the booster. The booster, the booster fuel load, it should be starting at T-minus 41 minutes and 24 seconds per the SpaceX timeline.
I think I see both discoloration now also on the methane tank. I think I see a confirmed frost ring now on the LOX tank of the ship. So I think we can, with very good confidence, say here that the ship, both tanks of the ship are being loaded, because there's clear discoloration on all tanks.
Why?
Yep.
Look at that. Sorry.
Hey, yeah, look at that.
Alex, why do they use methane?
Oh, that's an even bigger question, I guess. It's more efficient than RP1, the one that they use, that kerosene that they use on the Falcon 9 rockets that they developed first, right? It's more clean burning. It's lots of things, right, that contribute to the use of the methane. Other companies use methane as well, especially for their boosters, like we saw with New Glenn. Stoke Space is also using methane on their Nova rocket. It's also a fully reusable rocket that they're developing. So lots of different companies are trying out methane. Quite exciting times, because those methane plumes, when we see those engines ignite, we see blue, we see pink, we see different colors that we have not seen in the past, and it's really exciting. I'm really looking forward to that in 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. And
some people mentioning as well that you can make methane on Mars. By the way, you can also make hydrogen, but hydrogen is also lower density. Just to mention that as well.
And as we pass the T-minus 40, we're just about 30 seconds away from T-minus 40 minutes. A lot of the things that I see on the ship, I see on the ship on the patch. And I'm wearing a shirt with the Flight 7 patch on it. And I've pre-ordered my patch from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. I also, and Adrian has confirmed this, I got the first New Glenn shirt. I got the first.
That's correct.
Yeah, I did. So I'm a winner. I don't know about all you guys. I'm a winner. I got that one. But you can find that there as well. And there is that beautiful patch. And as Doss was talking about, he had the final say in what was in the background. So I think it looks fantastic. And I can't wait to add it to my NSF jacket, where I'm going to put all those patches. Shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And we appreciate all of you guys going out there and supporting us. Check out all the artwork and the photography that's available as well from our super, super talented photographers. Adrian, let's take one more question. Then we're going to go to Alex, and we're going to talk to Alex. I'm going to tee him up for this one about the booster, because he mentioned it earlier. But I want to take a question from the membership, from the folks on the chat, because it is zipping past here really, really fast.
Yeah, and one question we got here from Polyverse is, what gas does the RCS thruster on Starship use, Alex?
Gas is oxygen and gas is methane. They vent the tanks in order to use that as RCS thrusters. They just use the vents as the thrusters.
There we go.
Cold.
And
cold gas? Is that cold gas, right? Because if it was hot, they would be igniting something? I literally don't know.
Yeah, technically that gas is not cold, but we call it cold gas thruster because even though it's a vent and the ullage gas that they use is hot, the difference there is that gas is not being burned with something, right? A hot gas thruster, you got to think about some kind of combustion there that goes on, and that's not the case here. However, in the future, we think Starship will have those hot gas thrusters as they fly to the moon, to Mars, and things like that, because they cannot rely all the time on just the vents on the tanks for those trips, it's a way long ways out, right? And so they're gonna need that combustion for higher efficiency and resource management.
So as we know, you can really see the frost line there on the ship. And which one do they load first?
They load in the order. The ship LOX load is the first one that starts, then the ship methane load, then the booster methane load, and then the booster LOX load. The last one to join is the booster LOX load, which will join in 2 minutes from now.
It's actually, it seems like they have started now. The OLM vent seems to have stopped, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm looking at all the other feeds that we have, and it looks like the OLM vent is stopped. So that means all 4 main tanks on the rocket are being loaded. The 2 main tanks on the ship, methane and oxygen, and also the methane and oxygen on the booster. We already see that frost on the booster methane tank as well. We're gonna get that frost as well very shortly on the oxygen tank.
And now you know why. And now you know why SpaceX is putting all times approximate next to their timeline. Because they on their timeline they said it's 35 minutes for booster LOX load.
And for those that don't know, both the ship and the booster, the top tank is the methane, and the bottom tank on each vehicle is the liquid oxygen. So, and then another thing that I should mention, the ship itself also has a set of header tanks, and those are on the nose cone, and it's actually inverted. So the one that is right at the tip of the nose cone of the ship is the liquid oxygen header tank, and then right underneath that, it's inside of the nose cone. Of course, we cannot see it right now. That other header tank, that methane header tank, is below the liquid oxygen header tank. Those 2 header tanks, they are not being loaded right now, but they will very closer to the much closer to the T0. I believe in previous times it's being around T-minus 15 minute mark. So they load the ship up until about 85%, excuse me, and then they stop the load of the main tanks at that point, and then they transition to the header tanks. The header tanks are loaded, and then they load the remaining 15% or so of the main tanks. And so that's one of the things that we're also going to see here as we approach that roughly T-minus 15 minute mark. We're going to see those header tanks venting on the tip of the nose cone. It's going to be exciting, y'all, because we're going to get a really active rocket here. Like, you can already see that the tank farm is going bonkers. The tanks are already getting frosty. We're going to get lots of venting from the rocket. Like, it's just going to become a monster, waking up, essentially.
What are the vents on the side of the booster, and like the pressure's building up? Is that what they're doing? Is they're kind of releasing pressure as it builds up?
So there are different kind of vents. What you see there right now there on the right side is, of course, just condensation. Sometimes they also open the vents because, it comes a bit with the problem that there is still ambient air in that booster, right? So if you want to put more propellants in there, at some point you also have to release that ambient gas and ambient air. Otherwise, they just run to the point where there's too much pressure in that booster. So it's a constant, it's kind of breathing. The rocket kind of starts to breathe, and it breathes out the ambient air and the already boiled off gaseous propellants, and it breathes in the new propellants, the liquid propellants. It's kind of that flow. And the rule of thumb there is, if it's just a bit of like mist, that's usually condensation. If it's a vent with purpose, if it has some force, that's a controlled vent to control pressure.
And Alex, you don't know this, but I'm going to ask you this question anyway. Here you go. What are they doing in the control room during this process?
Well, they are controlling everything, right? That's probably a very silly answer, but it's true, right? It's named the launch control room because of that. They're looking at all of the parameters, all of the different things are going on with the tank farm, with the vehicles, the weather, everything essentially. Also the range, boats in the area, planes in the area, all of those things in order to be able to, get to a safe launch. Once the rocket is off the pad, though, everything is on the flight computers, and there's no way back other than, that commit sort of signal for the booster to go back to the launch site. Other than that, They do not send any more commands. It's just, downlink all the data, downlink all of the video and telemetry, and that's pretty much it. That's all they do once flight happens.
And we've got EJ and Doss up on the roof, and Doss has been up there pretty much all morning setting up the camera. But EJ, give us your perspective from up there on the roof and what you're seeing.
Well, Gina, yeah, I made it up here. We got a clear shot all the way to Starship. I can see the tank farm gases coming off the vehicle. It's just a little bit hazy up here, but Doss, we got a pretty clean view, don't we?
It's a pretty clean view. I'll take it, EJ. I've seen worse.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I'm in a cloud right now, and
Yeah.
there's not very many clouds. There's no clouds above us. It's just some ground haze, and I really wonder if a lot of it's not wind blowing and roiling all this up.
Yep.
I'll take it. But we are up here. Are you going to join us at some point?
I'm heading up there in just a minute. In fact, why don't you guys take it? I think we're going to try to check in with Jack. He's running around, but they'll let us know if he's ready when we check in with him. And I know coming up here in just a few minutes, about 12 minutes actually, they go through the Raptor chill down, but that's a couple minutes away. Tell us again about the cameras. I'm going to run up there and join you guys. I will see you in just a second.
Well, like we said, we are ready to go up here on the roof. We'll cover for Gene while he makes his way up here. We've been trying to deal with the wind. The big thing is we are still getting some gusts of wind up here. It's not the worst it's ever been. It's coming from behind us, which is the north. Little chilly. How you doing, EJ?
I'm doing just fine, man. This is just like home.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
the weather
you're from
back home.
Boston.
Yeah.
Not from Texas like
perfect.
me.
Just got a hoodie. This is a hoodie weather. We're good, man.
But EJ's looking for his shorts. He's like, hold on my shorts.
Want to go swimming?
I'm good, dude. But we are up here. We see people all the way down in Isla Blanca Park. People lined up along the beach. A lot of people watching from balconies up here next to us, but just standing by as the count continues to count. And Alex and Adrian, if y'all notice anything, one thing, our environment up here is a little tough, so it's a little tougher for me to watch the screen and watch the clock, and I'm not tuned into all the social announcements. So if y'all see anything, please jump right in and let me know what's going on, because it's a tough place. I'm going to mind my cameras, and y'all mind background information.
Yeah.
Sound like a deal?
We will certainly keep you updated. Right now, we're in a situation where all 4 tanks are loading, so it's kind of steady. Because it's, of course, until these 4 tanks are all the way loaded, we are in a bit of a more steady state here. But once we get into this wrap up and all of these kind of final little steps, we will certainly chime in again.
Good deal. Just don't hesitate to let us know. How you feeling, EJ?
I am feeling just fine, man. Everything looks good to me. Once we saw that tank farm going, I mean, I got a little nervous with that 37-minute push.
Yeah.
But now, once the tank farm got rolling, I'm like, it was a load off. I'm like, this is great. I'm having a great time.
We are 7 minutes into the official window, just crossed under T-minus 30 minutes, it looks like. Window goes all the way to 5 o'clock, so they're just about targeting the middle of the window. But look at the afternoon lighting.
Oh, golden hour right there.
The sun is starting to go down. We get that fantastic lighting from the southern view. That big camera there is the southern view. It is just a fantastic view of Starship.
Beautiful.
The shadows start to get long. All that venting, God, it's just sort of ground level, hanging out.
I mean, we could see it. We could see it clear as day here. We'll show you guys when push comes to shove. We'll get a camera on that from where we are. But man,
yep,
she's going.
Well, I hope so.
Let's see what we got.
Haven't heard any information that they are not going for it, right?
That's right. Schrodinger's go.
Okay. Adrian, we're also going to need some help if a super chat or something like that comes in. I have lots of screens, honestly, but they're all dedicated to cameras. So if you support or super chat or anything like that, please jump in, all right?
Absolutely. And quickly thanking all the people that are also getting the patch here right now and supporting us in all kinds of different ways. And there's so many very nice messages here, so we've got to them at some point here.
Good deal. Perfect. All right. So continuing to count down. How are we doing viewers-wise? Do we have a couple friends here watching us from all over the world?
One or two.
It's a couple?
Yeah, one or two, 3 maybe.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
How recently did we do the Where You Watching From? Did we just do it like 2 minutes before y'all came up?
No. The last time we were right at the top of the stream. That was
really
some time ago.
Folks, this is one of the things we do. If you haven't noticed, we're not official NASA, right? We're a media organization. We're a bunch of enthusiasts.
Yep.
We love doing this. We sort of reached critical mass, right? We had so many individual talented folks chasing rockets, photographers, videographers, cinematographers, nerds that just love rocket facts and stats and spreadsheets, and people that love tinkering with stuff. EJ and I are live streamers.
Yep.
This is where we came up doing educational live streams, but we reached this critical mass, and we got to a point where we sort of pooled our resources and our knowledge together so that we could share things like this with you. And the coolest thing is, you can watch from all over the world. We don't charge for the streams. It's not like, oh, you have to pay at the door to see the stream. No, we want everybody to be able to hang out with us here in the stream. So here's the deal. Let us know in chat right now where you are joining us from. I am going to get the stream open. The mods can take a break for a second because there's nothing you can do. That's fantastic. Gene just handed me chat. Somebody says from Blue Origin. Nice.
I mean, okay. Let's go.
Germany, Wisconsin, Oklahoma, Florida, Sweden, Turkey, Czech Republic. It's all over the world. DJ, look, UK right next to India. Got some Texans in there. Derbyshire, England, Huntsville, Alabama's in there as well. One day we'll be able to read this like the song, like
we've been everywhere for a long time, man. We've been reading chat for a long time. It's hard to keep up.
Look at that. It scrolled past really quick, but Beth Sanders with a $200 super chat. Beth, you're appreciated. Thank you so much for the support. But this is what we do. We're rocket nerds. We keep track of what's going on every single day. We do cameras, we do streams, and we tell you how it is.
Yep.
We give you our commentary. We don't have like our comms. Clearly, we don't have a comms team telling us what to say.
We're not that cool. Sorry. We're nerds.
I don't know if anybody thought we did, but we are over here, nerds like most of y'all. If you want to find your way back to our channel, we don't just stream the big launches. 3 a.m. Starlink?
Let's go.
Hey, we'll be there streaming the 3 a.m. Starlink. You want to show up and it's a crew launch going out of the Cape? We got something going on at Vandenberg. If we can get to a launch pad, we like to stream it and share it with y'all because it's not just like, oh, yeah, look, the rocket launched. How pretty. How cool. It's a community, right?
Yep. It really is. It really is a fun time. And I just can't thank everybody here for coming in and seeing this. And we're just really happy to share it with you guys.
Yep. It really is. Alex, anything to report? We're doing a little bit of a tilt up inspecting the rocket.
Yeah.
Everything looking nominal to you?
So far, so good. Look at that. We see a very frosty booster and also the ship as well.
Yep.
Lots of things going on, right? Right now, we are just watching that sort of progress bar. One of the things that is sort of beneficial of Starship not having, rockets, they usually have foam insulation and things like that. No, this is just bare metal, right? And so there's frost on the outside as they load that propellant. So it kind of serves us as a progress bar kind of thing. And so you can see there, the tanks are getting quite frosty. That liquid oxygen tank on the ship appears to be about halfway through, more or less, right? Methane tank also about halfway through. The booster, obviously, it started a little bit later, so it's a bit of low amount of propellant on board, but still getting frosty, getting fueled. That is exactly what we want.
Outstanding. I love it when we have these close-in cameras and we do this like inspection tilt, right? We sort of see from top to bottom the current status. The wind blowing past that frost and creating those little rivulets is probably the wrong word. Rivulets, EJ?
I think they're. I mean, yeah, you're
streamers.
Stringers.
No, stringers go up and down. That's different.
Yeah. I mean, streamers are us. Like,
streamers
I'm
are
just
a
saying.
totally different thing. The vehicle looks alive. And talked with a couple astronauts, and they always say when you're there on the pad and you're into fueling, doesn't matter if it's shuttle, crew mission, whatever it is, the vehicle feels alive.
Yep. It really is kind of life personified right there. It's churning, it's breathing, it's moving around.
Yep.
And it's gonna boogie in another 23 minutes.
23 and a half, yep. So we continue to count down. to the 7th launch of Starship. If you're just joining us, that's what we're looking at. Upper left-hand corner, you can self-serve the countdown by looking at the clock. It'll tell you how long it is till SpaceX is targeting the liftoff. And we're going to be here not just through that liftoff, but through the flight of the rocket using whatever feeds SpaceX provides to us. Good times. Adrian, how are we looking on our support here?
Absolutely fantastic. We are looking. People are pointing out here at 91k watching, only 14k likes. Smash that like button. Indeed, that's a very good way to support us. That was also sent in a super chat. So we are now getting production advice here in the super chat. Patrol with a $15 super chat saying, when NSF CubeSat cam does.
Hey, one thing at a time. Starship is launching a lot. One day we'll get bored of Starship, and no, we won't.
No.
One day,
yourself, man.
We'll get some more friends here with us, and we will diversify out into CubeSat cams and stuff like that. I'd love to do it, honestly.
We should.
It'd be a good
Eventually. When Starship boring.
We need to, but if you ever do that, we need to produce like a series about it. Like, here's what goes into the construction, and here goes what goes into integration. Because I want to learn all of these steps. Like, I want to get more details about that.
To be fair, it would make a great YouTube series. That'd be pretty good.
Pretty interesting. I record some behind the scenes of some of the stuff I do, but it's always a balance. Like, gosh, I could do this 10 times as fast if I wasn't recording myself doing it. But it's always good to share. And sometimes, we know this from Twitch, EJ.
Yep.
People will help you out.
Oh, they do.
Like, I don't know. How do you line up this CNC? I don't actually know. And they're like, hey, idiot, you just do this. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yes, but just like that. That is what they do.
That's how they say it sometimes.
I love you guys.
And
right.
once again, just quick update also. Right now, SpaceX is not targeting any issues.
Not tracking or targeting any issues.
Yes.
That is fantastic. Good deal. All right. We've talked, I mean, again, correct me if I'm wrong, we've talked through all the different things of the vehicle. We're sort of in go time. We've talked about the payloads, the sim links.
Yep.
We didn't call them dumb links, did we?
Oh.
No, I thought we said we were going to do that. Y'all waited till I wasn't listening.
No.
No, we didn't.
We talked about the dispensers. We talked about where it's going to splash down, the trajectories. We talked about the ship differences, right? All the differences in the ship, the improvements, because that's what SpaceX does, right? They rapidly iterate things. What have we missed? I'm reading chat right now. We're not quite fully fueled. What haven't we answered yet? I'm going to read the chat, and I'm going to see if anybody says anything that we've missed. There's a little bit of discussion about the landing platforms, so they don't have to do a boost back to the same launch pad. I mean, we got 2 towers out there right now. They could launch from one and catch from one, right?
Yeah.
I see some questions. Oh, good.
We did.
Yep, go ahead, Adrian.
I see some questions about a certain NASA plane, and if that's in the air, the WB-57. I'm not sure if we are aware if that is tracking somewhere.
Y'all would have to help me out with that.
Well, it wasn't
Negative.
here today. Just don't think it was here.
Yeah, I think it was coming back from another engagement late last night. I don't believe that came over here for this one. I don't see any contrails way up there in the sky. Usually we can spot it if it's circling around us. Pizza or pasta lunch? I don't know if I can help with that.
Yes.
Yes. EJ says both.
Yes. Yeah, my guy.
Anybody know if there's any bananas on this one?
No, just dumb star V3 links.
Sim links.
Sim links.
People worked very hard to make those satellites and put them into the rocket. They're not dumb. They're good satellites.
They're the best satellites.
They're the best satellites.
They're all good satellites.
The best satellite is the one you have loaded in the payload bay for this launch.
There you go. So no bananas?
I mean, I don't see any bananas.
All right.
Today, Crash Test Dummy, they may, if conditions are favorable, go for a catch of the booster right back here at the same tower that it took off from. They are not today going for a catch of the ship. That's coming up in the future, right, EJ?
Yep. It could be as soon as the next flight. It really depends on how good this one goes.
On how this goes. You got it. Scrolling through chat, with the first orbital test try to land Starship at Starbase? That's what you just said. I mean, in order to get back to Starbase, Starship would have to do sort of a once around, right?
Like four times around.
Yeah,
times.
You'd have to do a bunch
around?
of orbits because of the inclination from this flight azimuth. I'm using big words. Sorry. It's basically the direction that it goes means it won't fly over the launch site only after a couple of words. I think it was like 8.
Gotcha. Okay. What about the aerostat near the launch site? If you saw that big blimp up there in a couple different views, that's a Border Patrol imaging platform, sensing platform. It's up here over the port of Brownsville, sort of entry to the ship channel here. I'm literally just reading questions straight from the chat. I'm not using a panel or anything. Let's see. Oh, why is the ship stacked with the bottom of the ship away instead of the top? The bottom. I guess you're talking about the heat tile side versus the non-heat tile side. Any ideas?
Well,
Adrian, go.
Adrian,
you got
go.
it.
Well, there's this thing called the point where the ship disconnect connects, right? There needs to be a point where you attach the ship to the ground infrastructure, and that usually is on the side where you don't have tiles, because you would disrupt the tiles. So you can see it attaches to the non-tile side there using the ship QD. That's probably why the orientation is the way it is.
That makes good sense. You need to be able to get the propellants into the booster and the ship, or I guess here the ship, because that's where the tiles are, right? And so you don't want to poke holes in your heat shield to put the propellants into it, so you put them in the backside. That means that the most optimum way for the tiles to face is away from the tower. Let's see here.
Have we talked already about the engine chill starting?
That sounds like something you should talk about.
Yeah, okay, so engine chill has started on all 39 Raptor engines, 33 on the booster and 6 on the ship. We see those vents on the engine chill pipes. So you can see that now on block 2 of the ship, instead of running like independent lines outside, they are now sort of on the flap hinge. And so you can see some venting in between those grid fins on the booster, right there where it says Starbase Earth on the ticker. That venting, downward venting, that is the one for the engine chill on the ship. There are 6 engines there, 3 vacuum optimized Raptor engines and 3 sea level optimized Raptor engines. On the booster though, there's a lot more engines, and so they need to collect all of that, and so they vented overboard outside a bit, like a couple hundred meters away from the tower down at the bottom. But yeah, there you can see that venting.
A couple more engines on the booster, Alex. Thank you.
Yeah, just a couple more.
I like this. Phil Makabe says, "Uh-oh, this is actually going down." I mean, I think it's going up, but
yeah,
the vent is going down. I guess that's what probably they're joking about, right? And the camera, look at that. It's tilting down now.
The camera is tilting down. So camera and going down, rocket going up, meet in the middle, and we get a launch. Let's see, scrolling through the chat some more. I'm trying to find some good ones. Give me some good questions in here, y'all.
Oh, I will find something here. By the way, we got confirmation that the reused engine, which is used here, is indeed the 314 engine, the Pi engine.
All right.
They number the engines that pencil the numbers on the side of the engines, and we sort of try to keep track of them to see where they go. But the Pi engine.
The Pi engine. I mean, we had that question about pizza or pasta before, guys. I mean, I guess it's pie. I guess we're having
some pie.
Guess we're having pie.
Yeah. Go ahead, Adrian.
Yeah, and another question we get here is, joining late, can we get a reminder of your objectives, both primary and secondary, please? Just as a quick summary.
The primary objective is to be awesome.
Yeah.
I think they're usually pretty that.
I mean, guaranteed.
The secondary objective is to let us see how awesome it is. No, I'm kidding. EJ, go.
So, this is Flight 7 here. Flight 7 is another full flight test here for the Starship system. What they want to do with the first stage is test it, obviously super heavy, trying to go up and replicate what we saw on Flight 5, doing that booster catch. And then the big kind of thing with Flight 7 is that we have a Block 2 Starship. We have a new reconfigured Starship here that includes a whole suite of stuff of goodies that have been upgraded to it over time, namely the big movement of the forward flaps.
The forward flaps, they've been hidden a little bit.
Yeah,
they're sort of hiding around the hull.
More towards the leeward side of the vehicle.
They're like a little smaller, I think. They have a little longer lever arm. But
so you telling me they are pointy enough?
It looks pretty pointy to me.
All right, yep, they're good.
Again, so there are as a high level, right? As a high level, what SpaceX is trying to do with this vehicle is make a rocket that can take a ton of stuff to orbit. It's not just 1 ton; it's tons of tons to orbit. Way more mass than has ever been carried to orbit in a single launch or any number of launches ever, because they want to build things not on Earth. It's going to be on the moon. They're going to go all the way to Mars. They want to be able to get a lot of mass off the ground, and so they have built this massive, most powerful rocket that we have ever designed. And in order to get lots of mass off of the Earth, they want to do it quickly, and the best way to do that is not to throw your rockets away. SpaceX is trying to do something that hasn't been successfully done for an entire rocket system yet. They want all the parts of this rocket to be reusable. So that means the booster lifts the ship up, the ship ends up in orbit, the booster comes down and is caught by the tower, and then they put more fuel in it, they put some more stuff on top of it, and they launch it again so they can reuse that booster. And the ship as well will go and do its thing, come back down and get caught and reused. That's the long-term goal for the Starship system. This time, they're going to hopefully try to catch that booster again. The Starship is going to go its merry way and end up over in the Indian Ocean, right, EJ?
Yep. That's where it's going to go.
The Indian Ocean. But what they are doing, they are taking deliberate steps towards building this system, this railroad to space that will allow humanity to move more stuff, equipment, mass, people into space than we have ever been able to do before.
That's a pretty good high-level summary, Das. I think that pretty much covered it.
So that's for folks that are just showing up. I know a lot of people are this big stream. They're like, "Oh, what's going on?" And, we talk about technical things. Look how pointy the flaps are. Oh, the vents are different. This sort of stuff. People really have to understand how important this big, shiny, frosty rocket is to humanity. I don't mean to
No, it represents the next level. It's going to open up a new era here. This is really what. Past programs, government have, past government programs have been trying to achieve. Trying to get just full reusable access to space is such a huge deal. That's our next transcontinental railroad. That's our next, passenger liner and later jet liner. That's our next high-speed cruise ship.
It's the new frontier.
Absolutely.
Humanity needs frontiers. We don't just sit here and twiddle our thumbs. Oh, we're happy. Okay, everything's good. We need to go places and we need to explore. And being able to take stuff into space is what SpaceX is working on.
Yep, and they're doing a pretty good job of it, I'd say.
Yep. I like this. Danny Bowen in chat says this is like going back and watching the Wright brothers from the top of the hill.
Yes.
Yep. I like it. Danny, that is a fantastic thing to say in chat right there. You got it. Andy's dad says, "Do you still have Danger Van?" Let's put it this way. We are in possession in a piece of rust that is in about the same shape as Danger Van used to be. Don't think it runs. Not a lot of glass in one piece. There's a lot of glass pieces, actually. But we are in possession of the artist previously known as Danger Van at one of our properties. It is not functional. It has gone to pasture. Quite literally.
Yeah, it is in a pasture, isn't it?
We have Danger Trailer now, and now we have Danger Dune. The not the predecessors, the children of Danger Van. Successors. Thank you. And his dad. Thank you so much.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. What are we doing?
We are already at single-digit minutes. T-minus 9 minutes and 40 seconds, y'all. Oh my gosh.
You, Alex, less than 10 minutes now. Here's what I'm going to do, y'all. I have the big robotic tracking mount that I need to attend to. I'm going to hand my headset back to Mr. Gene, who has made it up to the roof successfully. Gene and EJ and Alex and Adrian are going to take y'all through the launch. I'm going to play Xbox and point cameras at rockets, and I will see you on the other side. Here you go, Gene.
Have fun, Daz.
All right, thank you so much, Dawson. There we go. Thank you so much, Dawson. Wow, this is literally handing the headset over. And you're right. I'm glad you said bring a jacket because it's a little chilly in the shadow of the big building. But the big building we want to care about, EJ, is out there.
Yep, and that big building is going to fly.
That's right, and we're going to hear it.
Yeah, that's right.
And we're under 10 minutes, and they're fueling. And I know we've still got Adrian and Alex. And when they're done, how much time? And I guess I'm just going to throw this question to Alex. When they're done, they go through final checks, right? We get down into the minute, 1 minute, and then we go boom. Then we go fly. We go uphill.
Yeah, that's why I'm so nervous right now. Like when I see that clock already under 10 minutes, we're getting 8 minutes and 19 seconds. Like we are getting close, right? We are getting to the point of the end of the propellant load sequence. T minus 3 minutes and 20 seconds for the ship. T minus 2 minutes and 50 seconds for the booster. We are getting very close to that end of the propellant load sequence. A lot of other things are happening as well. Things like the guidance systems, the clamps open and everything. One of the other things that we're going to see as well, once that propellant load finishes on both the ship and the booster, we're going to see the return of that OLM and tower vents. We're going to have as well at T minus 40 seconds that optional hold point. But be mindful, we might just not go through that, right? They could hold if they wanted to. Right
Mhm.
now, I'm not hearing anything from the official channels, right, from SpaceX that they think they may need to hold. So that's a good sign. Usually, when they have some concerns, they say, "Oh, we might do something like that." It doesn't look like that, and so right now we could just go through, and that means as soon as we go through, things are going to start going very, very quickly. We're probably going to outline that a little bit closer to that point, but definitely keep that in mind because boy, just 7 minutes to lift off.
Yeah, when you see the vapor going across the ground there, the question I have is, they are in the control room. They know these winds on the ground. They don't seem to be concerned because to me, EJ, it looks like that stuff's moving pretty quick across the ground there.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks like it's moving pretty quick, but that's. I think everything seems to be within range here. I mean, if the wind was a factor here, Gene, they would have said something about it already.
Maybe it's just an optical illusion because the vapor small, rocket big.
Yeah, that's and we know from going out there. We talked about this many times. Go from going out there. The size does mess with you.
We need a warning. Objects on stream are bigger than this.
It's true.
This is. Can we talk about the conditions we are being blessed here with right now? Like this is the 7th time we see this thing fly, but look at these conditions. Look at the light. Look at the skies. What is this?
Yeah, literally yesterday it was raining on the lenses when we were out there, and we were like, okay, let's see what's going on. And then they called the weather, and today it is amazingly clear. And from the top of the Margaritaville here on South Padre Island, I don't see. I have to turn around. The clouds way out there in the Gulf. There are no clouds over Starbase right now. So the camera shots and the tracking shots that Doss is going to get, and Jason, and I know Jack out at the Rocket Ranch are going to be absolutely phenomenal. And we've got some secret cameras out there too.
Oh yeah,
we'll talk about those. We probably won't see those today, but we are going to get those shots.
Yep,
I can feel it coming as we are coming up on T minus 5 minutes. Alex, talk us through this last 5 minutes.
Yeah, we're getting very close to that end of the propellant load on both the ship and the booster. First on the ship, then on the booster, we're gonna get as well. So one of the things that I mentioned before, at that T minus 40-second mark, that is when they can optionally hold if they wanted to. Now, we don't want that to happen, of course. If they go through, one of the things that happens is that the ground systems bend down and sort of like unlock all of those hold down arms and everything to be able to release at the T0 mark. And one of the other things that happens is at T minus 30 seconds, the launch director, the flight director, gives the go for launch. So that's one of the things that also happens there. T minus 25 seconds, the detonation suppression system, that mist of nitrogen and water comes up underneath of the engines to be able to dissipate all of the remaining methane in the air, all the remaining oxygen. Then at T minus 10 seconds, the water deluge system begins. That's the upside down shower head that pops out with lots of water to deflect all of the energy and pressure of the engines. T minus 3 seconds, those engines will ignite. 3 banks, first 13 engines, then 15 of the 20 outer engines, and then the remaining 5. T0 will be the commit for liftoff. Those engines will ramp up to power, and as soon as the thrust is greater than the weight, that rocket is going to start lifting off. And that should be 2 seconds after that T0 moment. Just very shortly after that, the booster and ship will head over the Gulf of Mexico towards the east, and then it's going to be a 2.5 minute ascent for that booster. We're going to have hot staging and then separation. So just like we're getting so close.
And
I'm just picturing everything in my mind, and I'm getting really excited. But right now, it seems like propellant load is about to wrap up, really,
Yeah.
really close to full tanks, and I'm seeing
Go ahead.
that tower vent is coming back. There you go. Look at that. That's the end of ship propellant load.
I tell you
That
what,
is
Alex, we
so amazing.
see it from
Yep.
hotel.
Yep.
Clear as day.
Yes, it's happening. We are almost there at 4 fully loaded tanks for a Starship flight, and that's always the moment where you know it's game time.
Yeah, it's game time. And just after launch, you're going to hear game time.
Yep.
We're going to feel it in our chests. We're going to hear it here from the roof. You're going to see it on your screens. And Mike, as we talked earlier about, what's your favorite time during the launch? We all have our favorite time. Mine is right before stage separation when this rocket goes up to our left, and we'll see it on the tracking cam, Dawson's tracking cam. It just becomes a daytime star. It's so amazing to look at, and you can actually see the radials coming off, and then it separates, and we have two, and then the booster comes back, and that's really, that's what we were saying. That's what you were saying. Low hanging fruit, the booster is going to be the coolest thing, right, EJ?
That's going to be the topping on the top of the cake there.
Yeah, Adrian.
At this point, SpaceX is tracking no issues, and they will not take the hold at T-minus 40 seconds, apparently. So I expect them to blast right through this countdown and go all the way to T0.
So we're 1 minute, 35 seconds away, apparently not holding at T0. So, guys, we are 90 seconds away from this thing lighting off, and it's going to, as Alex said, they just released the clamps, and it's still sitting on those hold-down arms. And when they light the 33 Raptor engines, the thrust-to-weight ratio surpasses that 1-to-1 mark, and that rocket just lifts off naturally. You can see at the bottom of the screen, the venting has kind of dissipated a little bit. I haven't used that term. We talk about venting.
There you go.
But this rocket is fully filled. We're coming up on 1 minute. And Alex, what does it mean at the 1 minute? Is this that last pull, or when that ship takes over?
Just last few seconds here. At T-minus 40 seconds is that hold gate, so to speak, right? If they are not tracking any issues, so we're expecting them to just fly through that and get to the T-minus 30-second point. That is, when they say go for propellant load. Excuse me, for launch. Excuse me. I'm just like, my brain is not braining.
I don't blame you, man.
Yeah.
This is some wild.
It seems like they are through the gate.
We're through the gate.
T30, here we
see
go.
the venting from
Watch for the detonation suppression system and the fire X.
Go for launch.
Go for launch.
Detonation suppression system is on. Watch out for the deluge and engine ignition.
T-minus
On the other
15.
side.
See you on the other side, everybody.
Yep.
We are about 80 seconds into the 7th flight of Starship. I believe we can say we have 33 healthy Raptor engines as the booster is in flight and all the way on its way through max Q.
Oh, there's nothing like that, Adrian, when that sound hits you just after launch. And there it is. It's on its way uphill. You can see it turning into a star. This is my favorite moment.
This
Here,
is so
a little bit.
amazing.
It's fantastic. We're T plus 1 minute, almost 50 seconds. Alex, you said it's 2 minutes to stage set. What is it, 2:15?
Yeah, around 2.5 minutes into flight. So we are 30 seconds away from that hot staging. 30 engines out of 33 will shut down. Then the ship engines will ignite. Clamps at the top of the hot staging ring will open, and the ship will fly away. The booster, meanwhile, will be flipping back to beginning its boost back burn and get back to the launch site. Remember, that's when they decide whether to go back for a catch or not.
There's the preparation for the ignition of the Raptor engines. You can see now this heavy venting that we see on Raptor engines right before they ignite.
I love the flap cam.
You're going to see that exhaust plume come out the side, and then we'll get to stage separation. But they vent that with that CO2 to clear everything out of there.
Shutdown of Raptor ignition.
And hot staging, look at that. Wow.
And the boost is going to turn
boost
around
back burn.
and ignite those for boost back. Now,
It looks
right
like
now,
one engine is out on the boost back burn, but it's okay. They've done this before. It's okay. 12 out of 13 engines on the booster.
and they're making that decision whether to go for a catch, and they don't.
Yep.
They only need the 3 center engines, right, for the catch.
Yep, only the 3 centers, Gene.
And the ground systems are confirmed in catch position. We are waiting for that decision. That will usually happen after the shutdown of the boost back burn. That's somewhere where they will start to get to that decision point.
Like go for boost return.
Go for catch, yes.
Yeah, all right, baby. Here we go.
Go
3
for engines catch. And shut down.
So what you're seeing, those RCS thrusters
you can
puffing.
See.
Shot,
hang on, you can see the hot staging ring has separated. Look at that.
Guys, I'll tell you what. I've been doing this thing with Mark 1 eyeball. We
and
have
the
clear
onboard cameras.
I see it.
Yep. Hey, EJ, not to worry about you, but that thing is coming back to you very close to your Mark 1 eyeballs very, very soon.
I saw the whole thing was clear as day. Unbelievable.
You are in for a spectacle. It's going to be quite a show. One of the things that I should mention, though, again, I said it before, when we saw 12 out of 13 engines on that boost back burn, I saw a lot of Fs in chat. That is not a bad sign. They just called go for the catch, right? So that is one of the things that we usually say, this has engine out capability.
Hot staging ring separated.
Yep.
Yep.
So there goes the hot staging ring. Just below on your screen, you can see it just below in that puff of gas. You'll see the shiny bit of the hot staging ring, which changes the CG center of gravity of that, and they're go for a catch on booster 14.
Here we go.
And what they will do now is will perform very, very slight movement changes that will bring all the trajectory all the way very close to the tower already, which is the dunes. And at the last moment, they will then perform a divert maneuver to the tower itself. So basically, they will start to target a point just before the tower. And if everything looks good, then they will go over to the tower.
Get that thing coming at us.
Yeah, coming straight. It's coming
Look
right for us.
Okay.
Look at the hot staging ring down below.
Watch out for the engine section, because that's going to get red hot.
Yep. That's still looking good.
It's coming down.
We have heard nothing of the contrary that they are not go for catch. Everything looks still go.
Coming.
Dude, Adrian, it's approaching pretty quickly.
Yep. Oh god, yeah, it's coming.
Look at that.
Oh, this will be hype.
Come on.
There we go.
Glow. Oh,
We get the glow.
Yep.
there it is.
Watch for the landing burn. It will be quite a spectacle. The flamethrower.
Fly, baby, fly.
Oh.
Do the thing.
Do the thing. Yes. Come on.
Wow.
Vapor on it.
Oh, the way.
Whoa! Vapor cone.
Come on, baby.
Come on, light it up. Yeah.
We got a light.
Let's go.
Come on.
Ooh, it's out.
Let's go.
Let's Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa! Wow!
Yes.
Once again, a catch. Another. Wow!
Booster 14, you beautiful thing!
Oh.
And the amazing thing, the 13 engines ignited for the landing burn.
Really,
so they did
Alec?
not ignite all 13 for the boost back burn, but for the landing burn they did. That's amazing.
Whoa.
We
That
heard
was
the
the
sonic boom from the hot staging ring.
Wow.
So Adrian, Alex, we just heard the hot staging ring come in. It made a sonic boom
Wow.
before went to
It's still
Davy
dangling.
Jones.
Oh, look at that, it's dangling.
Oh my goodness.
Now remember, guys, this is just half of the flight. We still have a ship on its way. And there it is on your screen. And we start the coast phase where we start these testings. They're going to start opening the payload bay. They're going to get those satellite deployment, the simulated satellites ready for deployment. But look at that, booster 14 on the chopsticks.
Unbelievable.
Yes. Oh, my heart. The sonic booms.
I want to like.
Those were sonic booms.
Oh.
Yeah,
Those were so much louder.
they were very loud.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Than the hot staging sonic booms. Those are the loudest those have ever been. No
Oh,
kidding.
man.
We have no
Oh,
words.
we've got
The,
update on the ship update.
Might not have gone that well for the ship.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. We're
The ship
seeing
is down
some-
to one engine.
Uh-oh. Wait, Adrian, do we know what engine it is?
It's a one
of the-
vacuum, but apparently they no longer have data.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Okay. Uh-oh. I guess we're. Yep.
It seems like there were also some, Alex, there was some fire visible on one of the flaps, I think, right?
Yeah, one of the things that I saw, at least on one of the aft flaps of on the hinge, there was a fire there. I'm not sure what was happening. I'm not going to venture to speculate too much, but I did see some flames, and I'm not sure what's going on. It's definitely looking not great.
Yeah. And remember, Block 2 ship. So this is new.
Yep.
Obviously,
Yep.
this is not what we want to see, but this is all testing. We got Booster 14 back, so we can have the conversations about booster reuse. But again, we're tracking what's going on with Ship 33, and as soon as we get more information on the ship, we'll bring it to you.
Are you recording as tight as you can go?
The tracking shot you saw during the launch was mostly from DOS, who just nailed it all the way up and all the way back.
Unbelievable.
I lost it a little
Just
bit.
fantastic
Unbelievable.
tracking. Really, really good. Alex, Adrian, have we seen anything else from our back channels about Ship 33?
Not yet, but honestly,
Yeah, not yet.
it's not great. The fact that apparently they're not getting any data anymore, and we are lacking any sort of confirmation of any good news. They're still on the same data they had 1.5 minutes ago, and only one engine up there. So,
And what we're talking about, or right-hand corner, when he says they're seeing the data, you see the speed and the altitude, and then also the fuel load. That's supposed to be telemetry from the ship via Starlink, right? That comes down and it shows us engine shutdown and so on. And when they lose that typically means off nominal flight data. That means something happened. But on your screen is Booster 14 hanging off of the chopsticks, and we can look off the side of the building. There it is. It's right there.
I watched that thing
Yeah.
hot stage. We could see the whole thing. It came down and landed. It definitely did it.
Yeah, so as Sawyer says, we're standing by for an update on the ship, and then as soon as we get it, we'll report that. The sonic booms were bigger than last time. They hit. We were both saying, "Oh, look at that! Oh, if you could see what we see."
Das had some
Wow.
goodies for you guys.
I'm downloading
it so they can show
the replay.
Yeah,
Wow.
we got some goodies for you.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, guys, I'm going to head downstairs. EJ, Adrian, Alex, you take it. I will be back downstairs in just a second.
Oh
well.
yeah, we are starting our process of understanding what we just saw, and I think rewinding here a bit, the more and more I see it, I think there was a fire on ship 33 that maybe has just taken out the ship.
Yeah, I'm looking back and I see one engine out, then more engines going out, and one of the onboard cameras were showing a fire on one of the aft flaps. Again, I don't want to venture to make any speculations, but that area where I see the flames is where one would expect those engine chill lines that they have now redesigned. And so I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm sure SpaceX will say anything official from what they gather. They're waiting also on more information as well as the launch teams and everything go through as well. Just to put it in perspective of when that telemetry stopped, it stopped at 21,317 kilometers per hour. It should have gotten to about 26,000, more or less, in the terms of the speed. The altitude was also pretty much in space, 146 kilometers. And so that's one of the things that, we always want to see the ship getting to its suborbital trajectory out to the Indian Ocean. But right now, that telemetry stopped well before that.
Oof.
Look at that booster dangling, though.
Look
at that.
I'm not going to lie to you guys. I can't stop staring at it. But, I mean, Alex, we don't want to speculate, right? We obviously don't want to do that. We don't want to be like, oh, well, it was absolutely this. There was a lot of redesigned plumbing on this ship, right?
Come again?
There was a lot of redesigned plumbing on this ship. What is the way you call the vacuum? They vacuum insulated them, but what did you call them? What do we
jacketed.
Transfer tubes?
The transfer tubes have been redesigned. It's essentially like a total redesign of the ship, right? This was just like flying a new ship. Even the method for building the vehicle, the barrel sections were modified, transfer tubes were modified, those engine chill pipes have also been modified as well. A lot of things were completely redesigned. And so, if that actually happened, if a rot happened, it was not that out of the realm of possibility, right? We sort of were thinking, new ship, new version. It's still risky, right? Because they were not flying what they have flown lately. And so you have new things may happen.
Right. I mean, you get with the rapid iterative prototyping that SpaceX does. It's high risk, high reward.
And
what area you're at a very expensive spaceship.
You mentioned rapid prototyping, EJ, and I just can think about one thing. Yesterday, we got the second Block 2 ship going out for cryo testing. Ship 34 went out to Massey's just yesterday.
So the data from this going to drive some changes there, right?
Yeah, it's right there. It's, the structure is already built. They need to install the aft flaps, for example, but they are doing that cryogenic testing over the next few weeks. And so that's one of the other things that we'll see in the lead up to the next flight. Of course, we're going to see a lot of those fixes, whatever they need to fix. One of the other things that I should mention, though, this could also be just a communication issue. Like sometimes this happens as well, that things happen around the vehicle, some of the communication systems fail and things like that. That sometimes happens as well. And you see things that might actually not be there. So we'll see.
I'll tell you, despite potentially Ship 33's demise, we had a clear view. Das is cooking up some real good stuff for you guys for the replay.
Yeah, and so it looks like SpaceX has just assumed that the ship has been lost because they've been trying, to regain that communications. It seems like it might not have been that loss of communication. It might have actually been a loss of the ship itself. And so that's one of the things that they are sort of, assuming right now, given the data.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's called rocket science, because sometimes it goes in ways you don't expect. And again, they got every piece of data they could before they lost telemetry with the vehicle. As we get updates, we'll know. But again, catching the booster gives them data as well. And they're learning every time they do this, whether we have an engine out, whether all the engines work, whether they're running nominally, whether they can land with an engine out, booster catch, et cetera, et cetera. Now, did you guys talk about that potentially because of this? And again, this is an unconfirmed, just loss in telemetry or what have you, about the status of potentially Flight 8 when we get there with Ship 34. Do you think they're still going to they'll recycle this one? I think they're going to go for something different and more, and one more step toward that catch milestone of a ship. What do you think, Alex?
Well, one of the things that I think we're going to see is, I'm not sure if we can maybe chime in on that status of the booster, because remember, the ship, it seems like they might have lost that, but one of the key things of the future of Starship is that reusability. The booster has been caught, it's on the chopsticks, and so right now one of the things that we're looking forward is that safing of the booster, right? They're going to move it to the center of the chopsticks, they're going to put it back on the OLM, on that orbital launch mount, and get it saved. And so this is one of the silver linings of today's flight. They have learned a lot with that ship, of course. It's a new ship. They lost it, it seems like. And they're going to get a lot of data. They're going to fix the next vehicle on the line, that Ship 34, which is already preparing for cryoproof testing. And one of the things is that they can reuse this booster probably, right? If they do that, then they get a free flight out of that. And so more flights, more data, more better. That's that's the usual motto that we have here at NSF, and that's how Starship program goes, right? Sometimes you lose, sometimes you win, and so that's how it tends to go. But it looks like the booster is in quite better shape even than booster 12 when it landed. I don't know, you guys. I'm looking here at the feed that we have there. It's venting from the bottom. We saw that as well. Probably purging some of those engines and whatnot.
There are no pieces falling from it.
That's definitely positive, yep.
And it's not on fire, so that's a good thing. I'm going to call that a win. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how quickly they can safe that, because they reposition it using the screws up on the chopsticks to get it close to where it was on liftoff. And then normally they have the alignment pins that help the boosters sit exactly where they need to. So they just kind of set it down, and then the quick disconnect attaches and detanks it. I mean, how much fuel is left in this?
Probably about 100 tons or so, maybe 150 tons or so remaining, just based on that frost line and everything. But yeah, one of the things that I'm looking forward to as well, because for Flight 6, they said that they had modified a bunch of the tower and booster systems to fasten this sort of post-landing processing. So one of the things that I'm really looking forward to, because obviously on Flight 6 we had that booster offshore divert, and the booster did not land on the chopsticks, but today, as we see there, it's dangling off the chopsticks, so perhaps we're going to see those processes as they save the booster and put it back on the overland.
Yeah, and this is still an active flight. Go ahead, Adrian.
I'm just looking at a bit of a replays here. At plus 739, the first engine falls out at Ship 33, and after that you can see the methane load on the ship rapidly dropping. So I wonder if these events are somehow related and they have some sort of leak that sparks a fire. This is wild speculation mode. But we saw fire. A fire means there's ignition source somewhere. Otherwise, you don't get a fire. And we see the methane tank dropping faster than the liquid oxygen tank. So that's the first observations here we're getting from watching the feedback.
So, I was going to make a joke. You ever think something in your head and you're like, hey, don't say that. Hey, okay, I'm not going to say that. I was going to say something about all the work they did on the heat shield.
That is an interesting observation, Adrian, because I'm thinking about other things as well that are new on this vehicle, which are those transfer tubes. Those transfer tubes, when we talk about that, what do they transfer?
Well, methane.
Hey, and what of the
and what just dropped
things?
Methane? Yeah,
right.
It's but looking more and more, there is a rapid drop in methane. That's the thing. What is apparently happening? There's a rapid drop in methane, and the engines lose. Like they go out one by one. So there might be some issue with either supplying the engines or with the engine itself or somewhere in that system, and that leads to the tank also losing methane. So
yeah, it's total speculation time here, of course. Pending any official confirmation from SpaceX. That is one of the things that, sometimes it's just like you see things and it's like, maybe it's this. Of course, we are waiting again for that official confirmation. But it's one of those things that kind of makes you scratch your head and be like, maybe they are related. That's the replay. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is what happened. You can see there one engine goes out on the ship telemetry. You can see there one of the center engines goes out, and then if they go there, you can see that flap hinge, that fire there, starting up. Then they switch to the booster, having been caught, and then you can see more engines going out, both on the same side, I should say. That's also an interesting observation as well. You can see that, and then the telemetry on the propellant graphic there, the CH4, that methane drops even further, and then we have another engine shutdown as well. So that's a replay of what happened.
And when the engine shut down, is that something the onboard computers are like, oh, this is off nominal, shut it down, or some other event?
At 4:37 p.m. Central Time from the launch pad just behind us at Starbase, Texas. Gorgeous ascent and successful stage separation. The booster pushed the ship off, the ship disconnected during that stage separation. The booster came back for a successful, the second ever booster catch at the launch tower, which was pretty incredible to see.
Yeah, it was great to see the booster come down, but we are obviously bummed out about ship. It looked like we lost contact with it a little under 8.5 minutes into flight. That's roughly when you start to get to that main engine cutoff. We obviously need to go through all the data. It's going to take some time. In the next hours, days, we're going to figure out exactly what happened, come back, fly the next one, get even farther. Reminder, it's a test. It's a flight test. It's an experimental vehicle. So we'll figure out what ended our day today and make sure it doesn't end our day tomorrow. So as we do that, we're going to continue to provide you updates on our X account on SpaceX.com. So just continue to tune in there. As we learn what happened, we'll be ready to share it.
Exactly. So for now, we are going to wrap up our webcast. We'd like to thank...
Yeah, so there you go. And now you know when we're leading up to this why we show you the graphics for the NOTAMs and the NOTMARs.
Yeah.
That's exactly why they have an exclusion zone in cases like this when they have an off-nominal uphill flight, because it's coming down. Takeoffs are optional, landings are mandatory. So somewhere out there along that line, that ship is coming back.
We are still working on verifying if these reports are authentic, but there are people reporting seeing debris going down somewhere around the. I think what we see a lot is South Africa. So we are. I think it's from South Africa, right? Correct me
It
wrong,
should be way earlier. I believe that's near.
Oh, the Turks and
Yeah,
Caicos.
Turks and Caicos. Yeah, that's in the
Sorry.
Caribbean. Yeah, because the ship, it's essentially. I'm afraid to say this. This is essentially like a Flight 2 situation. If you remember, Ship 25 flew on that mission, and it also had a. Oh, speaking of fires, I was gonna say it had a fire in the engine section, and then it started shutting down engines and whatnot. And we see a bit of a flare there from the quick disconnect port on the booster, and it stopped, or it's still there.
Bit of a fire there.
Make up your mind, Booster 14. You either flare or
yeah.
you don't.
Did they change the timing on this? I mean, now that we see this the second time, we saw this on Booster 12 as it was coming down. We didn't see this flame coming out of the quick disconnect plate. Now we've seen the venting from the bottom of the booster. Then they do this. You think they changed some of the timings and the safing of the booster?
Okay, it seems like it stopped.
Total speculation.
Yeah, they probably optimized some of that, and now it's back. See, like, make up your mind, Mr. 14. But yeah, it seems like by all means, this at least for the ship, it all went sort of like Flight 2. We also had videos and pictures of people in the Caribbean seeing the ship breaking up as it went in between the Cuba and Florida, sort of like that, needle, threading that needle in between. And that's why when we show the NOTAMs and NOTMARs, like those hazard notices for the air and marine spaces, right, all of those areas, they extend all the way out to the Caribbean. And that's the whole reason why. Because it goes all the way out there.
And if we have unconfirmed reports, go ahead, Adrian.
I mean, still, I know this is like the fact that the ship didn't reach like full velocity is a bit it's summering a bit, but overall, I mean, we still have a booster there between the chopsticks. That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's a complete success to me because on Flight 6 they landed in the Gulf of Mexico. This time we got to see it, and I got to tell you guys, the sonic booms up on the roof. You want to talk about just a eye-opening, awaken experience. The rumble on the way out and the sonic booms of that thing coming back are just incredible, absolutely incredible. So let's see, T plus 29. We've got Booster 14 hanging off the chopsticks, and of course we know very little about the disposition of the ship, but we're getting unconfirmed reports of debris in the Caribbean, and we can just say that is an off-nominal launch, right? We've experienced an anomaly. The guys up on the roof, EJ's coming back down, but the guys up on the roof are packing up, but I know they're working on some fancy replays. I got to see one of them as Doss reached over, smacked my elbow, and said, look at this. It's very cool. So stick around for that. We've got some other videos they're pulling and download right now of the launch itself. And I want to get EJ's reaction because this is actually the first time he has seen a launch in person, and it will change you when you see, especially the Starship launch. I mean, let's be honest. Going down to the Cape, that's awesome. And watching all the Falcon 9 launches and New Glenn launches now that they've got their vehicles flying. And it's going to be pretty amazing. But I want to get his reaction when he gets down here. Oh, yeah, we've got some X-posts, guys. You can look at that while we go back to the booster here. It looks like that flame has stopped, Alex, coming out of that the QD plate. And now I guess Mission Control is just wondering, like, how long can we safe, we go through our safe checklist and then we'll bring it down. I can tell Adrian's face; he's reading feverishly.
Yeah, like the problem is, it's always the problems when you have Alex and me on during a situation, because I know Alex and me behave the exact same way right now, which is basically on every single screen that is in front of us, feeds are being refreshed, and it's a constant. What can we see?
So one of the things that I sort of One of the things that I sort of told in the back channel to the guys controlling the cameras, I was like, can we spare like one of the close-up cams to like zoom in on the engines and see where the Pi Raptor is? Because remember, they were reusing that Raptor. Unfortunately, the light view here with the sun sort of behind, it seems like in this side of the booster we cannot see. But on the other side, I believe we don't have that Raptor engine, which was there on booster 12 on the other side. And so that's one of the things that that we're trying to look out for. Of course, we're going to see that a lot better once the booster comes back down to the orbital launch mount. But yeah, I sort of said, hey guys, can we like spare one of these close-up cameras to zoom in on the engines and find the Pi Raptor? But yeah. And you can see there that it doesn't look like it is in that row of outer engines, right? At least I don't see it.
I mean, at this point, just I'm joking here, but just test out the next chip, put it on top of booster 14, perform a wet dress rehearsal, and done. Let's send it. I'm joking. There's a good chance that this will trigger at least both FAA mishap as well as a SpaceX investigation, because SpaceX will not just blindly launch the next thing. I know people are always having this misconception that SpaceX is like, yeah, we will break something and then we'll test again. Between that is a very important step where they are trying to find out why it broke, and then they test again. So there's a good chance that we will see modifications on this on the next ship, and of course that means especially if we talk about anything about the fuel delivery, which right now is at least a suspect or candidate, that's not a part that you can just easily replace or fix. That will require a bit more, let's say, ship opening. So, yeah, we'll certainly...
Did that with Booster 7, right?
That's true, but Booster 7 is also not a prime candidate for getting out of pad fast.
So one of the things that I'm being told in the back channel is that apparently the booster transport stand is moving, and it is going out there to the launch site, or at least preparing to do so.
And it doesn't move fast, so don't think it'll be out there in the next few minutes. It takes it a minute to get out there.
Yeah, it's a bit slow, but that's one of the processes, one of the steps to get that booster back to the production site and reuse it.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I'm... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was thinking of another thing. Is that there? We're switching to that view. Oh, it's disappearing. Yeah, you can see it there behind the bushes to the right. You can see the Star Factory building, and then there's like this sort of black thing moving to the right of the screen behind the bushes on the right-hand side of that view. That's the transport stand moving, if I'm not mistaken. One of the things that I'm also sort of taking a look at is those chopsticks will move the booster down to the center and sort of put it in the right position to lower it down to the OLM. So that's the next thing that it happened a few hours after the landing on booster 12, but remember, they are speeding this up for later boosters. For this booster, we're hoping to see that maybe in the next couple of hours. We'll see.
Yeah, and you brought up Booster 12, and I wanted to bring up the differences on the catch that we saw. We've got Booster 14 hanging up chopsticks. Now it's venting from that plate. They're clearing the lines out from that QD plate. We had the 3 engines come on both boosters. There's some more fire for you. Is that fire or is it just sunlight? That's fire. Yeah. So we had
a little bit more fire.
We had the QD burning on the way down, or venting and burning on the way down on 12. We didn't really see that on this one on 14, but underneath, and I'm talking about the differences in the two, and you guys can chime in, anytime here. The differences of the engine bay itself seem to perform a lot better on 14 than they did on 12. Right? There was obviously a fire up in the engine bay. There's obviously pieces falling from underneath the ship on 12. This looked a lot cleaner from our perspective. You guys concur, Adrian? I'll come to you first. You guys concur on the difference in these two. This is like a much cleaner catch.
Yeah, I mean the catch seemed very like the moment that landing burn started, I had kind of no doubts anymore that they would make it because that looked so stable and clean. And honestly, it was just cool to see. Again, we are still in a situation where we also try to understand where the ship is, but from a booster standpoint, showing that you can do this again, and showing that you understand when you can commit for a catch, and if you commit for a catch, you're not endangering your ground systems, but you're actually getting to the catch point, is a very good thing for the whole program. Because as soon as you get to the whole booster reusability, and we believe that the engines, for example, looked less deformed on this one, so it seems like they have some fixes there. As soon as you get to that booster reusability, that's half of your stack that you can quicker use and cheaper use for more test flights. This is what they need. This is what we've talked about before, that it's really important for the cadence. And all ship things aside, there's a booster, a giant booster hanging
It's the
between
silver
these
lining of
chopsticks.
this flight, right?
It's there will be amazing replays. There will be so much cool stuff coming out of this, and we are not done yet here with our coverage.
Yeah, and we're going to be like, oh, we would be talking about the deployment, we would be talking about cool camera views, and we'd be talking about, okay, peak heating, re-entry, and at the end of the day, we're like, booster catch. That's a booster catch. Alex, you going to say something?
Yeah, so the booster catch happened. Unfortunately, the ship was lost, and there's a lot of things now they need to go through with all of the telemetry and everything. And again, as I repeated before, there's already a ship built, about to be tested. They can do a lot of these fixes in that time.
And before we were looking at the design of Block 2, and we want to reiterate, is Block 2, this was the first flight of Block 2. So just rewind everything back to the first flight of Block 1. It didn't go perfectly either. So, expecting anomalies when the first time you try something new. They've changed the piping, the vacuum piping instead of insulated, or the insulated vacuum lines. They had 3 separate transfer tubes on this. There was a lot of design changes on this. We have no idea what happened, but we've talked for weeks now about the changes to this ship. So you got to kind of go back and go, this was its first flight, so let's collect the data and make the next one better.
The fact that we can align one change with some likely candidate is at least suspicious. Like I wish I want to get more opinions about it, but the fact that we can verify that the ship is showing less methane than oxygen. So we see what looks to be a methane leak during flight. We see a fire. A fire can only happen at that point if there's methane leaking. Because what else, like how else would you fuel a fire? At some point you need that. And the fact that the engines shut down one by one, which usually, as we have seen that in the past, is also an indicator for a residue fire inside of the ship. So I think, without confirming it, there's a very likely case here somewhere that there is a fire fueled by a methane leak somewhere in this ship.
Yeah. Alex, you concur?
Yeah, at least some kind of, system failure with that propellant system or propulsion system. I do hope, and also not hope, that it is the transfer tubes, because that's one of the new things. Because if it were the Raptors, we've already dealt with that on Ship 25, like 5 flights ago, right? I really don't want that to be the case here. I will very much prefer that it's, the new transfer tubes and new design and everything, and it just failed, right? The new things being the things that failed. Again, that's what SpaceX needs to figure out. That's what SpaceX needs to go through all of the data from this flight, from that ship, and get some of that, lessons learned.
On your screen, you're seeing the booster transport stand make its way down Highway 4. The booster has not started its descent from the catch position on the tower yet.
and we believe there might be some residual fuel in there. EJ, we're not 100% sure, but it sure looks frosty to me. But are they going to let that boil off? You think they'll lower it down, kind of get it back on that transport stand position? On the OLM position, and try to detank it with disconnect.
Yeah, you're gonna need to do something about that real quick. I mean, the ship only has batteries on it that can last so long. You know, and I say, people say, well, why the batteries? Can't they just open up the valves? Yeah, but how do you open up the valves? You need electrical power to do that. They could just open the valves and let the propellants boil off. You could do that.
Mm-hmm.
But if the propellants are electrically actuated, or there's some type of electronic control system, right? You're gonna need to move that stand out there quick.
Yeah. How do they get the booster without those alignment pins? Those just help it get into a perfect position. How do they do? They just eyeball it? You think they just like, hey, that was close enough. Go ahead and set it down. Well, how do they do that?
Nah, they have a lot of sensors. They also have cameras, which do help, but they do have sensors on both the chopsticks and the booster as well, and so they are able to, just being able to get it right in the center of the chopsticks. It's very key to getting that back down to the OLM, and also that transport stand, that is moving to the launch site. Is it me or is it moving down?
Looks like
I think it's moving down.
Yeah.
It was in stereo.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of like when they fly the drone around on the lift. When they lift the ship up, they fly the drone around, make sure everything is lined up perfectly, and they can make these minute changes. So the transport stand is on its way out to the launch pad. The Booster 14 is on its way down to the OLM. We expect them to set it right down on the OLM, and I assume try to get it lined up with the booster quick disconnect and detank what they can. And that's why when they saw the venting from the plate, they were kind of just blowing those lines out, right, guys?
Yeah.
Adrian, do we have any other updates that we can say at this time from any of our sources about the demise or the status of Chip 33?
I mean, based on a million pictures on social media, which we cannot show without the permission of the owner, it seems to be that there was a significant breakup of the ship in some shape or form. We are not sure at this point if it was the flight termination system or just some sort of explosion that led to it. There's another fire from the booster. But overall, it's confirmed that Schiff had a very, very clear breakup, and we will have to wait for the SpaceX confirmed reason for what actually happened. And usually that takes a bit, because SpaceX, they first need to understand what went wrong as well, and they will look at all the data they have. They have way more access to any data that we have right now to speculate. Yeah. So, and SpaceX is good to show this. And look at this fire.
Wow, that is a lot of flames. I thought that was over. I thought they would just be purging the lines. Where does that come from?
It looks like it's part, like the specific vent that is coming from is, I think it's the methane return, the one that is used to return the gaseous methane from the methane tank, because they use that that methane gas as the pressurization for the methane tank. So I'm wondering if this is like, okay, we cannot really hold it anymore. We really need to vent this out of the tank, and so we really need that out of the booster.
Which means the guys moving the transport stand are like, let's stop back here. We're gonna let the fire breathing dragon take a nap before we head out there to the.
Hey, as long as the fire is outside, I'm okay with that. The problem is the fire being inside. Then you get a Ship 33 moment, I guess.
Yeah. Yep. While you continue to watch Booster 14 breathe fire, and we expect the transport stand to make its way out there, I want to turn to EJ, who's back down from the roof. We talked a little bit during Stakeout this morning, and we talked just before we went upstairs. This is your first time to see a Starship launch from the Margaritaville on South Padre Island. I'm just going to shut up and I'm going to let you talk.
There's There's a lot of stuff happened real quick that kind of, I would say, mind blowing. That's what's coming to mind. I was watching it. I watched that thing. We had clear skies. I was watching that thing go all the way up. I saw it hot stage. I saw it turn around. I saw it jettison the hot staging ring. It was that clear of a day. Like, we had that fair of conditions today that I saw the whole thing, which was unbelievable. And I have to tell you that see this in person if you can. I watched Flight 5 and I watched Booster 12 land on the internet, sitting on my couch at home, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then compare that to this. It is on another level. Please come down here and see this. Come down here and see this. That's all I can say. Please come down here and see this. This is wild. It is unreal what just happened.
Yeah, we're a bunch of guys that talk for a living sometimes, and mostly for fun. It's fun to get them speechless. Alex, this doesn't look normal to me. Maybe I'm just a little leery here, but we didn't see this kind of venting and flame throwing the last time. Last time they put it out, they put it down on the stand, and then they detanked it with the SQD. Do you think they're just detanking this with fire?
Well, one of the other things as well is that that ullage, that vapor, is also you have oxygen in the atmosphere, so that methane, that gaseous methane, can just really burn with the atmosphere. And we have an update from SpaceX, by the way, about the outcome of the mission. Starship experienced a rapid and scheduled disassembly during its ascent burn. Teams will continue to review data from today's flight test to better understand root cause. With a test like this, success comes from what we learn, and today's flight will help us improve Starship's reliability. So there you go.
By the way, also, I would say at least hinting that this might not be the FTS, but in fact, a rapid and scheduled disassembly in some sort of explosion event somewhere.
Yeah, and for those of you that don't know, FTS is flight termination system. Those are the explosives they put on the ship in case that ground control loses control of it. Those will either automatically, in certain circumstances, explode, which is designed to destroy the ship, make one big piece, small ship pieces, and then they can also do it manually if they feel that it's out of control, which they did on Flight 1, I believe, when it did a Kerbal.
Yeah, it did do a Kerbal. That is for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Gene, you know what? I was just thinking about something. New Glenn launched last night or early this morning, and their first stage didn't make it, but their second stage made it. And Starship launched just now, and the second stage didn't make it, but the first stage made it. Anybody? Did you guys notice that yet? I don't know if that's a sign or something.
If it was
It's
rocket
inverted.
science, everybody would do it.
Yeah, right. It is. It's inverted. It's evolving just backwards.
There we go. The flamethrower's out for now. It might come back rapidly. Yeah, it was interesting. Again, I've said it a million times. Everything you see is a test. Everything you see is R&D.
Yep.
And they want to break it until they can't break it anymore, and then they can put people on it. And then we go to Mars, and then we go to Moon. And as Adrian said, this is just another step. Or was it Doss? One of you guys said this is another step to putting people on the Moon, putting people on Mars, making us a multi-planetary species. You saw it today, right here on your screen, right here on the top of Margaritaville. It's amazing. And like you said, seeing it in person, and when that shock hits you, you know, when we were listening in the headphones, I was like, take the headphones off, take the headphones off. It was like, here he comes. And I forgot to mute. I think I shouted a couple times like a 7-year-old. It
happens.
Oh man, I absolutely love this. It is absolutely a privilege to do this. So what you're seeing, Booster 14 hanging off the chopsticks, and it's coming down. Has the transport stand stopped? Do you think they're stopping for safety while they try to detank this, while they safe this booster? We have cameras down there. In fact, we've got cameras all over the place, and I know our guys are rapidly trying to pull replays and things like that. I think they're holding off. I think they're holding off until they get the go sign that the booster is safe. Which, of course, would be the smart thing to do. You're not going to roll it out there because safety first. But I'd like to see them set this down, but it doesn't look like they're going to. It looks like they might be just trying to, naturally detank this and then set it right down on the transport stand, maybe?
Yeah, it's like I was telling you, there's only so much battery power on this thing. Now, do I know how much battery power? No, I have no idea. But
What?
eventually, yeah, I know. I don't know everything. What do I look like, Alex, to you? Hi, Alex. Yeah, I got a chuckle. All right, I'm off the hook. No, yeah, you got to get that fuel out of there sooner rather than later. I mean, they got some time, and clearly they figured out a very fast way to do it. But yeah, it seems like, with the transport stand being moved down Highway 4 and lowering the chopsticks, that they're trying to do this rather expediently.
Yeah, it would have been nice to see an in-space reflight. We can't really call it on orbit, but in-space reflight. And it would have been nice to see the satellite deployment and, payload bay door and so like that. Now, we've got a friend of ours joining us. Chris B is going to join us. Chris, how are you? Say that. That's okay. Yeah. We can't hear him talking. That's okay.
Well, we'll get to that.
Keep going. Yeah, we'll keep going. We've got Jack out in the field. I know he's probably working on pulling his camera shots. I know Doss is upstairs on the roof talking with Jason, pulling those camera shots. The tracking. I want to talk about the tracking.
Oh, man.
That Doss did was absolutely stunning, and he's going to say, "Oh, I lost it a little bit." No, it was fantastic.
Yeah,
I
wait till you guys see it.
Watching the camera, and you see Alex. Alex puts his whole hand over his face. You know it's good. He doesn't want to scream. All right, Chris B, we got you now.
Yeah, comms check. Just see if I can come in through first of all, because that didn't work first time round.
5x5, my friend. How are you?
Right, I've got you on 1.1, but now I've worked this out. Yeah, chat is going crazy about ship. What we've done is we've pinned the 3 videos that are out there so far. There'll be more showing as well. It's hard to verify because when something like this happens, you'll get a lot of people who will take any kind of re-entry footage of like a satellite coming back down or whatever and claim that is the same thing. You got to be so careful with what you show on screen. Also, you do need permission. And it is something that I'm experienced in. I know other channels, maybe some other channels we're showing them and they're thinking it's fair use and what have you, and that's probably fair. But it's something we have to do very carefully. So I thought the best policy would be to link the videos, the 3 videos we think are legit, into the top of chat. You can watch them in the original uploaded form on X, and that way you get to see what we're talking about here. But yeah, we're not shying away from the fact that they've lost the ship. We are showing what views we've got, which is the booster. And you can watch the ship, which is an anomaly and a failure, and something they'll have to investigate. You can watch the clips of re-entry, which are tagged as re-entry. We don't know if they are legit or not. I'm assuming they are because everyone else thinks they are as well. Until SpaceX shows their own footage or whatever, we can't show that on our stream. So that is something where people go, it's fair, you show it anyway. You can't do that. I'm too experienced in this to know that is a dangerous game to play. So that is what I wanted to come on and just quickly mention, that we're not avoiding the fact that the ship was lost. We're just basically not able to show them on screen without permission or without verification. And that is an important thing. So they are linked at the top of chat in pinned comments. You'll see potential vids and then ... Expand that out. You'll see 3 links to the X videos that we think are legit, and they're for the ship 33. Thank you.
Chris, thank you so much. It's really important what he said. We could say all kinds of stuff. And I know when I say something wrong, like this morning in Stakeout, I said something that was not exactly factual and I was corrected. And that's why NSF is the place to get all your footage. And we're not going to put anything out that we can't confirm. We're always talking. We're looking for those SpaceX confirmations and so on. That's super important, Adrian.
Yeah, that's also why Alex and I, when we talk about what we see, we do this with the highest carefulness we have about absolutely paraphrasing that we watch this program closely, so we can get something out of this, but in the end, it always comes down to SpaceX. We can just observe.
Yeah, and it's also like, it's just being good people, right? I know that's probably very silly to say, but we also wouldn't want like people just grabbing our footage out of the blue and be like, oh, here we go, like not asking any permission or anything. That's what good people do, right? Just asking permission, and so we cannot show that. but you have it there pinned in chat, as Chris Bergen was saying before, just for your enjoyment, I guess, to see a Starship vehicle breaking up. Boy, it's such again, it's part of the whole process, right? And so we are going to get a new ship, a new flight soon with all of the fixes. And just like we've seen in the past, they get up and improve.
Yeah. Yeah. And we're not going to put out anything that we can't confirm it. So by putting those in the chat, that our guys looked at those and said, you know what? We think these are the one. We think these are legit, but we're not going to, until we're confirmed, we're still not going to do that. So, everybody knows this is rocket science. And if it was easy, everybody would do it. I'd be a rocket scientist. Not standing next to you or doing that.
Yeah.
You'd be a rocket scientist.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, likewise. Booster 14, the catch was amazing. We talked about earlier our favorite parts of the launch. And, I love it when it gets to stage step and then the boost back burn. But I was here for Flight 6, and I didn't get to see a catch. You got to see a catch on your first Starship launch.
Pretty good.
Well done. Well done.
Are we about to put a replay?
Oh,
or something?
there's a helicopter.
There you go.
Yay!
I
like
something
helicopter.
blew up for a second.
That helicopter sounds very much like Raptor engines.
I thought we were hearing a replay without seeing the replay.
I was like, what's going on? No, please.
Yeah, and for those of you that think that is a Coast Guard helicopter, it might used to be. It's not anymore. It still has the stripe on it. So that's one of the ones that SpaceX uses. Go, Alex.
I have another update. Look at the launch mount. Not sure if we can maybe switch around the top, like the bottom right view to the big box. I don't know. I'm probably asking for too much, but the booster quick disconnect hood opened. So that's an interesting thing as well. Although it shouldn't be opening for this step, but it opened. They might be, what I'm thinking about? They might be checking out the system to deploy and open the hood and everything, because that actually needs to be closed. When the booster goes down, that hood needs to be closed. It's then after the booster has been positioned on the OLM that they open the hood and sort of, connect the quick disconnect. Bit of a play on words there, I guess, to the booster, right? That quick disconnect needs to be attached, but they do that after it has already been lowered. So I'm thinking this might actually be, checking it out, just like open and close kind of thing, right? Making sure that it works and that once the booster is on the launch mount, they can actually open and deploy that quick disconnect.
So if that's the case, we should see that QD arm retract, the hood close, then the booster continue its fiery journey down. If it still breathes fire, we'll see. We didn't see on flight 5 when it came in, and it was caught on flight 5, booster 12. One of the chine covers blast off of there, and we kind of jokingly said, "Oh, they're really going to be checking the welds and everything." Looked fine, right? It did look fine.
Yes, they did.
Yeah,
so, those look fine to me. Did you guys see anything weird, Adrian?
Honestly, no. It's kind of funny because we are, of course, talking mostly about the ship right now. But besides the ship, if you ignore that, everything looked very on point.
Yep. I mean, we didn't see the ship, so pretty
I found
awesome.
it I found it impressive that they had an engine out during the boost back burn. They were down, and that engine fired again on the landing burn. So it takes. I'm trying to search for the right word here. It takes some courage to have an engine out at a certain burn and be like, nah, let's just try to reignite that again on the landing burn. It will work.
Cool. And it did work.
When Alex said that, my heart skipped a beat. I was like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, right.
Oh no! Engine outs are bad. Oh
hey,
no!
but I said it. It's okay. Engine out, because this rocket has that capability, right? The other 12 engines were working normally, and in fact, when they did the relight for the landing burn, all 13 engines came up, right? It might have been some kind of thing that was happening right at that moment during the boost back burn. It sometimes happens like, oh, I just don't want to work now. That happens to humans as well, right? I guess. But yeah, when it came to the landing burn, all 13 engines light up, and they down selected to the 3 innermost engines. They did that catch. Yeah, so showing engine out and also engine in, I guess, capability, because they also recovered the engine.
I would be remiss if I didn't point out that I was like, and this is just half the mission, guys. And Adrian was like, I have an update on the ship.
Yeah, like the moment that's like my we were like all celebrating the catch, and like on like the corner of my eye, I saw one of the Raptors suddenly being like flashing from white to black, and I'm like, huh.
I was telling you, we're going to see the satellite deploy and the relight, and no, you're not, Gene. No, you're not.
I guess like what's not happening. Yeah, we're like, but to be fair, that was a bit of a like almost like a gut punch is the wrong word, but yeah, in that moment you're like stopping for a moment, right? Because you're on the adrenaline peak. Let's be real, catch is adrenaline peak, and suddenly it's like the heaviest U-turn.
One of the things we saw in Booster 12 is some of the warping of the engines when it was coming back in, and inside the engine bay it gets really hot. I can't tell from this angle, but do you guys see any warping of those outer engines, engine bells?
It looks like it's a lot better now, right?
Yeah, it looked like they vented it a lot more when it was coming down. Yeah, and every now and then you'll see a drone flying around. That's not some just person out there with their drone saying, "Hey, I'm going to fly near the rocket." That's SpaceX. They're doing drone operations. They're checking everything, checking different angles, lining it up, doing what they do, making sure they don't fly through the flamethrower. We're getting information in the back channel that that they're translating the booster to set it down, and
that's great. Oh yeah, you can see it's a little bit more centered.
Yeah, and they can move it up at the top of the chopsticks. They have the ability to rotate it slightly and then also move it back and forth to position it where they need it. And that's what we mean by translating.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool. They did flood the engine bay when they at the catch. I guess they, again, every time, iterative design, every time they try something new.
Well, you asked me a little bit about the chines earlier, Gene.
Mm-hmm.
Part of what's in those chines are CO2. There are CO2 tanks in there that are designed to snuff that fire out. That's that's exactly what happened there.
Yeah, and they really flooded this time. On Booster 12, there were wires, things just falling out of there. And as Alex said about the there's that sound.
Are you hearing? Yeah, is that the vents from the boosters?
Hard to
because
say.
I'm hearing this high pitched noise.
No, we hear it too. I'm just not sure what it's to.
That sounds like when they open the vents for the full depress. Like that sounds is when they really fully open them, and that sound will go higher and higher if they leave them up. And if I'm not totally mistaken, that sound was still pretty low, so it's not fully depressed yet.
And for those of you laughing at me in chat, we actually do listen for that. There's several sound effects that we have here. I'm just making this up on NSA. One of them is the and the other one is when Alex says "ooh." Yep. Adrian has a sound. He's like, "Oh."
Yeah, it's like we have sounds. It's a thing. I cannot deny that.
We've done this long enough to know that when Alex says "ooh," you got to stop and say, "What's that, Alex? What's that?" Yeah. What I was saying was that they really flooded that thing when they came down because they learn from each one of these. They're going to learn from this one. They'll apply what they learned to the next one, and then they'll launch it again and see what happens on Flight 8 with Ship 34 and Booster 15. See, there's
They're setting it down, looks like.
Wait,
I'm
the
seeing...
Ship 2D is still open?
That's interesting. Usually they close it.
There's another one of those sounds.
Yep.
Screw it. Just put it on the pad and fire it.
Load it up.
I like his idea.
Yeah, I mean, are we all on board?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. Let's do it. I will inform SpaceX of the NSF polling decision.
Yep.
Well, do we have a ship to go on top, or are we just going to launch the booster?
Alex said there's another one at Massey's. We're good.
Go directly into a static fire. How about that?
Rock and roll. I don't know if we're at that level of rock and roll, but maybe soon. Maybe soon.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting they haven't closed that. There's a lot of delicate piping in there. We're hearing people putting things away, probably at the roof.
Now it's going back up.
Yeah.
Again,
They're
make
like,
up your mind, Mr. 14.
Close the cute. Oh, no. Good one job, Steve. Yeah. You guys can go ahead and we're hearing what's going on the roof in our headphones, and you're probably hearing that as well. They're putting things away and closing boxes and packing up cameras.
Look at the.
It is.
Can we talk about those engine numbers before the sun goes out? You can see one of them is 389 or maybe 69. There's another one that might be towards the right, 380 something as well. That's quite a lot.
What was the highest number you saw, Alex?
I think to the left, to the right. So you see 371. Ooh, it just swung.
Oh.
It's swinging. But yeah, you see 294, 371, and then all the way to the right, I see a 3 and 8. So that looks to be the highest number that we can see on this side at the very least. Because on the other side, I see maybe 363.
371.
Yeah.
Very soon we will see these numbers going down again.
Yeah. Once we get to
radically down.
Yeah, Raptor 3 will be very, very low numbers again.
I see booster 33 on this one. Raptor 33. I said booster. Close we're watching it go back up. It's for the second time today. It's ascending.
You know what's crazy? Another interesting point. I mean, Alex, the reason why I asked about those numbers is because if I'm thinking about this right, the only rocket engine that's been more produced than Raptor is Merlin engines.
At least in the US, yeah. Because you also have the. Yeah.
Go ahead.
The engines from the Soyuz.
Yeah, the RD-107s and 108s. Yeah, they've made a lot of those. But these are rapidly approaching. I mean, they're still a little ways off. That's a good point. It's crazy to me that Raptor 2s are one of the most produced engine, and that's not even that's not even a production engine. No, we need Raptor 3. There's a Raptor 4. So that's just a prototype. Just made 300 of them. Whatever.
Yeah. Somebody at SpaceX be like, we really need more engines.
Yeah. Somebody at SpaceX did say that, Adrian, huh?
They like the engines.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we're talking about Booster 14 hanging off there. You're watching NSF. My name's Gene. That's EJ. Say hi, EJ.
Hi, EJ.
Very good. He got the joke.
Yep.
You're hearing Adrian and Alex in the background, and we just saw Ship 33 and Booster 14 launch. We saw Booster 14 come back and be successfully caught. We did have, apparently, I'm speculating, some type of anomaly with Ship 33 because we lost telemetry on the way up. And I want to remind everybody they are getting the data. And we're talking about Booster 14 coming down. It's resting right above the OLM. They have the Booster QD or the Booster Quick Disconnect open. Usually it's closed. They're going to try to detank. There's been a lot of fire from this one. So you've been watching. You've seen this. And the reason we're talking is our cameramen, our camera operators are pulling all of this together so we can watch some replays of some amazing rocket launch action. And if you've been with us all the way through loading, we appreciate you guys staying with us. We appreciate all the questions you've asked us. I know a lot of you guys are out there helping us, supporting us, going out to the store, buying that the patch for Flight 7. And just stay right here. We're going to bring you as much information and news as we possibly can when we get there. And we're talking about replays. The sun's going down. You can just see the sun going down. There's a replay in the lower right-hand corner of the launch.
Absolute. I mean, in terms of conditions of this launch, we cannot really complain. Like this had everything.
Yep.
Absolutely. And especially after the weather yesterday. I mean, rain pouring down, slogging through the dunes. Yeah.
It looked like we were in Cyberpunk. It was just cold and clammy, rainy.
Two completely
Yeah.
different things. There's the helicopter.
I mean, oh, I think this has sound.
Yep. And there's the deluge system. And here we are on the roof. I think I screamed.
Yeah, I definitely did.
Oh boy.
Heard that before.
Yeah.
Yes!
This is what I was telling you. Take off your headphones. Take off your headphones. Here it comes. Awesome. I just want to point out, none of that was zoomed in. That's exactly what we saw up on the roof. And heard.
Yeah.
And felt.
It was, I mean, the sound in that was pretty good, but it didn't do it justice. That sound rumbles like front row at a concert loud.
We got a question earlier about how many cameras do we have. We have been just informed that there are apparently 40 replays.
Oh dear.
That's not overkill at all. I want to see all of it.
I mean, I do.
Get out the popcorn.
Yeah. And where was this from? Look at that.
Wonderful. I mean, I kind of want to. I hope we have a landing angle from this as well, because I think the landing angle of this might be absolutely insane.
This is our highway cam. Absolutely great. Fantastic. This is where the helicopter was taken off from earlier.
Yep.
Dude.
Wonderful.
So cool.
This
so cool.
So much power going off real fast.
It's not the smallest of all rockets.
No, it is not, man.
And once again, by the way, taking the title of the biggest rocket of all time launching.
There you go.
Taking it away from Starship.
Yeah.
So what is it? It's the Brot, biggest rocket of all time. It's the Brot.
Yeah, which is bread in German.
It's a breadwinner. What do you expect?
I am today years old. My voice is going.
Yeah,
mine's
gone too,
saying.
Yeah, same. I have to say after New Glenn as well. This is.
Yep.
It's getting there.
Angle.
Oh.
The moment it starts to move. Like, the moment you see that tip of the ship starting to go up and you're like, oh, they're going.
That is my favorite shot. I have I believe it's a 24 by 36 metal plate of that from Flight 6 from Dee's camera.
Yep.
I brought my metal plate with me so that Dee could sign it. And Dee covered New Glenn. Next time.
Yep.
Or just, Dee, I'm driving to Florida.
Yeah, that angle's always wonderful.
Yeah. Because the sun
almost looks
is,
so,
right.
Yeah, it looks so calm. Like, and then Inferno.
Just chaos. Unbelievable. Adrian, I don't know if you could tell. I'm still at a loss for words. I'm just like, that's pretty neat. You know.
I mean, this is once we are now in my favorite phase of every Starship flight. We can now process. We can now sit here. Like, chat is what chat experience right now is not only us watching replays, but also us processing what we just witnessed.
It's wild, man.
Yeah, the first time you see it, it's crazy. And like you guys, we've been watching this on the screen from NSF for years, throughout all the Falcon 9s and throughout the...
Oh, hey, you can see the chopsticks moving after launch in that replay.
Going to the catch position.
That's cool. Oh, they close a little bit and then they open, probably to test the closing and opening of the chopsticks.
Yep.
Yeah, basically a quick health check, like chopstick health. Yep.
I mean, that is what SpaceX said they'd do. So there you go.
You don't want to find out when that rocket is above you that closing doesn't work properly right now.
That could get messy.
Or opening, by the way, would also be bad. Like, you have it in the arms and you're like, now what?
We were talking earlier about the shock waves. You'll see them during the replays. You'll see them during the slow-mos. You'll see them during the replays. You can see them just blasting the clouds.
Yep. The sound,
very cool.
The sound is so violent coming out of this thing that it perturbs the smoke, which is okay.
Everything.
That's loud.
Yeah, pressure is what gets you.
Yep.
Very cool. 40 replays. They were asking us how many cameras do. Well, now you know.
Yes.
Now you know how many cameras.
Many. Yes.
And that's why when we say, "Oh yeah, the photography team, the Starbase Live team, they're out there, they're setting the cameras," that is a 3-day job.
Yep.
Because there's so many of them.
Yeah, there's also some goodies cooking up from our photographers. I can confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen a message from Jack that just reads, "I am cooking." And cooking he was indeed.
Can we appreciate one thing?
No.
Take a look at the top screens of those feeds, the middle one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mentioned
right?
That's sweet.
I keep looking over my shoulder, expecting to see they're still up there trying to get everything down. But yeah, that sunset shot, fantastic. We can appreciate a lot of things, Alex. That's one of them. Water deluge. Boom. I don't know what to say during replays. I just want to watch the rockets.
Yeah, me too, man. And my voice is going. So just there may or may not have been some grunts when we watched the thing go.
Yeah, and this is the second time they've got a booster. This is a big deal. It's another milestone on the way. Unfortunately, we couldn't get to the other milestones for this flight. That's okay. We'll recycle. They'll learn. They'll change what they do. They'll make it better. They're more efficient. We talk about pushing those envelopes. We saw that today with Block 2.
Yep.
I would say 66% of recovery rate on flights where you potentially catch a booster is not that bad.
You're catching a skyscraper out of the air.
Yeah.
I think 66% is pretty dang good.
Yeah.
I've never done it.
Yeah, no, I've never done it either. But, we say 66%, and you think about it, it's like, oh, yeah, Booster 13 didn't go. It didn't go. But you got to remember, and Gene, you brought this up a little bit earlier. Remember, Booster 13 performed as prescribed.
Right. Yep.
So, I mean, yeah, they didn't catch it, but there is no off-nominal behavior, with the exception of some engines going out here and there with these 3 catching attempts, right? No off-nominal behavior, which is a big deal. That's huge. Booster's doing what you want if something else doesn't work. That's great. Or it is, or in this particular case.
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you that thing did get caught, and it was pretty cool.
And if you watch, Starbase Live, you watch folks, you watch Jack's feeds and, Starbase Update, and then what we call the dailies, but they're every couple of days. You'll see the cones being built, the ships being built, the boosters being built, and you can follow those through. So again, Ship 34 is at Massey's for cryoproofing.
Yep.
Let's go to Ryan Caton, who has an update.
And it's
a
definitely
replay,
not
apparently.
a replay.
The replay thing. Ryan,
No, we cannot hear you yet.
We cannot hear you. At least us. I'm not sure about the audience.
Might have some inclement weather over the Bahamas somehow.
Is it his haircut interfering with the green screen audio? No. Adrian's going to laugh because they talk about it in chat. We love Ryan and we love what he does. We have the replay overlay. We've got the green screen. What are those flights? Yes, those are flights.
Yeah, I think Ryan is about to tell us a little bit here once the audio resumes.
Yeah. I'm interested. I want to know what's going on. But again, in the background, you can see Booster 14 hanging off the chopsticks. It seemed like they lowered it down and then they decided to bring it back up for some reason, and then they just stopped. We thought they were just going to close the BQD, the hood that comes over to protect it during launch. But we're back to replays. This is the one I wanted to see. This is danger.
Danger. That's Danger Dune.
Yep.
This is the one that's 900 feet away.
Oh, are we going to see anything? We're going to see the cloud.
Ah.
Oh, come on.
No.
It's okay. Just wait. You can do it.
Do we have
I now
audio
wondered
going through?
Oh. Okay, so we're not going to put that one there next time.
Well, you say that, but wait for something.
Well,
there might be something.
There might be something cooking. Yeah.
Check.
Hey,
hello, Ryan.
So it turns out, when you've been live for a long time, your batteries run out.
There we go.
Look at that! Look at that! Sorry, look at that angle!
No way.
I'm geeking out, Chad.
Tell me we got the similar angle for the catch.
Yeah.
Oh,
sorry, Ryan, you will have to stand by for some geeking.
That's fine.
Yeah, can we fast forward this replay like maybe 6 minutes or something?
I can't.
Oh, I think we can.
Oh yes, please. Thank you, producer man.
Ooh,
Hang on.
No
Hang
way.
on. Here it comes. All right, be quiet. Just watch.
Oh.
All right, that's still awesome.
That doesn't suck.
That's still awesome.
That doesn't suck.
I love that wiggle. I love that wiggle of the Raptors being like, yeah, about here.
Yeah. I'm sorry. It's funny, but we're all professionals.
We swear.
Are we?
Where?
And then when something goes cool, we're all talking over each other like, oh my God, we all go crazy. We got to remember, we're still, there it is, hanging off. That was fun. This is the one we all wanted to see. We were afraid of the exhaust from the launch just obliterating that shot. It didn't. And then the amazing cameramen, got up, got down a little bit, but that's okay. So now let's go to Ryan with an update on.
I'm back. I'm still a replay. Oh, I'm no longer a replay. That's a shame. Anyways, so as you can see, there are a number of aircraft. These aren't all of them. These are just the ones I've been able to find in 30 seconds. But I think right now we're tracking 5 or 6 planes, which, as you can see here, have come out towards the the area. The vicinity, shall I say, of where we've been seeing those Twitter videos of lots of debris raining down over the Caribbean here, and we can see lots of planes turning around there, turning around there, turning around here, and we are also seeing some aircraft actually in a holding pattern and diverting to different airports. So there is a possibility that this airspace or larger bits of airspace are being closed off for the safety of these aircraft. They're being routed around these areas to ensure that, you know, they don't get hit by any Starship debris. So this is going to be causing a little bit of disruption to some airline managers, but you know, safety is obviously the most important thing. We'll wait to see if there's any statements from any airlines or anything like that, but for the time being it does look like there's just going to be a little bit of disruption because of the RUD of Ship 33.
Thank you, Ryan. Right between Cuba and Florida, it shoots that needle, right? It splits that gap, as he was saying, and right where he was pointing. We're looking at another replay now, Ryan, and that's why those planes are diverting. So thank you for that update, and that is going to cause a little bit of havoc. Now, fingers crossed. I'm going to be really selfish here. I'm just saying. I'm going to be in that area a week. Today.
That's right.
So,
all right, check the beaches, man.
I am. That's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, I'm going to check all the beaches because the TPS tiles tend to float.
Yep.
So we'll I need everybody to say a little silent prayer that Gene's going to be walking along the beach and see a little black octagon. Be like, that's mine with an okay written on it. Yeah. Back to these replays. Beautiful camera work, guys. This is from where we were. You can see the palm trees down there at Isla Blanca Park. Fantastic.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah, that's hotel
so
cam.
That's your view.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw right there. Slightly zoomed in, but yes, that's exactly what we saw. That's the hotel cam from Starbase Live. Oh, come on. Give me some. Can I get some space penguins in chat, please? Thank you.
Look at that monster. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I still haven't lowered the booster. You know, we saw the booster transport stand moving down Highway 4. We assume it's stopped. Probably have a camera of that, but it's interesting they haven't lowered it down. Oh, that's a cool shot directly on this side of it. Oh, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
wild.
What I always found fascinating about Starship is the length of the plume. Or like the length of the engine plume. It's so crazy.
Yeah, it's the Mega Mach diamonds are taller than the ship itself.
Yep.
It's so crazy. Look at that.
So theoretically, they could just hold this booster here all night long, if they need to.
I think they're going to be a little urgent with it, but
that's a fantastic shot.
Mm-hmm.
Great tracking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love it. The camera work is so good, guys. A lot of these are being operated by remotes. So, you know, they're doing this like when we were up there on the roof. Doss is just focused on that with his Xbox controller and his homemade integrated contraption tracking camera. During Flight 6, he was like, Doss has it, Doss has it. This time he didn't say a word. He was just locked in, and he did a fantastic job.
Yep.
I'm waiting for Alex to say, ooh.
You never know when the next ooh hits.
That's right. That's the ooh is the cue.
We're waiting in anticipation.
Oh, sound.
It's old these days.
What a machine.
I think you have to put them out.
Starship ain't bad either, though. You know?
Here comes the beautiful rumble.
That's Nas's tracking in there. I heard him at the beginning.
Go. Those connections set off. Stage step. You can see the booster turn around and the ship continue.
With the booster.
And now he's going to stay with the booster for this tracking shot all the way down.
Copy.
I'll tell you, that's what we saw. It was clear as day. I did not need a tracking camera. I was using the good old Mark I eyeball. That's exactly what I saw. You could see it all the way up to most engine cutoff, slip, turnaround, hot ring separation. Sorry, haven't slept in a little while. Yep. It crazy. I watched it all the way back. And that's exactly what we saw.
Because it's big.
It is big.
It is very big.
And you can hear me saying exactly that in the background.
Here it goes. I watched on stage and I saw the whole thing. Clear as day. Unbelievable. You hear that thing go, EJ?
Yep.
The thing moved.
On stage, you're getting separated. I can see
Yep,
it
there it
separating
goes.
from the vehicle now. There goes my booster.
Are we sped up?
Maybe just a little bit. I don't know.
Sounds like we have too much helium.
We've got Doss. Doss is watching the replay up on the roof.
Yep.
I am. Can you hear me, Gene? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Yes.
Look at the hot staging ring. Oh wait.
Oh, it went to Doss.
You are a replay now.
We don't want to see him. Go back.
I think that
Go back to the video. Replay.
Das, did you
You
get
went
the
to
hot
the beginning
staging?
replay.
Doss,
The ring splashdown?
I was just gonna talk. I wasn't trying to get y'all to. Now I broke the replay. Now I feel bad. Forward it back to the.
Oh no, we have to watch it again.
Oh no!
Over here.
Oh no, I broke the. That's not
Now
me.
it's backwards. They're randomly just like, hey, play them all.
mean,
Play them all again.
Nope.
You did a great
I'll
job
tell you-
up there tracking that. You're fantastic.
I think. Yeah. Thanks. Gene. Look, I kept it stable, and then I tried to move it really slow. And then I'm like, "There's the mock diamonds. Let's follow those."
These are neat.
And then it's like, try to fit.
Pretty neat.
Can.
How neat is that?
I mean, I'll keep talking about it. This was crazy, y'all. Pretty soon we'll get the rumble, and I'll be quiet. But
There comes the rumble.
at my rate. audio was so clear today. I don't know if it's like the air temperatures or what was going on, but the audio on the roof of the hotel, it was the best Starship audio I've heard. And I heard them all except for 5. I wasn't here for 5. But this has been the best Starship audio we've had. Seriously.
I think everybody at NSF that worked on audio in general to capture this can be really proud, because I felt like we had amazing capturing of audio for the stream.
Yep. It's like I said, I don't know if it's a lot of work, but I don't know if it's the air density was traveling, like carrying the audio better. In the past, it seems like it was a little bit more of a muffled rumble, right? And today it was just really crisp. The crackles were like really crisp. So this was just good audio. Oh, the hot staging. Look how fast the booster turns away.
Yep.
It's really getting out of there.
It actually gets pushed a little bit from the exhaust from the ship because they turn the grid fins, and it just helps it a little bit push it away.
Yeah, that's right.
And here, if I had lost it here, I don't know if I could have reacquired it, because I glanced at the spotting camera, like the wide camera, to help me reacquire it. If I lose it, I couldn't see anything. It was just a spot.
How are you overall reviewing the tracking with the system now?
I need more practice. Because the rates change, especially on the way back down. It's just gaining so much speed in the acceleration, right? The rate of change of speed is just so dramatic. I was having trouble changing my rates fast enough to keep up with it. And then I would go, oh, geez, I'd do too much. And then I'd overshoot a little bit. You see me overshoot, and then I'd glance back over and reacquire it and turn the rates back down again. It's just practice. You just have to do it. Oh, no, we just have to go to Starship launches over and over and over again.
Oh, no.
Don't twist my arm, Gus.
Well, if you insist.
I guess.
I was surprised, and you're going to see this on the tracking shot. I was surprised. I thought it ignited its like slow down catch ignition a lot higher in altitude.
Oh, geez.
It does not. I was surprised at how close to the ground it actually, because even somebody was like, yep, it's slowing down. And I was like, oh no, it's going to explode. And it sure enough does. It just stops.
This thing,
like, what?
Coming out of there, you can see the hot staging ring sort of starting to differentiate from the main body of the booster. The last one I tracked, it seemed like they separated a lot sooner. But this one, they were like flying in formation for such a long time. And I was trying to split the difference. It's like, okay, I'm not going to just center on the booster. Let's see if we can keep the hot staging ring in as well.
I mean, that maybe comes down to the fact that how many like thruster corrections they do after hot staging separation, right? Because if they're more firing, that means that they will separate faster from each other.
Yep. Just look at that. You can almost see the details of the hot staging ring, and the light is hitting it just right. Oh, I was so tempted to follow the hot staging ring all the way down to splash in the ocean, and of course I didn't. I went for the booster.
I mean, how can you not?
As we follow this tracking cam from DOS, this is amazing replay. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, they did close that booster quick disconnect, which we've been talking about.
Nice.
DOS, did you get it all the way down to the chopsticks? I mean, you're locked on this.
I lost the rate. You'll see it coming up here. I look at that. Going into the cloud, I lost it. A lot of times you can say, if the rocket goes into the cloud, just keep going the same track. But there's a trail. You see the trail, and I glance at the spotting camera, and I'm just following the trail down, and they're like, oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. We can get it back. And let's go back over. There you go. Yeah.
Nice.
I love that vapor cone.
I love that you get that moment. Like that was really important to get.
And it's dead center when it relights.
Oh man.
It slows down so heavily.
It slams on the brakes so quickly. I'm like, whoa. I'm still going down, and it's slamming on the brakes, but I get it right there down between the sticks.
I think we calculated, I think yesterday, it has like a thrust to weight ratio of about 4 while doing the landing burn. That thing slams the brakes.
Right.
It was I know the physics of it. I know how it's supposed to work. Okay, the engines have lit and it's going to slow down. It's bleeding off the speed. I wasn't prepared for how quickly it slammed on the brakes, and you see it go out of frame to the top, and I'm like, right, change the rate. I'm so happy that I got, even it was pretty shaky, it was in frame when the vapor cones happened, and then I was so happy the relight was like dead center. When the relight happened, you get the big wave from the relight, and then the effect, the plume effect underneath it, it's like wubbing, or I don't know what the terminology is. I had too much fun, y'all.
Yeah.
Wait.
We all did, man.
Right after the catch, you see the camera jerk, right? that's the sonic booms hitting us.
Yeah.
When you touch that camera, it just shook.
And somewhere in this audio, I don't know if y'all have replayed audio of the hot staging ring sonic booms. The hot staging ring sonic booms were comparable to Falcon 9 sonic booms.
Yep.
Like just from I didn't measure it or anything, right? But today, with today's conditions, the hot staging ring sonic booms were so distinct and so loud, it reminded me of a Falcon 9. In the past, the hot staging rings were just like you'd have to look at the audio graph to see if you even heard it. You thought somebody dropped a camera case halfway across the roof or something.
Yep.
And
I mean, it's a 9-meter giant ring.
One of these, when we get sick of the boosters coming back and getting caught, I'll task the big robotic tracker to just follow the hot staging ring one day, and we'll see what happens.
Can I just play an Alex here and appreciate the center camera at the top of the screen?
Yeah, that's ridiculously beautiful.
We're talking metal. Wow. We're talking metal print here.
Yep. Even the one on the right, on the top right, from the hotel.
Yep.
That's your view, Das, right?
Yeah, that looks like it's my spotting camera right now. It's funny because Kevin's like, oh, if you could leave your tight camera and your spotting camera, because we have a lot of stuff we need to pack up, right? And I'm going to record a video for Kevin so he can understand that the 2 cameras he asked for are the most involved equipment rated cameras. It's like, well, it goes from there, then it goes into there, then it goes over here, then it goes through this, then it goes into the rack, then it goes to the solo. I need to record. It's going to be too dark to record the video, but we'll
so
keep
weird
them up.
that we. It's so weird that we now in these evening flights for Starship, right? Because how it used to be is like you're basically in the morning, you're just approaching noon, and now it's really getting dark.
I mean, I'm like lit by the glow of the audio interface here, which is fine. It's ambient. It's a fireside chat with us. But I have to say how much. Oh, I'm going to be lit all of a sudden. Look at me. Burns. The afternoon launch windows are so fantastic because it's like, all right, getting up, we're going to start the stakeout, hang out with everybody, show what's going on during the course of the day, roadblocks, yada, yada, yada. And then we start the main event, like lunchtime, okay, let's get going. And we get that fantastic lighting as the sun is sort of going down in the west. It goes down in the west usually. It's just such good views. Mm-hmm. Gosh.
Here's our 10th replay, only 30 more to go.
I did not mean to hijack this stream, but I heard my name and I hopped in because I wanted to talk through how it goes. I want to get over to Danger Dune because we had 2 different cameras that were just pointed at the sky. They were just pointed straight up, recording the entire time. And to get the footage off of those, we need to go and pull the footage and see what we got. Adrian's about to wave his finger at me. Adrian, what?
I just want to add to that this because we had that was a cool discussion because about these cameras, about the danger cameras, we had like a almost an hour-long research discussion with people researching different angles, how they might come down and how we need to have these cameras. That was a fun one.
Jack had a big battery out there, and he was protecting the battery with just a bog standard trash bag for your kitchen, right? Like a white bag you put in your kitchen trash. I really want to see if that trash bag is now molded to the shape of the battery. Did it melt? One way to find out.
Rocket cast forming.
Right.
By the way, quick update from the FAA. The FAA is looking into the flight and will issue a statement in the upcoming time. But the FAA has noted to journalists that they are aware of the anomaly that has occurred, and honestly, based on everything we know about the requirements of this flight and what is accepted, there's very much probably a mishap investigation coming.
Yeah, they have not officially said, "Oh, it's going to be a mishap," but
it's coming.
Yeah.
Oh,
hang
that's
on. We went to
that's your view.
Behind the scene.
Behind
Oh,
the
no.
scene.
I forgot there was a behind the scenes camera. Look at me. I'm like,
There's G. Like roller coaster. EJ is like, what's happening?
Dumbstruck, dude. I couldn't deal with what was happening there, man.
We still had our headphones on. They had to take them off, and I'm like, EJ, take them out, take them out, take them out. Yeah. And we're just like, we're not talking anymore.
Look at the tracker moving, by the way. You can see the tracker tracking the rocket. This video, like this replay, we need to get it and play it back in time lapse, because you see the tracker following the rocket. And if you speed it up, you can really see the motion of the tracker, like, dip, go back again. But if you watch the motion of the tracker in time lapse, you can see how fast the tracker has to be moving to keep up with it, like the rate of change of how quickly that thing comes down. Gosh.
Yeah, it's cool. And of course, in the upper left-hand corner, they have put the booster down on the OLM.
I feel like it's like ghost stories with DOS now. Rocket ghost stories with DOS.
There once was a booster.
They scrub launch. Ooh.
Uncle Josh,
seems
tell us
like-
about the rocket again.
Oh, they scrub launch.
Wow, that's a lot more scary.
Are you scared?
Oh, here we go.
Look at the catch.
That's from the trailer. That's from Danger Lot.
Wow.
Nice.
Meanwhile, the booster, it seems like it has been already lowered onto the OLM.
So
that looks like the positioner cam, I think. I don't know if that was the... Look at this.
This is Jason, right? From the hotel. As you can hear us. Yep. Yeah.
Wow.
That one's pretty wide. I think that's wider. Yeah, that's my spotting cam. That looks like the reentry from my... Because Jason's... have we played Jason's play video yet? They did?
Little target. You don't see the front sight post on your camera.
I zoomed in past it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I zoomed in past it.
And the crowd goes wild.
Well, I guess we did scream. That's probably why our voices hurt.
I know.
Oh, yeah, we took it off. EJ, that's some Falcon Heavy vibes, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, my voice so raspy. I didn't scream. Oh, wait. Yes, I did.
Yeah, you screamed.
You did.
Oh, yep. Nope. I was yelling.
Oh, look at that. Look at that highway angle from the catch.
Ooh.
Whoa.
It comes in hot.
That's what
Again, that thing slams the brake.
It really does.
That shot's
I
pretty
was
good,
I was
man.
stunned at how fast it slowed down. I thought it lit much higher in altitude. This thing comes right down and just turns on. That's why they light the inner 13, then cut the 10 and just have the 3. That's 13 Raptor engines slow that thing down instantaneously.
Yeah.
That's what 4-to-1 TWR will do, as Adrian was saying. That's a lot of go. Or
I feel like I need to go back in time and make my parents meet each other at the dance. I'm like fading out here. Thank you.
Yeah, go back.
We just had like a cell phone light or something to try and light me up, but
They're locked on there. There we go.
Dude.
Oh,
Dude.
Getting hot. Look at that.
look at the angle towards the tower.
Real.
Wow.
it's the twist at the last second is crazy.
Yeah, right?
Is it me or did they not move the ship quick disconnect arm out of the way at all?
They
need to
did.
move out of the way.
It's a bit out. It's
Yeah,
a bit out.
It's just the angle of this camera view.
No,
Is it
it's,
Yeah.
it's not all the way back. It's like 120 off where it should be. Oh, man.
It's out of
camera-
you
that
can
angle-
see it there in this view.
This
This is from
Look at that.
This is from Danger Lot.
Dude. No way.
Booster's like, is this parking spot free?
Yes, you just drove away.
Yeah, right.
Leaving your driveway and going to the store, I guess dropping off the kids at school or whatever, and then coming back and parking in your own driveway.
So we build they build Mechazilla, they put chopsticks out there, they're like, we're just gonna catch it out of the air, and everybody's like, when is this ever going to be mundane?
What is this? This is North Beach.
I watched every Falcon 9 launch. I still get hyped from this. I mean, clearly from the replay footage, I don't know what to do here. Like I don't know when this is ever going to be that.
The plume is like at the base of the tower. Like the origin point of the plume is like not the OLM, it's the tower base.
Yeah, it looks like it starts at the drawworks and works its way out.
Mm-hmm. Look at that dangling. Look how much it dangles back and forth when it's in the chopsticks.
It did a Soyuz.
Wow.
Well done.
That's insane.
Joss,
What
we
is
can hear
it?
you. We can't see you. We know you're there.
Thank goodness. You know, one day we're going to see a booster on one of these towers and a ship on the other.
Oh, yes.
I'm
God.
here for it. I've decided I'm going to be here for that.
Tell me again, Grandpa, when rockets had legs.
What is this? This is another wide from somewhere out at the beach. Look at that!
Oh, it's so crazy in what angle it comes in.
Yeah. I'm sorry I'm like running over this a little bit, but I haven't got a chance to watch a lot of this footage yet because I was tracking and then I was going to upload our SD cards. So this is the first time seeing a lot of this.
Us too.
Us too. We are also. We talked a lot about the ship and the implications of the ship so far.
Yeah.
Kevin said he had 40 replays. I haven't been counting.
Nice. What is this? This is going to be channel, it looks like. People probably think I'm crazy looking at these things, calling them names like, oh, yeah, that's channel cam. That's North Beach cam. Like, well, you got to know which cam to wipe. Wow.
Whoa.
That camera's mounted on a wooden deck. So most of our cameras are mounted on metal or they're on tripod. And this is mounted on a third-story wooden deck railing. There's the wide shot from that angle. That's the palm tree next to the wooden deck railing. And that's the plume falling out, like the plume blowing down range. Up range, whichever range.
There it is. Where's the booster? Flash orange. There.
Yeah.
There I am.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
It's so slow. It's so stable while being so slow. You would imagine that an object that is so big loses. Oh, wow.
What is this?
This is Danger Dune.
Is this Danger Dune?
No way.
Yes.
Oh,
excellent.
Okay, we had two other cameras that were pointing up at that perspective that would not have moved.
So we might get them.
Well,
we have to go get the SD cards out of them. They were not networked cameras. They were just dumb recorders. But we had two cameras that would not move that were a similar perspective to where that one started.
Yeah, Doc's giving away the spoilers. You're going to see those that once they allow folks out there, they got to grab those cameras. The cards come back. And, man, yeah, what do you tell them what you're going to do with them? We're going to put them out.
We're going to go out there and we're going to show them to people.
That's what
Look
we
at
do.
how fast the chopsticks are closing, by the way.
They made contact. They didn't have a big rebound or bounce or anything. That stragglers from the Boca Chica Air Force are like, what the heck's going on? But
So I have a quick update since we don't have Ryan here for the plane spotting, I guess. Remember those planes that were being diverted? It looks like, at least from the ATC FA advisory, they say that those two areas are now cold and all airspace is released back to the North American airspace. So it looks like those diversions are no longer happening. So, it looks like they may have now normal airspace conditions. So that's good.
Nice. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah. And hopefully it takes 9 days for any tiles to float to the beach where I am sitting.
Here we go.
Wow, y'all must be tired.
It's sorry.
Yeah,
I caught it too late.
Well, somebody has to finish it.
9 days.
Thank you. 9 days. Okay, we can move on.
There we go. It's now done.
So on the left-hand side there, you see they've got some drones flying. They're just checking everything out. They're setting the booster down. I don't know.
I love that. I love that giant booster transport stand just waiting patiently at the roadblock.
Yeah. Here I come, Steve.
Hey, question, guys. Is that thing back on the OLM or?
Yeah.
Yes.
She's back down, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like the disconnect is attached, but we're pretty far away. I can't really see.
Yeah, I need to wait for that.
Yeah.
Speaking of waiting
We
for
may have
things,
a south cam we could task to zoom in. Go ahead, Alex.
I was just like waiting for the blast and the vibrations on the camera.
Yeah.
But it looks rock solid. Ooh. Speaking of
sound.
What is this one? Whoa. That's thing. Dead center relight. Dead center relight. Nice.
Wow.
Slammed on the brakes and I kept going.
Come on, bring it on home.
It's literally the boot.
Can hear you, Jake.
Slam on the brakes. We'll fly right by.
Yeah,
don't need.
I swear.
I don't know if this or if it's play.
Oh, I said that was the loudest I've ever heard it. And literally everybody jumped. The cameras jumped. I think Alex and Adrian jumped when they
If we keep this clip going, does it go long enough to hit the hot staging ring?
Potentially.
Keep listening.
There it is.
Dude.
There it goes.
Yeah. We all yelled. We were all like, what? What is that?
The double boom of the hot staging ring.
Look at that angle.
You're right, Jay?
Which one is
knocked
this?
it out of the park. This is Jason's track. This is a hand track on the roof.
He has it spot on.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Dude,
Wow, look at that vapor cone.
Look at that. Oh. That effect.
Yeah, you see that?
That
Yeah.
effect.
What is that?
Is that like a pressure wave moving through, or I don't know what that is. We'll find out.
The only thing I can think of is that it's the gas is going supersonic too, but I don't know, man.
Oh,
he had that center line all the way down.
Unbelievable track.
Yeah, we'll have to look and see what those are. I mean, at some point, do engines shut down in that burn, or are those the same engines all going? How does that burn work, Alex?
For the landing burn, you mean?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, they ignite the 13 inner engines, right? The ones that can gimbal and everything. And there you can see.
Sorry, booster coming through.
Exactly. And then they down select to 3 engines for that parking.
Nice.
It's so amazing to see how easy it looks.
I love how Alex was explaining that, and the booster was like, "Let me show you."
I don't know if this is stabilized, but I'm so surprised that this mount, I think this is the positioner probably, was so stable. I expected it to be shaking like crazy. We bolted the heck out of it to the trailer, so I guess it worked.
Good job, bolts.
Good job, bolts. I like this Starship Noir on the side there.
Oh, this angle has to be from Mary or Jack coming from this side.
Oh yeah, that's like river area, right?
Ooh,
dude,
look at that.
Look at.
You guys are nerds.
Yeah.
Lost in the clouds.
That's tough. Oh, but slammed
you
on the
go.
brakes. And that's like the only cloud with its own plume.
The flame was as big as the booster.
Yeah.
And shut down. Wow.
And look at it torching the tower. It almost looks like the plume is bouncing off the tower for a second there.
Yeah, so you know what,
precise.
You know what? Yeah, you're right, Adrian. You know what gets me? That booster, we know it's equivalent to about a 22-story building. We were watching it from a 12-story building. We'd be still looking at half of a booster above us if it was sitting next to it. That is half that booster's double the size of the hotel almost.
I wonder if how many, I think this is like 29, the condos next to us. So the booster is almost as tall as the condo next to us here. That is insane to think of. I know, like a Starship AR, you know?
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly.
I would never get anything done.
Yeah.
If I how does the Starship compare to my car, my house, that building, that tree, DOS? Like I would never get any work done.
Right.
Ryan Caton writing down a list for graphics for the next flight.
Yeah. Okay. It is dark up here on the roof, y'all, and we are going
we
didn't notice.
unload a lot of gear.
Hey, there's
that's
Cam.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Are we gonna see ourselves during the launch?
We recorded that?
Yeah, apparently we did. I'm sure we were so calm.
Oh my gosh.
Do we all give permission for this?
We need written consent for this, right?
Sign everybody.
There we go.
Yep.
Oh dear.
This is going to be the crew reactions of it going.
That is a terrible angle of me.
Yeah, that's very unflattering. That's right.
All right. Arms up, Gene. Oh, but at the same time.
Oh, everybody.
Yes, from Gene and Alex, a world away from each other.
This is the point where my brain divided by 0, and I'm just like, that's pretty cool. Look at that.
Are we really doing
that? Look, Gene, I like it. Gene's like, take the headset off and listen. Yep. That was a good call, Gene.
I think I flexed a couple times here.
Wait for it.
There's a flex.
Yeah.
You need like an EJ flex count left.
You just let it hit you, and you just revel in the growl.
Yeah.
That was Gene almost with the Elmo let everything burn hand motion. I guess
this is when I start like noticing things, right?
Yep.
We're probably going to talk about that later. And I'm like, ooh, starting to type in the back channels and everything.
Yeah, that's also, you can also see me, like, when do we talk again? Like, you can see us go back to operations mode.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
We are about 80 seconds into the 7th flight of Starship. I believe we can say we have 33 healthy Raptor engines as the booster is in flight and all the way on its way through max Q.
Oh, there's nothing like that, Adrian, when that sound hits you just after launch. And there it is. It's on its way uphill. You can see it turning into a star. This is my favorite moment.
This is so amazing.
It's fantastic. We're T plus 1 minute, almost 50 seconds. Alex, you said it's 2 minutes to stage set. What is it, 2:15?
Yeah, around 2.5 minutes into flight. So we are 30 seconds away from that hot staging. 30 engines out of 33 will shut down. Then the ship engines will ignite. Clamps at the top of the hot staging ring will open, and the ship will fly away. The booster, meanwhile, will be flipping back to beginning its boost back burn and get back to the launch site. Remember, that's when they decide whether to go back for a catch or not.
There's the preparation for the ignition of the Raptor engines. You can see now this heavy venting that we see on Raptor engines right before they ignite.
I love the flap cam.
You're going to see that exhaust plume come out the side, and then we'll get to stage separation. But they vent that with that CO2 to clear everything out of there.
Shut down and Raptor ignition.
And hot staging, look at that. Wow.
And the booster
and
boost
around
back burn.
Ignite those for boost back. Now,
It
right
looks
now,
like one engine is out on the boost back burn, but it's okay. They've done this before. It's okay.
G center of gravity of that, and they're go for catch on booster 14.
Here we go.
And what they will do now is will perform very, very slight movement changes that will bring all the trajectory all the way very close to the tower already, which is the dunes. And at the last moment, they will then perform a divert maneuver to the tower itself. So basically, they will start to target a point just before the tower. And if everything looks good, then they will go over to the tower.
Look at that thing coming at us.
Yeah, coming straight.
It's coming right. Look at the angle.
Look at the hot staging ring down below.
Watch out for the engine section, because that's going to get red hot.
Yep.
I was actually
That's
on
still looking
commentary
good.
And you can see it. Like,
You've heard nothing of the contrary, that they are not go for catch. Everything looks still go. Absolutely right moment for double negatives.
It's approaching pretty quickly.
Yep. Oh god, yeah, it's coming.
Look at that.
That's cool.
Oh, this will be hype.
Come on.
Here we go.
There's the glow.
Six-fisted
glow.
cloud. Beam.
There it is.
Watch for the landing burn. It will be quite a spectacle. The flamethrower.
That was a really
Fly,
smooth
baby,
trans-
fly.
Yep.
Do the thing.
Do the thing. Yes,
EJ.
come on.
Vapor on it.
Whoa! Vapor cone.
Come on, baby.
Come on, light it up. Yeah.
We got a light.
Let's go.
Come on.
There's no way. Oh. Please, someone move that.
looking back at myself. Oh my gosh.
The duality of man, Alex and Adrian here. Like,
Yeah, I was
Frozen.
closely watching the
Frozen.
footage. There we go.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa! Wow!
And now you can see me right
Once
there. There's the
again,
moment where I see. There's the moment where I see on the screen that something is wrong.
Here comes the worst line
And
I've ever
now,
seen in my entire
for
life.
me, I guess, because I'm looking to the right.
Yeah, like you can see Alex and me both be like,
Oh, dang it. But there you can see that metal print of the catch.
we were still breathing. We were like, was that the hot stage ring that just blew up?
We were like, wait, what just happened?
Whew.
That was fun. That was
Adrian, do your thing. We're showing
That's
the metal
a
print.
Tyler Gray being there and catching the catch. They're now available in shop.nasasspaceflight.com as a metal print and also a paper print. Absolute cool to see that being caught the second time. And shout outs to Tyler for getting
Adrian,
this.
I was confused for a second because it still says replay on the screen, and I was like, "Is that like right after the catch? Did we show a metal print like 3 seconds later in the actual stream in real time?" No, we're showing this now. It's no longer a replay, right?
Yeah, they're showing this now, and I can also tell you that Jack is still cooking.
Jack is cooking. Nice.
Oh. Must be a slow roast.
Well, hey, y'all, it is pitch black on the roof right now, and we still have an awful lot of gear to pack up, and our views are not fantastic. It's just dark, blinky lights now. So if it is okay, we would like to strike our gear and pack up and get all this stuff. It's going to take us a couple trips to get down to the room, but are we good to pack up our stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just say, your tracking today and Jason's was just phenomenal. And, you know, me personally, thanks for having us out again.
Absolutely,
right? I
guys.
love being part of this team, and I love coming out here and doing this. It's so much fun.
Yep.
Y'all keep talking. Like y'all keep talking and watching replays and doing the other stuff. Like we're going to start packing up our stuff, but y'all keep the show going here. All right?
Yeah, we're going. What we see 14 on the OLM. Go ahead, Adrian.
I have received the finished cooking from Jack, and I'm uploading it to our platform right now. I hope to have it soon, and I can tell you, oh boy,
I was gonna say, can you give us a test, please?
I would just link this in the back channel each end. You can react to what you see. Okay.
All right. Y'all, Margaritaville Roof is signing off. We will catch up with you later. Y'all keep it going, though.
Thank you, guys. Great job.
Good times.
Jason and Das up on the roof, 2 stories above us here on the 11th floor from the Margaritaville Resort on South Padre Island. And it is a fantastic thing to see a rocket launch, and even better yet, a booster catch, the second one only ever.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And by the way, Doss said he wasn't here for Flight 5, so this is the first one we've ever seen. Yeah, so there you go.
right.
Hi guys, we're alive. We're back.
Hey.
We've been nerding out to all the replays with you guys, and it's been a ton of fun. I don't know about the replay of us. I've never seen a replay of myself or us do it. That was a lot of fun. Well done, guys. Well done.
I'm getting this print up, so you will now see while you three talk, see me just focusing, looking at a screen here.
And I just want to say to all the guys in the control room, Kevin, Carson, Andrew, Jay, all of them, everybody in the field, great job with the replays. I mean, you guys nailed it. Well done. All the camera operators. You know, when you start listing somebody, you're gonna lose somebody.
Yep.
So just listen, everybody. From me to you, thank you guys so much. All the great work in the field was absolutely fantastic.
You guys did great. Absolutely hit it out of the park.
Good, Adrian.
Is that booster sparking?
It's been like that for a while.
Okay. I'm no longer nervous.
Yeah.
No big deal.
If anything hasn't happened yet, I'm not too concerned, to be fair. And one of the neat things is that they have all of those drones flying around.
Yeah.
But it is true that it's been happening for a while. Only, those sparks happening. We just don't know what is going on, right? That's one of the things right now. It seems like there's some sparks, but other than that, we just don't know right now.
Yeah. I've never seen
Chris in the back channel saying, "Oh, Alex is calm." Okay. Well, I'm not calm. I'm just too used to, things being on fire with Starship. Let's be honest, right? And sparks and everything. And so like
when you guys see the
sparks.
lights going up and down the booster like that, they as Alex said, the drones are flying around, so you're going to see lights flying around the booster. They're checking things out, and as Adrian's saying, down there where the booster quick disconnect is it still sparking? It was breathing fire on the way down. Is it doing it again, or hold on, or are they purging the lines? Because we can see the venting from the Pope vent, et cetera. Are they just purging those lines? And it looks like flashing or sparking.
Well, the Pope vent is related to the tank farm systems, so it's unrelated to that, especially because the quick disconnect for the booster is not connected to the booster. So it's
just meant from a color perspective. It's white, and the sparks are whitish in this picture.
It's flashing. We do have some of the closer cameras, but unfortunately, I think that booster quick disconnect is hiding the sparks. So unfortunately, it's quite an unfortunate orientation, I guess. One of the things that I should say, though, someone said that if I keep saying these things, I may appear on one of the NSF intros, I guess, is that there's that drone sort of inspecting. It seems like it might be around the chine location, right, on the booster. So if they, I will imagine that if it were a huge concern for them, maybe that drone will just be there for a long time instead of going around the booster and everything, right? Like, at least what I will do at the very least, if I had a concern about that, those sparks, is I will probably get my drone close and take a look at it, right? But it seems like the drone is just on the other side of the booster, taking a look, sort of like the engine section, the chines and everything.
Yeah, we don't like sparks in boosters. They're full of methane and oxidizer, and those three things don't mix well together when you don't want them to.
Nope.
Yeah. There you go.
Hey, speaking of fire.
Yeah, Mr. Jack Beyer has been cooking. And here is that so-called cooking. I mean, that's a very unique shot, and he just edited it while we were talking here constantly. So, absolute props to Jack. I think this is an amazing shot. I love this.
Is it me, or did he just create an infographic with real images?
He did.
Yeah. Well done.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's crazy cool.
Right.
And that's available at shop.nasaspaceflight.com just that fast, right,
Yes.
Adrian?
Yeah, just like the print from Tyler. So if you want to support the photographers, support NSF, and also, I don't know, have this on your wall, there you go.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Now I got to buy another one.
Yeah, I know.
I already have one. They're fantastic. And by the way, it came in the mail. It's all wrapped pretty and it hangs beautifully.
I have a statement from the. Oh no, I think this. Wait, I'm reading an email from the FAA.
Oh, live breaking news here.
The FAA whisperer.
Yeah, they just confirmed again that they have resumed normal operations after the breakup and the space vehicle debris.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
But here is some breaking news. Sorry, I have to quick before Jack jumps in here. A debris response area is activated only if the space vehicle experiences an anomaly with debris falling outside of the identified closed aircraft hazard areas. So this pretty much confirmed that they had to close additional airspace that wasn't expected in the original NOTAMs.
That's not good.
Not great, Bob.
That's
not great.
Nope.
All right, we've got
Go ahead, Jack.
Hi. Yeah, I just wanted to say about that image really quickly. It's a quick edit. I'm really proud of it. I hope you guys like it. I routinely, personally rent like hundreds of dollars of gear per launch. This particular rental, this launch was $900. That's like out of my pocket. So the super chats, the print sales, like every little bit helps so much. Thank you all for even considering that image. And there's a whole bunch more to come once the road opens as well. I know Tyler's been cooking. I'm sure Mary's been cooking, the whole entire team. So stay tuned for more prints. But if you like this one, I sure would appreciate y'all picking it up. What a launch. Like, what a beautiful, absolutely beautiful launch. I can't wait to go back and watch all the coverage. I've been just a blur. So forgive me for not being on commentary very much. Forgive me for being sort of absent in the post-launch revelry. I just really wanted to get this image out because I've had this shot in my head basically since before SN10, because I shot a similar shot with SN10, and I've tried this shot repeatedly. And now that we got a second booster return, I actually got it to work. So yay, I'm happy. I'm a happy guy. Also, the slow-mo cameras I set worked. And one of them is right next to Danger Dune, so I'm really curious how that's going to end up looking for landing. All kinds of goodies coming down the pipe, and it's just thanks to everybody's support. And I have to say, none of this is possible on my own. This is all a giant distributed team effort. I mean, Das came down here and started making things happen. Dan came down here and started making things happen. Caesar's been down here making things happen. I mean, why do you think we had such good audio? And of course, everyone in the back channel, all the producers, everybody. I'm not doing a wrap-up speech. I'm just genuinely thankful. Today was a really, really, really fun day. And it's unfortunate what happened with the ship. Maybe we won't get another launch in the next month. But we'll see what happens with that. And, onwards, upwards. I'm sure they got some good data today.
Yeah,
Jack, you know what they say, man? More prints, more better.
Honestly, it's like it would be a big help. You've seen the Land Rover; it needs some work.
The prints. Okay, all right. Here, you guys support Jack. I will come down here and we will do some members content of me fixing the Land Rover. How about that? Go. How about that? Do we have a deal?
Your are machines that convert print sales into a fixed Land Rover. That doesn't really work. I'm so tired. I'm going to mute myself.
Great job, Jack. Thank you so much for being out there, and fantastic edit on that print. And look, there they go. They're starting to fly out. And we didn't mention that. I asked Doss earlier about, the support that comes in and how that helps NSF. And we didn't actually mention that the photographers right? That's their main revenue when they those print sales. That's why I buy every one of them, just because, not that I need that many pictures in my house. I don't have any more wall space, but I want to support these photographers. And to me, that's a big deal. Even being part of the team, and like he said, it's out of pocket. They do this because they love it. So everybody, let's support them, all of them, all the way across the board. Yeah, great.
I'm still looking at this FAA story right now because if there's one thing that will for sure trigger a mishap investigation is debris falling outside of the closed hazard area, because the implication there is something somewhere was wrongly calculated, because in theory debris should never go outside of the safety area. That's why it is a safety area. That's the implication of why you have that. So does that mean there's a huge amount of trouble? Well, we'll see. There's probably a recalculation of what you need to close in terms of airspace coming for SpaceX in terms of this, and there will be some adjustments based on this. And that is for public safety. The reason about all of this is they want to make sure public safety is there. And yeah. Sorry, I just had to get that out because there's still so much coming, and that's how you support Jack.
Yeah, we're having fun with the the order, the shop order. Thank you for that.
You just look at it. Would you look at that?
Do we still see, or is it? Yeah, there you go. Still flashing down there at the bottom. I'm interested to see what that is. That's very, very concerning. The booster transport stand is still over at the initial roadblock, right? They're at the soft roadblock. They haven't moved in yet. I wouldn't think they moved for a while.
The one thing that might delay this is the fact that the booster quick disconnect potentially has some issues. We'll see how that develops, but that might delay them in getting that thing hooked up and detanked.
Yeah. Yeah, the debris thing is, there's the booster transport stand still waiting to come in, obviously, after that booster is safe. The FAA announcement, diverting flights, that's going to be something that's going to be looked at, I think, pretty scrutinized. What do you guys think? They're going to tear that apart. They're going to say that should, like as you said, Adrian, that should never happen.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Adrian.
The FAA will issue a mishap investigation. That's pretty given at this point. But again, SpaceX also has interest in finding out what happened. That's not only the FAA here. It's always when people are saying, "Oh, the FAA is making them investigate what went wrong." That SpaceX would do that anyway. Yep. They like to find out why their ship didn't work the way it should have. So maybe we see a bit more time between the next flight. I wouldn't be surprised if we are talking more about maybe 4 weeks, but more to the 2 months or so. But I don't think this will be I don't know, what we had after flight 1, more than half a year. That I think these times are past us.
Yeah, now we couldn't show that footage on stream, Adrian, because we, because you don't want to get nipped in the butt, with DMCA and YouTube and stuff. And it's not our footage, just obviously, but I did get a chance to see some of that footage in just a little bit of little downtime we had today. Yeah, some dangerous things happen. There's a lot of debris coming down where it shouldn't.
I fly on planes. I don't want to be flying through spacecraft debris. So that's serious. We're making light of it, but that's a serious thing, and they'll look into it and they'll figure out how to mitigate it going forward. Again, testing. And as this is just another step, we've got to have these safety guardrails, if you will, in place as we go to Mars, as we go to the moon, as we step out into the stars even more, and get humanity to be multiplanetary. This is an easy thing, right? We can fix this. Put those guardrails in place, make spaceflight safer, make it less expensive, make it rapidly reusable. And that's why we're all here.
You want it to work like an airplane, should be as safe as one.
Yeah.
Saying.
So this is the other thing that I wanted to sort of address here. We've been getting a lot of comments in chat about this. So I immediately noticed this as they were going through the ascent. You can see there's some kind of thing flapping around on the left-hand side there of the ship. So I want to address what we're seeing there flapping, right? And whether it might be related of this or not. So if you remember, one of the many upgrades and things that were flying on this ship were things that were going to be used for a ship catch. And so part of a ship catch is when the vehicle is caught on the chopsticks, those chopsticks slap the sides of the vehicle. We've seen that with the booster, right? Today we saw that with booster 14. As it comes back, it slaps, those chopsticks hit the sides of the vehicle. And one of the things that you need is ramps. Why do you need ramps? Well, as the vehicle slides down, you have a lot of things on the outside of the vehicle. In the case of the booster, you have things like the chopstick alignment, the stabilizer point, right? You have even the grid fins. As you go up to the lifting point on the booster, you have those rivets, those stringers, right? So those need to also be ramped. In the case of the ship, they were also trying to fly hardware that is going to be used to sort of accommodate that slap of the chopsticks, and then the ship sort of like settling down on those as well. And that included this kind of ramps, these sheets of metal attached to the common dome of the ship, also the forward dome. The one that we're seeing there flaking off is the one on the forward dome of the ship. And so it's non-structural. It's not the ship coming apart. It's actually just a sort of added that they put there. They welded that on top of the vehicle structure. And so I really don't think this was any consideration. Like, it was completely unrelated to this. So yeah, I'm not. But I wanted to address this because I've seen a lot of people concerned about that. Guys, watch back to T+1 minute and whatever. And we actually, I noticed immediately when that happened, and I put it back on the back channel. We actually saw my reaction when I put that first. So yeah.
Oh, apparently, sorry. I was told in a quick message that I am apparently supposed to read some thanks here. Christopher Teboni with a super chat saying, notifying us about the flights that have recorded it. We know we will, as soon as we acquire somebody giving us this footage, we will for sure also share that if we can. Qtable Spark with a super chat. I'm just going through this. Daniel Rydell with a super chat. Thanks for everyone at NSF for the amazing camera angles on stream. I agree. That was really amazing job on the coverage today. I enjoyed our views. Bruce Girlstone, thank you so much for that support. Hugh with the super chat, thank you so much for that. Love the replays. Thanks, NSF. Love the replays as well here. That's why we looked at them for over 1 hour. Bearded Wonder with a super chat. Once the Space Extreme... on the Space Extreme between 8 kilometers to 11 kilometers ascent to briefly show what looks like a piece of Starship flapping. Alex explained.
Yep.
Joe Bode with a super chat. Thank you so much. Roseanne with a super chat. Thank you so much for that. Hell Kelly, Tim Simmons, Tom Mulder, Jeffrey Meshart. Thank you all so much. Kieran Holroyd. Thank you for the support. Sean, thank you so much for that support. Anthony, Andrew, I'm just speed running this. There's so much. Thank you all so much. Scotty D, Asa for that £10 super chat. Thank you so much. The Starship Story with a super chat. Thank you. Mekon with the super chat. Igor, Grisou, some letters here. Thank you so much. Roger Haynes, thank you for that support. Christopher Stallone, thank you for that support. Xavier, Alex Weigel, Bruce Bennett, thank you. Joyrider, Juan, thank you so much for that. Jamin, thank you for the support. Sean, I am getting Oscar outroed, I know. And Blaurga and Mark Kinnis, and that's it. There we go. I'm through everybody who has super chatted. Thank you so much. I know this. If we it's impossible. There's so much support and there's so much nice comments here. Again, just making sure to mention this. We are on a lot of socials. The next few days, there will be a lot of content coming out about this. We will have probably a Flame Trench episode tomorrow. So make sure to check that out. And let me thank some people here, because apparently I'm supposed to do that. Thank you to Carson, who was, I think, operated during the main and the stakeout stream today. Thank you to Chris Bergen, who was all over and also, I think, was also on the New Glenn stream today. And I thank you so much, Chris, and doing the socials. EJ, thank you for being in the field. Thank you for helping out there in Starbase.
I line up this so my head is what? Oh. Hey, well, thank you for having me, guys. It was a privilege being here. I do appreciate it.
We do appreciate you as well. Gage behind the scenes, tons of cameras moved, tons of adjustment behind the scenes, planning, helping the SBL operations. Amazing job, Gage. Gene, thanks for your voice, your work in the field. Thanks for being there again.
Dream big. Keep your eyes on the stars, guys.
Thank you so much. Jack Beyer, amazing tracking, amazing work in the field, amazing pictures, amazing commentary. What can you say? There's so much you can say. Jay not only did this stream, Jay did also help with the New Glenn stream. In general, the production, they are absolutely crazy the last few hours, what they have been doing the last few days. Thank you so much, Jay, for all the Das. Das has been, I think, on a trip constantly now, going from A to B to C the last week or so, and in general, providing amazing equipment and... Thank you so much, Das, for Laika being
good
dog.
girl.
Thank you, Laika. There we go. Thank you so much, Laika. Who knows who next? Mary. We all know without Mary, we wouldn't be all here. That's the reality. Thank you so much, Mary, and also being out there today again, recording amazing footage. Thank you so much, Mary. Ryan Caton, the map man, the legend, being out there, being on the cast today, helping us, explaining all the things about maps. Ryan Weber being on a stakeout earlier today, also filling several hours there, sharing his amazing Starship knowledge, also being in the back channel helping that. Sawyer edited a quick turnaround video that you will see soon about this flight, and there's also commentary on the stakeout, commentary tonight on New Glenn. Sawyer's also completely going crazy last few days. Yeah. Tyler in the field, the amazing photos, and also, to my knowledge, helping out there as you can. We saw you helping during the deploy. Then we have the cloud reporter, aka Kevin Michael Reed, the genius behind the stream that makes everything happen. Kevin, I don't know when you slept the last time, but you sure deserve some sleep after this. Thank you so much, Kevin.
Wait, I know that guy.
I think at the beginning I forgot Alex. Thank you so much, Alex, for being on the stream as well.
Hang on, did my card go by?
I think your card go by at the beginning, and I'm Adrian. I was part of the. There's Alex. There's Alex. Thank you so much. There's also so many people behind the scenes. There's so many people working on our network. There's so many people that help with this. All the SPL operators, all the chat moderators, our social team. We cannot thank you all enough, and it has been an absolute and once again an amazing journey. Not only with this, also with New Glenn, with the Double Moon mission. The last 36 or so hours, I don't know, I have lost counting, have been
blurred.
Crazy with NSF. So, thanks everybody for watching. I think at this point we will all take some sleep, and we will back tomorrow with more spaceflight.
What sleep?
There you go.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
Our CST chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Payload down to nominal.
Flight downside of speed off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Décollage! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.